I'm gonna talk to Brain.
Hey, welcome. Today we have a really great one for you. EU regional qualifiers. I know you've been waiting for it. I've been waiting for it myself. Today I am joined by...
Hi, my name is Taz. I'm from Gravy Cancel, and I'm going to be your co-caster along with TWK Smash today. We have an exciting EU regional qualifier tournament today, one of the most important qualifier tournaments of all of them, the ones in general, in my opinion, because it's encompassing the entire kind of Europe. It's also got the probably highest worth in regards to the plane ticket, right? It's not like you're flying somebody out from Florida or from California to BCX. It's going to be from Europe. So winning this is going to be a really big deal if you want to be able to show up to it. We've got some of EU's finest players that are going to be showing up to be able to play as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredibly stacked region. I mean, a lot of the EU players, even when they would compete in the, old NA US tournaments, they would be a hot topic of like, oh, are they going to win this one? So we've got a lot of big names. I mean, you know them. We've got Daiku in here. We've got Effie in here. I was seeing, Baki we're actually going to have playing first round. He took second place in yesterday's Friday Night Brawl.
Yeah, Baki has been really interesting as an up-and-coming Scarlet main in the EU scene. I recently only knew him for being able to place at the best top 13, top 9, but ever since those first few tournaments, he's been making constant upsets, going into the top 8, and eventually even making it to the top 3, placing second to TB, no less, in the tournament that was hosted yesterday. He's going to be fighting off in Game 1 against Marshall from Reason, the leader of that clan, who has some of EU's finest players, including Effie. Used to be involved with BX3, which is now disbanded.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of them got picked up by Reason. I know Effie was kind of showing us a couple photos from tweets. He actually just recently went to Reason HQ, met with, their director, and got a little bit of that, nice sponsorship swag.
Yeah,
so
being
that's
able to
always
have
exciting.
sponsorship in a Brawlhalla game, especially when you're playing it competitively and for fun, is always really great. And I think, looking at this now, we're just about ready to go into this first match. I'm going to let them know that we're good to go. And I'm expecting a Scarlet from Baki. Now, Marshall, I am unfamiliar with his play competitively, but he's hovering that Taros, and that already has got me really excited.
Okay, yeah. I don't know. I've seen Marshall kind of switch between a bunch of things over the course of the past year that I've known him. And, I don't know. He's a really strong player. He has a lot of love for the game. He's one of those few who I've seen dive into training room quite a bit.
Yeah, and it's interesting. The practice and the work ethic of a lot of players is different. Since some people believe it's constant rank ladder, some other people play sparring. Others will go into the training room and look to see whether or not they can get those frame-perfect combos. I know some people that are likely to do that. You'll see it on stream, or players like the Brain or Egg Soup from Boo, for instance. They always love to be able to go for the things that are the most efficient, especially when it comes to being able to practice like sword down like combos and the like. And Marshall's probably very similar to that if he's in the training room all the time. Baki, I'm not very sure, but either way, they're going to be going into that open striking for Game 1. Maps are being banned, and some very commonly picked maps are being banned out from Baki at the very start. Shipwreck Falls are gone.
I was really interested to see those kind of disappear almost immediately. I think maybe with, the Lance versus Axe, he's not really feeling as confident on Shipwreck because, with such short walls, you're going to get edge-guarded very easily.
Yeah, but either way, I think a semi-standard map is kind of picked out here, as the Thunderguard Stadium is where they decide to go. Marshall picks up the first weapon and is swinging stairs already. Baki playing very carefully, picks up that hammer, tries to hit him with the nair on the way up, but just gets slammed back to the ground. But a stomp comes out, and when he misses the dare follow, it's not a good feeling to have that first auto combo come out and not be able to get it to connect. He doesn't seem to be getting punished for it, and he's fighting some down airs.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting matchup. I know I keep saying that, but both of these legends, very high strength, so every single hit is going to be doing a ton of damage. We're going to see potential knockouts very early. They've got really strong signature kits, so I don't know. They're playing it kind of a little bit carefully for single hits because they don't really have the dexterity to get large strings going.
Ooh, Baki going for that weapon toss to be able to get that recovery, but I absolutely agree. I think the one thing that's a little bit different between the matchups is that Scarlet, in this sense, wow, he went for that delay instant creep. He doesn't get a nice weapon toss in the nair, but Scarlet's a little bit easier to kill off with those single hits than Taros, just due to the defense. But one of my pivots the end sig, kills him off the top. Baki takes the lead.
Wow, and I mean, he's only in the orange, but, with any of those Taros sigs, I know a number of you in chat have fought against him. Just that hammer side sig can take you out almost instantly.
Oh yeah, Terra's N-Sig is probably one of the most fun signatures to be able to spam and get KOs with, especially early KOs on the side of the map. You can kill people in orange, light orange even, with that incredible force depending on who you're against. But Baki, not afraid of that hammer, working his way around the N-Sig. Never mind, he got caught by it, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Even the Lance won't be able to make it back from that. Wow. So weapon toss confirms that stock. Marshall gets that KO with the very N-Sig that we were just talking about.
Yeah, and it was kind of interesting to see, you know, Baki, he didn't want to go for like that hammer mirror match, so he shifted quickly over to the Lance, which, you know, I kind of agree with, but once he got put in that edgeguard situation, it's really rough, and that's kind of why we saw him ban out Shipwreck, because the Lance recovery takes so long. He was easily sniped out by that hammer throw.
Hammer throw, hammer ground pound, hammer anything, really. Terrace has got such great moves to being able to cover the space beneath him, whether it's the axe or the hammer, and just the signatures in general. Goes for that recovery, gets hit by that nair. Wow, that last nair, nearly killing off the top. That's not an incredibly strong kill move, so that can just show how much damage Marshall's got as he goes flying from that stomp stair.
I mean, Baki, he converted that into such a massive lead now. I mean, he's only in the light yellow. Marshall's on his last stock, so he's in a pretty good position.
I think the lead should arguably be even bigger. Oh, Baki going for the down like ground pound, double downer. Goes for the ground pound, follows, but misses the jump. I really think that the first stock that Baki lost was actually stolen from him. Similar from that N-Sig, Marshall's just going for the N-Sig kills at this point. It's because he got that N-Sig in order that Baki lost that stock. Otherwise, I think that this match would be even more one-sided as Baki's going in for these down airs. He's clearly been practicing with the Scarlet, and his throw combos and unarmed attacks are just destroying Marshall's Teros right now.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of rolls us right into that hammer mirror match, but I don't know. You're right. Baki's Scarlet is just absolutely dominating this match, and there it is. The first one gone, a clean 2 stock.
And Marshall ends that first game not respecting the hammer recovery. That's something that I see a lot of players do, regardless of whatever weapon they have. But there's the axe of the sword. You've got that downer. You want to be able to get that KO off the bottom of the map. But hammer players who are really adept at being able to use all of their moves are always going, not always, but most likely are looking for you to go down for that greedy down air, that greedy spike, so that they can catch you and kill you off the bottom of the map. And that is exactly what Baki did in game 1 there. Marshall, will he switch legends? The Teros just did not look good. At one point, it looked like he was trying to fish for neutral signatures just to be able to get the same KO we got in game 1, and Baki kind of had an idea that that was going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Once you get someone into that kill range, you know, they're orange, they're red, you do want to knock them out early, yes, but if you fish for signatures, you'll get heavily punished for it, and as you said, that's exactly what Baki capitalized on, and he was able to clean it up and kind of fend off the damage and create a bunch of his own on Marshall's last stock.
Ooh, and Marshall switching over to the Bryn here. Maybe feeling a little bit outclassed on Hammer, or maybe he just wants to switch up his kit. We didn't see Teros' signatures really coming into use there, so a little bit more movement speed, a little bit more dexterity. Maybe that'll be able to help him out. Bryn, kind of a standard axe legend. It was a very popular legend for a lot of people that were starting out the game. And like the axe, also holding onto the spear, so he's got some opportunity for some throw combos and some auto combos with those D-Light and Side-Light into Sair combos.
Yeah, and I really think it probably lends itself more to the movement speed that Bryn has, especially since we're going back to Thunderguard, which is a pretty wide stage.
A wide stage indeed, and it's interesting that he wanted to come back here. I guess the stage didn't really seem to be too big of a deal when it came to how the match played out. We didn't see anything too crazy happen in the shenanigans zone. So here Baki has just been hitting Marshall everywhere. Marshall nearly falls to his death through the center of the stage as he's been getting slapped to the side of Thunderguard Stadium left and right by this hammer. And the weapon down throws into neutral light. Stop downer. What is Marshall's
my
dead?
Gosh! That's before the 30-second mark.
Wow, that was that entire stock. Marshall was looking for a weapon. Now, a fight wasn't even going on there. As a sidelight comes out, now another Sair. He's finally finding some damage with his axe, a Teros axe, no less. But Baki doesn't seem to care. He's just going to stay on the center stage. He knows he's got the stock lead. Down throws are coming out. He's doing a lot of damage to Marshall. He's putting out some neutral lights, not approaching. Tries to go for a downer. Finally gets punished by Marshall.
I mean, this is kind of where we see, you know, a little bit of that stat difference coming in. Now that Marshall doesn't have the 8 strength, we see Baki just kind of sticking in and willing to trade hit for hit because he knows with his 8 strength, he's going to win out in every exchange.
And not even that, he's not even getting hit in these exchanges. He's just kind of taking free damage. Marshall now playing with that spike ball, tosses off the stage, gets down there. This is looking like it's going to be a 2-stock lead for Baki here if he's able to find these signatures. Side stick goes through him. What? Whoa! He stops that side stick with a downlight. Such a great reaction. He's even going for the gravity cancel neutral six. Baki, what are you doing?
I mean, that was just incredibly smart. And, you know, we see him shift back to the hammer here because that's where he's been getting most of his kills. And there's another one off the top with that neutral air. It's absolutely devastating. I want to see a bit more of his lance.
Yeah, he's making such great use of that shenanigan zone in the center of the stage as well. Jumps upwards, gets hit by that NC that KO'd off the top, but it's still a stock lead. And yeah, I agree. I think the lance play from Baki would be a little bit more fun to see, but when it comes to tournament play, especially when you're fighting for such a huge reward, I think you want to just keep using what works. And Baki's noticed that his hammer has been destroying this matchup. I mean, we're seeing stomp downers landing all the time. Besides the very first one that he missed, maybe we could say it was the warm-up stomp combo, he's hit all of them. And these down throws and the neutralites are just putting Marshall into kill percent, and it's going to confirm Baki this first best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been paying dividends with the hammer, so I'm not surprised to see him switch it out again here. And, oh, wow, that's probably one of the first stomp combos that we've seen him missed, aside from the very opening one.
Yeah, Baki, actually hitting that ledge, and now he's doing some interesting ledge cancels with the lance there. Now going for that NSYNC KO. Marshall jumps above it, avoids that hitbox, and he's kind of getting a little bit of a damage lead on Baki, considering that he's still stuck behind, and he's looking for another falling Sair to be able to send him closer towards kill percent. But Baki reading that jump, gets that Sair, recovery.
Oh my god!
Dodge pivot down air. Baki with the flash, ending that in style. 202 stocks. Baki takes that best of 3.
Wow, that was absolutely insane. You know, we've seen that recovery bounce into down air. They call it the Russian Mafia if you do it off of a stomp with all your fancy chase dodges in there. But that was just plucking his recovery and having the wherewithal to go right into the down air.
And you saw that he was ready to set that up. Once he got that recovery and saw that he was not falling into the stage, but rather, or past the stage, but rather on it, he bounced off that platform on the stage, went straight up, and Baki was already in position, chase dodged, pivoted, everything. The downer was sending out, and the scoop was able to kill him off the top. And that was it. Baki was able to take that very convincingly 2-0. And we're already ready to move into our next best of 3 between Fluxy from Absolute and Zero Legion.
Yeah, so tell us a bit about these players while I got something set up for the chat here.
Sure thing. Zero Legion, I'm a little unfamiliar with. Fluxy as well, I'm unfamiliar with. He's recently participated in a few tournaments, but has not seen very much stream time. But I can talk a little bit about Absolute, the team that he is on. I don't know too much about the details, besides the fact that Frost was the originating clan that went into it. So Absolute contains members like Cake, like Dry, regulars that are able to place top 8 in EU tournaments all the time. Cake seated rather highly. I think he's in the top 6 in this tournament. Queen 9 main as well as Dry. Fluxy's in the same group, so he's clearly, in my opinion, at least should be practicing with those players and preparing for the EU qualifier. And that's what I'm expecting to be able to see come out in this game today.
Let's see, I'm just making sure to get these community colors out to our winner.
All right, let me know when you're ready, and I'll let them know to start the game. I'm curious to see whether or not Fluxy is another one of those Queen 9 mains. It's kind of a known thing that, and Frost, if you're on North America, typically you're playing as Taros, and if you're on Europe, it's Queen 9. I know Minivesten has since left Frost, but back in the day when the BCS NA 2v2, the very first 2v2 that started happened, top 8 team was a double Taros team that came out from Frost, which is now Absolute. So that'll be interesting to see. But I think we're just ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, they are like a fresh pickup from the team. I mean, we just kind of announced to the Brawlhalla world that Frost got picked up by Team Absolute. And they had a little bit of a show match yesterday in 2v2s, and Fluxy absolutely dominated. I think both of those matches, he came back from a 1v2 situation every time.
That's insane, honestly, thinking about that, because 1v2 situations are doubly difficult in the fact that there are 2 players that you have to fight against, as well as the fact that they can use so many things in the game that don't exist in a 1v1 situation, like black holes, team combos, setups like that. And you don't even have to be doing the team combos. You could just have one person guarding them on the ground, the other person guarding them in the air, so they can't jump, they can't stay on the ground, they can't really hide from a team of players that are able to appropriately hunt down their opponents. And we've got Fluxy playing Scarlet here against Zero Legion's Orion. This is very exciting. Orion mains are very far and few.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why people have kind of started to steer away from him a little bit. I know he was extremely popular, oh man, forever ago, like summer around open beta release. But I don't know if it's just people aren't really comfortable with his signatures or the lance, but I love seeing an Orion main because you know something crazy is going to happen.
Yeah, and I think a bit. Oh, it's talking about something crazy. Game 1 is going over to King's Pass.
Oh
that
my
shenanigans zone's
gosh.
being shown off. You've got the opportunity for hitting combos off of the stage itself. Zero Legion and Fluxy giving each other a nice hello. And yeah, I feel like Orion, as well as a few of the legends, at least in North America, are underrepresented in the sense that he has the Lance. Lance is not very popular as a weapon still. And as I'm saying that, all we've really been seeing today is Lances. We've already got 2 Scarlets in our Orion, 3 out of 4 so far. And oh, Fluxy using those hammer nears to great accord. Zero Legion has yet to get any damage, as it has essentially been brought into orange.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of different movement from Fluxy yesterday. He was primarily playing the guitars, but it seems like he's using the lance movement to similar effect.
Oh, and now side lights are coming out, neutral lights as well. Zero Legion tossing out that downer, and he's fighting against Fluxy here with the spear. He's able to get some damage on him, but he's in kill percent. There's the recovery. He's kind of like struggling just to find some sort of damage. Weapon toss, bomb goes to the center. Now both players are unarmed and just fighting against each other with their fists. But
Wow.
he dive kicks into a ground pound. Fluxy, either with the hard read or the repositioning, either way, it results in him getting a stock.
Yeah, I definitely feel like he had a read on Zero Legion wanting to do that dive kick to try and catch up. I mean, being behind that much in damage, you get very hungry for the hits.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Fluxy just capitalized.
And now we're seeing on the second stock here from Zero Legion, something that I'm noticing that Fluxy has noticed as well, is that Zero Legion seems to like dodging in for a lot of his approaches. And what he's been doing is every time that he hits Zero, he just waits in place, waits for Zero to dodge in as a reaction to getting hit, and follows up with another move. Hits him with a down light, waits for him to dodge in, hits with a neutral light. He even pivot charged at NC, expecting him to dodge over his head to get that extra amount of damage, and he's not getting punished for it. Zero Legion struggling to get damage, gets weapon tossed Nair into recovery, put into the orange, and these NCs are coming so close to hitting him. This is looking like a slaughter.
I mean, absolutely, because Zero Legion, he's about to get killed on his second stock. Fluxy is just barely yellow. I mean, he's been finding hit after hit, and you really can't afford that with Scarlet, even just bouncing off of these spike balls, using everything he can.
And the bomb thrown directly down to reach the fact that Zero Legion was not being able to move. It kind of feels as though Zero is just kind of jumping around, trying his best to be able to find some sort of weapon, but for the most part, Flex is just kind of dismantling him here. Like, you see, he's jumped up and down from left and right on King's Pass like 8 times already. But oh my gosh, as I'm saying that,
he's got a chance
to
here.
ground pound. That might be the stock. He gets the ground pound. He's got also jumps back. He can
Come
recover.
on, don't let him back. Yes, there we go. How is
That's
your
what I'm talking
geometry?
about. Zero Legion suddenly finding out how to be able to fight against Fluxy here as he gets him off the stage, goes for a great edge guard, and is able to KO him with the bomb. Similar to how he just lost his second stock, and now he's playing with the gadgets. Fluxy avoiding those. He's not finding any damage, and Zero picks up a lance, looking for these down airs, tosses it into Fluxy's face. It looks like he's adjusting to the matchup.
I mean, I really like to see this, because he definitely still has a chance. I mean, he's got a mountain to climb, about a full stock lead to go. But, you know, Orion, a very well-rounded legend, so I think he can pull this back. I might want to be able to see a bit more spear play from him. It looks like he's kind of been fishing for the lance, mostly.
Ooh, and Fluxy bringing out these down light and the side light combos. Ooh, actually gets hit by that lance on the way down. Dodges the spike ball. Zero does not get the ground pound, and Fluxy is just kind of chasing his opponent down, hunting him down, trying to get this KO so he can move on to game 2 here. As Zero, despite that slight comeback, is not finding the damage. Doesn't do that. Instant comes out, but he ground pounds into a recovery. And now Fluxy is just looking for that instant KO.
Oh no.
Player
Wow, just
one
plucking
wins.
him out of the ground pound. He knew that Zero Legion went for more than a few of those, quite a few times in a row, and he was just ready for it that time.
Yeah, Zero must have been feeling really comfortable with that ground pound after he's able to hit that first move and result in the stock, so he's like, you know what? Maybe I need to do a little bit more. Either way, it didn't really work out for him as Fluxy was able to adjust, look at exactly where he was ground pounding, be beneath him, and instead of jumping into it, putting out that hammer recovery, catching him and sending him beneath the map. Very clever option, and it resulted in a final stock for him, so he could take that 2 stock in game 1. And we're going to be going into game 2 here. Zero Legion, talking a little bit about nerves. Nerves are a thing that exist in terms, especially with terms with this much of a prize pool. Obviously.
Absolutely. I mean, the winner of this is getting a flight and hotel to BCX November 11th through 13th. That's going to be our World Championship, the Brawlhalla Championship, and Expo.
Yes, and that's really great, especially for our European fans and players, as that's going to be a lot more difficult to attend than anybody that's in the United States or Canada, as we're going to be going into this game 2 here. Fluxy switches it up to Olgrim, young Olgrim, no less.
I'm really curious to see what kind of map bans we're going to see coming out here, just because, you know, the axe, it's a really good weapon. It controls a lot of aerial space. I mean, the lance is a similarity that he has between Scarlet. We saw him do quite a bit of work with the lance. I don't know, which map did we end up on?
I'm not sure, but I'm sure it's something a little silly, as King's Pass was the map for Game 1, and never mind, Twilight Grove, a little bit more standard.
3,
but
2,
it still has that
1,
semi-shenanigans
brawl.
zone to the right, as well as the island to play off of. You can do combos, and you can end up getting yourself saved on accident by that island quite a few times by getting hit by Sares, as we're going to be going into Game 2 here. Fluxy starts with the weapon denial already, and Zero is jumping around waiting for a weapon to spawn in his hands.
Yeah, I mean, you see Fluxy just rotating to where all of the weapon drops are, just kind of keeping Zero starved away from them. That's really unfortunate that Zero picked up the mine and threw it right on the next weapon spawn.
Yeah, and Fluxy, you can see he's just clearly comfortable with being able to deny everything from Zero here. He's only getting the things that are difficult to pick up. Fluxy, putting out these downlights, and now trying to jump up and fight against Zero here is kind of failing and able to get any damage here. Zero has been running away and has actually been succeeding.
Ooh, wow, yeah, this match is a lot more even. Zero finding some great unarmed hits, that bomb deactivating just in time for Fluxy to not take a huge chunk of damage.
Ooh, and now
then,
Fluxy.
Yeah, I think what you were saying before about Fluxy putting in those like heartbeat pauses after he hits. Now that time he did follow up the side light because he saw Zero not dodge it the first time.
Zero
Wow.
gets hit by that Sarah on the way down. It looked like a series of vessels of Zero that not only did we see him gravity cancel down heavy, right, in the air, unarmed. When he picked up that weapon, he immediately got Sarah, and then he just tapped his recovery, like it was literally the shortest tap of Lance recovery that I've ever seen. Got nowhere with it and didn't have his jumps to be able to make it back. Zero losing out on that first stock, but he's closer in this game than it was in Game 1 here, as Zero has got Fluxy in the orange, a little bit deep, as he goes from that recovery to put him into the red, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult to kill Ogrim than most characters, as he's got decently high defense.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I don't know, we're seeing this Lance Mirror come out once again, but Zero just immediately tossing it away. He's like, alright, I found some pretty good stuff with my unarmed in the previous match. So he seems a little more comfortable fighting that versus the Lance.
Silent Near comes out, ground pound as well, puts Zero into the orange. He puts that mine directly onto the island. Zero's jumping around, waiting for a weapon to show up as Fluxy continues to deny weapons, and he's perfectly fine just waiting him out. Gets hit by the recovery, but it doesn't KO.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to be searching for that KO right now because, you know, once you get them into pretty deep red, any extra damage that you do to them isn't really going to be affecting much. He's got a chance here, just misses. Fluxy fighting back, double uppercut, almost takes 0 second stock, and there it is with the axe.
Side light Sarah is able to do it for him, and even though Fluxy looked like he was going to lose out on that stock from a great throw from Zero, he ends up living, but no, Sarah connects. Zero gives his little partner there a high five to be able to show, yes, I did take a stock. I'm not getting 3 stock by Fluxy here, and I've got an opportunity to even take this game if I could find this damage. And tossing that spear into Fluxy's face puts a little bit of damage on him, but Fluxy finding that nice neutral light into spear neutral light, side light, reverse snare. Fluxy's putting the damage on the Zero here.
Yeah, I mean, this has been an absolute domination of this last stock on Zero here, already pushing towards the red. I don't know. I don't know how much longer Zero can hold on. I hope he's got something left in the tank.
Ooh, it's not looking like it. He gets hit by that recovery, puts out a gravity cancel neutral sig to try to catch Fluxy from landing, but that won't KO. Not yet. He's got to do more damage first, and getting hit by that Sarah with no jumps. He's got to recover to the platform. Fluxy, you had the opportunity to edge guard. Why did you stand in the center of the stage?
That, I don't know, that is just a missed opportunity. He's got another one here and just gives it away again.
I think he's like, I guess kind of in regards to competitive mindset, right? This makes sense. There's no reason to risk going off stage and chasing your opponent to death and risking your own stock if you're doing this well of hitting him off stage in the first place. And there you go. He gets that Sarah, gets the KO. Fluxy just doesn't want to take the risks of going off stage to be able to get that KO earlier than usual. And he closes out the game safe and secure. 2 stocks over Zero Legion and sends him into the loser's bracket.
Wow. I got to agree with you there. When Fluxy had the Lance and he gave away that potential edge guard setup, it really is because we've seen the Lance get sniped out just by a weapon throw. It's a very easy weapon to edge guard against. So he didn't want to kind of put himself in a bad situation, especially when Ogrim has that fantastic side light into neutral sig combo that he could very easily kill with.
Lance recovery is very unique in the sense that it has some of the I think it has like the longest range of recovery of all of the ones that fully charged. But the problem with that is that it's also one of the few recoveries that you can body block and stop the trajectory. Like right with sword, you'll get hit by it. With axe, you'll get hit by it unless you use a move in a way to be able to stop it. But if you just get in front of Lance recovery while it's charging, you could just get hit by it. As long as your percentage is not high enough to die, they might fall to their death, as it kind of forces them to fall down a little bit before they can do anything else. And that's just a huge thing that you have to consider when being able to use that weapon, is that yes, you've got that distance, but you've also got that huge risk. So a lot of players, if I could think of one EU player that's participating in general today, named Logic, who's part of MAOP, he is an example of a Lance player who oftentimes just throws his Lance upwards and then uses an unarmed recovery, because the unarmed recovery is usually by far a little bit safer than a lot of other weapon recoveries. Yeah,
because I mean, as you said, even if it hits, you will not stop, whereas the Lance just immediately. Yeah. I don't know, between those two, I've seen a lot of players use it just because, again, the Lance, the thrown weapon hitbox, has such a wide coverage that it also helps your recovery to actually throw it there as a bit of coverage against ground pounds. So it's kind of like a, two birds with one stone. You're giving extra coverage and better movement by throwing the Lance into the unarmed recovery.
Absolutely, and it's so cool to be able to see so many Lance players playing in the early stages of the EU tournament. EU, I always like to joke, is the land of the Lances, because whenever I get into top 8, there's at least 2 Scarlet mains, a Roland main, something that's like, wait, I don't see this anywhere else. Why are there so many Lance players? But they exist, and we're ready to move on to our next best of 3. We've got QS and TB.
Opening it up here. Coming off of winning Friday Night Brawl yesterday, so he's got to be feeling good and ready.
Yeah, TB, a rather... It's odd to say rather successful EU player, because when I have seen him, he has played top 3 and he has even won certain tournaments. I remember when Core came out, he kind of just went on a rampage in all the EU tournaments at the time that week and won all of them, that at least that I saw. But he's played a lot of different legends. I haven't seen him enter too many tournaments as of late, just because there hasn't been too many EU events. And QS, I have actually never seen play in tournament before, unless it's a different name, like he's gone by a name separately in the past. I do believe that he is TB's 2's partner, but they are in the same clan there, as you can see. They're representing that tag Fangirl here as they're striking out maps. But we're going to be going into game 1. Azoth versus Bryn. It looks like lots of Axe, lots of Lance today, as we have been watching these EU games.
Yeah, this is really interesting, and we've got 2 crazy maps left, and they went for, I guess, the less crazy one. There was King's Pass and Shipwreck, and we went for Shipwreck. It doesn't have any additional platforms or strange geometry to it. It's just, nice flat stage, but it has those really thin walls, those short, shallow walls that, I don't know, the axe being such a great edgeguard weapon is going to make great use of, and TB playing on Azoth has the bow, another fantastic edgeguard weapon.
Right, I'm glad that you mentioned that, because the axe is a fantastic edgeguard weapon. TB has got the double whammy there, as he's got the axe and the bow. The bow so generously known as being an excellent edgeguarder with the Sares, down airs, ground pounds, whatever have you. The bow's got tons of tools to make sure that your opponent's going to feel bad for fighting you off stage, but QS does not seem to care at all. He has taken no damage, and he's brought TV into kill percent as he hits that downline Sare. Falling with that Sare once again. TV sent flying, has the axe, he's got down airs, ground pounds, so many opportunities for an edgeguard. Gets hit by that recovery, but he is running away with his game here, and TV loses his first stock.
Wow, that was an absolute stomp for the first stock. We'll see if QS can continue that kind of pressure. Keeping TB off the weapon, oh my gosh!
And using the weapon toss from the weapon denial to combo into a spear attack. He even puts out the neutralize. TB's already in the orange on a second stock here, only a minute into the game. QS tossing that spear downwards, tries to go for that dodge read, calls on the X. TB not even trying to deny him, finally hits him with the Sare. He's trying to stabilize, but this is looking brutal as the sidelight comes out. Weapon toss, QS is being dominant.
I know TB is already pushed to the red. He's getting knocked into edgeguard situation after edgeguard situation, and it doesn't seem like he's been able to get any significant traction against QS.
No, these falling Sares are coming up from QS. They're missing, but they're not going to punish. TB puts out that down sig, but QS is not even dodging or moving in a way to be able to get read by such a signature. TB's going to have to go for a little bit harder of a reaction there as he jumps up with that Sare. QS sent off stage, low on jumps, but he manages to get that dodge recovery. Weapon toss, no falling there. But playing with the spear still, he finally gets Sare. There, the stock is gone. TB stabilizing just a little bit.
All right, let's see. He kind of cleared the board a little bit. There's only a spike ball for QS to fight with. and he keeps him off of that weapon. Now, we saw weapon denial used to great effect on QS after he got that massive string on TB. TB not exactly able to get the same quite thing off of here, but he's doing a great job with the axe, almost evened up the damage.
Ooh. As we can see here, this is like a polar opposite from the first stock. I think QS just lost his... Yeah, he's dead.
Oh
he's
my
not
god.
trying to recover. TB sared him to death. Every jump, every attempt at recovery that QS went for was read hard by TB's axe sares there, and that was the stock. QS just had no more jumps to work with. TB, he got his jumps back. He touched the ledge, avoids that spear toss into ground pound. No, the dare is starting.
No. Wow, QS does get back on stage, rearms for another axe. We've got the axe mirror back. Bomb coming in, just dodging it.
TB, that recovery was almost beautiful, but he can't touch the stage. There's that shipwreck thing that we were talking about. He dodged every hazard that was being thrown at him, but it didn't matter. At the end, he couldn't avoid that ground pound because there was not enough stage to grab onto.
Yeah, that's definitely the major danger of this stage. And I really like seeing TB go back for the axe. We didn't really see him get a whole bunch of things off with that bow, but the axe has been treating him exceedingly well.
Falling Sarah comes out and goes for that side sig read, but now we're looking at a game that was looking like QS's that's totally in TB's favor here as he falls these stairs. QS, nice pivot neutralite on that pickup from the spear, but he gets hit by that downline. TB, he's got a lot of moves that are going to kill right now. Recoveries, signatures, heck, even a downline almost at this point. There he goes. There's that gravity cancel downlight just trying to kill him off the top. I don't like that he picked up the bow here. I feel like if he had the axe, he'd have a lot more opportunities for KOs, but I guess he's feeling like he's damaged enough for even a bow neutralite to hit. He's trying to find that D-light snare. The stairs nearly killing off stage. Oh, QS trying to make it back to the stage. TB just falling with stairs. This is a little risky. I feel like TB's fishing too hard.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that to me. I mean, he's given up his weapon. Oh, wow. Finally gets the kill. Just that bow neutral air right up top.
Yeah, I was able to catch that landing as QS went for a very hard down air read with no jumps left, and that's kind of risky because if your jumps and dodge are gone, there's nothing stopping TB from jumping up, hitting that bow neutral air, and killing you off the top. And game one goes over to TB despite a very impressive showing from QS in the first stock, and legends are completely swapped here. TB takes QS's legend, right? However, takes the Bryn, essentially is playing that now. Not liking the Azoth for some reason, even though the bow worked out really well. And QS switches to Hattori, which is TB's main. So...
What?
What? I'm not very sure.
There's a lot of mind games going on in these picks here.
Well, and it has to be a fact that they probably practice together quite a bit. They're
absolutely.
They're in the same group in Brawlhalla. Arguably, or allegedly, they are 2v2 partners, so they spar almost all the time. So that's something that's really interesting seeing in matches like this. Normally, you'll have players that are tournament threats, but there are certain players that participate in a tournament that you normally wouldn't consider a tournament threat that could knock them out. One example, in my opinion, would be like Crocky versus Amber. Those two play together all the time. Amber now and Ren. There was an instance in the Gravy Cancel Invitational a few weeks back where Crocky, highly seeded, was actually knocked out by Amber just because they spar together so much that the matchup's essentially 50-50.
Oh yeah, it's definitely one of those things that if you play together long enough, you catch on to your tendencies. You can do really weird things that look very strange from like an objective point of view. But when it comes to the matchup, it's the right choice.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we see TB fighting up against QS here right now with this axe, definitely the move that, or the weapon that he was able to take game one with, as QS is playing with the spear, jumping up with stairs, neutral airs, trying to do his best to put some damage on the TB, looking a lot more even for this game one, not as one-sided as, or game two rather, not as one-sided as game one was for either party.
Yeah, I mean, this is a much more stable map, and I think Hattori suits Thunderguard Stadium very well. I mean, this harkens back to the very old days when it was like Thunderguard, the rank ladder had just come out during closed beta, and a lot of the top players were playing Hattori because they love that extra speed, being able to weave around essentially these two solid platforms. So I think we're going to see QS use that movement to great effect here.
Yeah, we already see it happening as, TB goes for that dodge back on the stage, but gets punished by the recovery, but still, he manages to make it back. His jumps in hand, does not get killed by the ground pound, and instead gets hit by a Sarah. Oh, wow! Yes! That chase dodge pivot down here to be able to confirm the stock, not afraid to go off stage like we saw earlier with Fluxy. He is a monster when it comes to chasing for these kills.
Yeah, that was really impressive. I mean, he just ran right off the edge there, not even hesitating, straight dodge into the down air. But he's got a chance to get some really nice strings onto TB here. TB just manages to get that spear toss. Wow. QS kind of used his dodge to save himself, so he didn't have it there to avoid. I don't know if he even expected it to be on the right angle.
Yeah, that's something that's really dangerous when it comes to recovering, right? I mean, I guess it's better than nothing to use your dodge to save the stock, because it completely stops your momentum, and if you have the ability to put that out, it's much safer than using a jump when you're getting hit by extreme knockback, because it will save your stock. But the thing is, you don't have your dodge anymore, so if you get hit by a weapon toss, that's going to be it. So in one sense, you're saving yourself, in another sense, you're just still confirming your death. But QS does not seem to care, as he has got TB in the red here. TB finds that D-Light Sair combo, but he's already in kill percent, and that Nair, a few more Nairs from the sword, are probably going to kill at this point from QS.
Yeah, I mean, just about anything. And I kind of agree with TB leading a bit more into that center channel. I mean, Sword does have the down air and the ground pound, but if you kind of hang out there, you take away a lot of its vertical, like high-end vertical, and side options for kills.
Weapon toss goes up, he looks for that down air, and now we've got both of these players nearing kill percent here. Finally, TB stops that ground pound with the weapon toss rather than getting hit by it this time, and now he's kind of stabilizing, calls in the spear, goes in for that Nair instead of recovery. Side sig, very risky, but QS, he misses the down lane. Rin's side sig lets her levitate a little bit above the stage because of those Valkyrie rings, right? And so he wasn't actually able to get hit by that sword D-Light. QS would have to jump and gravity cancel for it to connect, and now we've got both players at kill percent completely even, neck and neck, 2-2, and he ground pounds into a spear recovery. TB takes the lead once again in this game number 2.
Wow, I'm really curious to see how much he can capitalize off this, because we've seen QS capitalize off of the stock turnarounds. TB, not so much. It's usually once it kind of stabilizes the neutral afterwards, that's when he can get things going. So QS, I mean, he evens up the stocks almost immediately. Not quite able to get that weapon denial. I think that's going to matter pretty heavily.
TB falling with these Sairs, and yeah, the weapon denial thing not happening is a huge deal with how, well, close this matchup is. QS falling with these Sairs. Oh, TB dodges death there with that dive kick. If you dive kick into the stage, not only do you get your jumps back, but it also sends you beneath it, so it's a great recovery tool in the sense that you get to get all your recovery options back and get yourself beneath the stage to avoid harm from falling weapons, falling players, things like so.
Yeah, and I don't know if he's going to find much coverage here from QS, as they're both kind of fighting on top of the stage now. Damage is just about even, though, so I don't know. He's finding really good hits with the axe when he needs to.
Right. He tried to fall with the downer there, but he got punished by QS's D-Light Sair. But the downer from there connects. TB goes beneath the stage to get that Sair, trying to read the dodge in on, or beneath the stage in the shenanigans zone. Rises the ground pound, but it just gets him Saired. Second Sair comes out. TB avoids that weapon toss, but he's out of a dodge. Oh no, QS! So close to this game number 2 here, as he's trying to be able to fight for his life. Doesn't get the edge guard, but he still has the damage lead. If he gets a D-Light Sair, that might be the stock. TB tries to fall with the Sair himself. QS so afraid to approach and gets hit by the down air. This is either player's game. Sair hits him to the stage. Oh, weapon toss. Oh my gosh. QS keeps going for these ground pounds. He's avoiding these down airs, and oh, he jumps from the ground pound. That's it. QS takes game 2.
Player 2 wins.
Wow, okay, so Hattori definitely paying off there, but I don't know, that was such a close one. Do you think we're going to see any kind of changes coming in here?
Oh, well, yeah, your question's already answered, as TB already picks a different legend. Azoth is picked up, and yet that was so close. I'm almost feeling like legend picks are not...
They're not the meat of this matchup here.
Absolutely not, because we're seeing the same thing happen between both matchups, regardless of whatever legends that they're playing. Is that one player will get the momentum, the other one will take it from them, and then it just becomes a very close slugfest of who can land the most Sairs to be able to get the first, or to be able to get the game. And as we saw there, QS was able to close out with a hard ground pound read. It wasn't anything simple or common that we'd like to see, like downlight Sairs or double downlight Sairs or whatever. He had to work for that last stock. And we're going to be going into game number 3 here. QS feeling comfortable with Hattori, and TB going back to the legend that he won with originally.
I mean, it makes sense, and we're going back to even the stage where that happened. Shipwreck Part 2, let's go. Alright, TB starting off with the bow. QS trying to fight unarmed a little bit, gets a bomb throw to take the damage lead. And, I mean, he's got a sword right here. I feel like sword does pretty well against bow if you're neutral on the stage, just because of all the different option coverage that it has. But, I mean, TB is finding hit after hit, throws it into unarmed. He's taking the damage lead now.
And now he's looking for those side-sneak reads, finds that down air. QS struggling to play against this Axe, which he just played against in the previous matchup. But I guess Shipwreck Falls, maybe that's TB's map. Something to consider is that because TB won game 1, he kind of gets like the map advantage game 3, right? So being able to see that and the fact that they're playing on Shipwreck Falls here and finding that down air, TB is feeling really comfortable. And that Sarah KOs. QS can't even dodge to save his life there. That's it.
Wow, I mean, pretty quick KO, but it's really the lead that he created with it. You know, Azoth, as we've said, he's got pretty high defense, and he's only now being pushed into the orange. So QS has to find something started pretty quickly, because Hattori, not a lot of armor, gets shredded pretty quickly. Every single one of these axe hits means so much.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you're constantly getting hit by downline Sayers from Hattori, it doesn't really matter what legend that you're playing. TB goes very low to avoid that ground pound. Oh, the timing hits! That could be huge. He gets the offstage Sarah, puts him into the orange. QS has to dodge back on the stage. No recovery. TB, he goes for that end-sig read, but he doesn't pivot it, so he doesn't get the hit. And now, taking it back to the stage, dive kicks once again. We've seen TB use that down air to great accord all throughout the set. Whenever he's worried about possibly getting hit off stage, he just down airs, hits the stage, goes beneath it, and has an opportunity to reset and recover. And that Sarah, it still doesn't kill. TB still on his first stock. And he dive kicks back on the stage once again.
I really like that order of options that he used. You know, the dodge immediately, and then he went over the weapon toss, but knowing that he would get the air dodge back in time to dodge into the dive kick. Knowing those options is incredibly important, and I think that's really what saved his stock there, but it could not save him forever.
No, it could not, and oh no. That was unfortunate. QS, I think QS has Z'd there regardless of that ground pound, but QS essentially used all of his jumps, his dodge, his weapon toss, fell beneath the stage rather than touching it, tried to dodge back, and TB, well, he capitalized as that stock goes over to him, and now it's looking a lot like his game. Goes off stage,
oh my
gosh, down sig, jumps up for a nair. QS has got to be... He's got to be thinking hard after that stock that he just lost there, because that was the stock that he needed to be able to come back, and he's being sent to kill percent already on his final stock of winner's bracket.
I mean, he's finding everything that he needs right now, pushing TB towards the red, but he's got to be so careful. If he can get this kill here...
Ooh, he went for that mind read on the dodge in, but QS is not being able to get it. Oh, this there into explosive. QS kills him off the top, and now he's got an opportunity. If there is one legend that has got the opportunity for gimps and crazy combos, it is Hattori, right? Open up with something that's crazy, like a sidelight D-light Sarah and Spear, have that sword double D-light recoveries, show him those auto combos on those weapons to be able to maximize damage and get the KO. TB doesn't seem to care, hits him with the downlight. He wants to be able to end the stock and move on to winner's bracket. Oh, but there's one. Down air to recovery. That's so great. Downlight in a dare. He goes for that D-light reset. That's exactly what I'm talking about. QS, he's finding his momentum. He's got TB in orange.
Wow, and he continues pushing it. TB getting the side air. That's just enough.
Player 1 wins.
That Sarah gets the KO. QS was doing such a great job in that final stock, despite that awful second stock, too. He was able to bring TB so close to kill percent, but once he missed one sidelight, that was it. A Sarah connected TB takes the game and sends QS into the loser's bracket.
That was unfortunate to see. I love seeing comebacks, you know, especially when they look like they're going to happen. QS was so close to getting that one, but I don't know, TB, he's just got such good awareness, and I don't know, his axe is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, indeed. It's one of those things where TB has practiced Axe Legends and Spear Legends alike so much that he's able to play them very well. And when a matchup that was as unique as TB versus QS in the sense that they spar so much, it was very hard to be able to say exactly who was able to come out with that win. And that's what was so cool. The reason why the comeback potential was so high was because those players knew each other's playstyles so well. We saw that in game 1 and 2. People were able to take, the players were able to take each other's stocks without taking any damage in return, back and forth. It was never one-sided. So that's why even in the end there, when TB had a solid stock lead over QS, it was still down to the wire.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. You can tell how much they've practiced together just by how close each one of those matches was. And I know you touched on this, but the fact that they just switched between so many legends, and it didn't seem to make a difference for how close the match was or how it played out.
Absolutely
so
not.
I really love seeing that. You can always tell whenever there's like big rivalries between these players. And I know I've seen both of these players pop up in tournament. I don't know how often they've actually played against each other. We've got Aram versus Hermison coming up.
Yeah, so Aram is an interesting subject of a player when it comes to the EU scene. He has made great upsets, has great tournament results, and also terrible ones. It all depends on whether or not he's warmed up for that day. I remember there was the one week where he was like seeded in the top 3 for the GCEU Invitational, got knocked out in round 1, and then later on in that week, the EU 1v1 prize pool tournament, he takes, I believe he took second. Yeah, he did take second, knocking out Dobrain in loser's bracket, being able to get in that top 2 spot along with Nalakat. Lost out to Nalakat, who was able to win that tournament. But that's like the difference in this player, right? He's got an amazing Asuri and an amazing Azoth, 2 completely contrasting legends that I feel like brings him a long way, as he can play guitars and sword beautifully, as well as be devastating with the axe and the bow, which we just saw from TV. Hermes is on the other side. I've seen him participate in tournaments left and right, but other than that, I have not seen him get too far in tournament results, and he seems to be playing Bryn here in this first game.
Yeah, and I think with the Legend matchup, you know, Aram on Asuri and Hermesen on Bryn, it's really interesting to see which maps Aram's banning right now. He immediately took out King's Pass and Shipwreck.
Yeah, and that is odd. As
we've seen him do fantastic Qatar edge guards before, and he immediately removed that option from himself.
I suppose he just wants to be able to have those edge guards on certain maps he's more comfortable with. I feel like Aram is like a huge fan of Twilight Grove, as we see Hermesen banning that out. Doesn't even want to give him that opportunity. Thunderguard Stadium and Mammoth Fortress are left open, and the most standard pick, in my opinion, for Game 1, Mammoth Fortress is coming out here. As they agree to go towards it, and both players sporting a red color palette here as we're going to be going into Game 1.
3, 2,
all right, so both of these, you know, they're pretty speedy legends. They've got pretty well-rounded stats overall, Asuri leading a bit more to the dexterity, and Aram trying to put that to great use with an early unarmed string, but just a touch of damage.
Ooh, now Aram, opening with these guitars, is able to find a little bit of a string there. The down air ends it, however, and Hermesen stabilizes, picks up the spear, hits him with the tail end of that side light. 2 side lights in a row to Acer, taking the lead. Hermesen going in for that side sig to be able to confirm a lot more damage and even an early kill possibly, but does not KO, and now he's getting hit by side lights as he lands on the ground. 2 side lights in a row. That D-light Acer comes out from Hermesen. He's keeping it real close, and that ground pound just barely skims out on hitting Aram and putting him into kill percent.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Aram not really go very aggressively off the side. I think he might know something about this matchup against Hermesen, and he doesn't want to overextend off stage.
Absolutely. No, he sidelights into his side stick. Hermesen really great with these side stick placements, and he gets a recovery, stops the dive kick from Aram, and Aram, struggling to get back on stage, unarmed, is fighting against the likes of Hermesen's axe, and he's just getting knocked around. Aram finally picking up a sword, puts in a neutral light, but it just leaves him in position to get down aired, and Hermesen's got so many moves that are going to KO at this point.
Wow,
but that doesn't matter. D-Light Sarah on the platform off the side of the stage hits, and Hermesen uses everything at Aram. Oh no, he misses the ground pound, fails the jump, down heavies instead, and now he has to work even harder to be able to get this KO on what I consider was pretty lucky, as he was losing out on this first stock. But there's a jumping Sarah, pleasures that Sarah from Hermesen. Hermesen low and jumps, doesn't get the recovery. This is such an odd first stock for both players here. They are just missing the edge guards left and right.
Yeah, and I mean, we see it a lot because of Aram, you know, kind of hesitating just outside range, and I really like that, but the moment Hermesen catches onto that and starts just waiting a little bit longer before doing his attacks, like there, just covering the different dodge options with that recovery, finally gets the kill on Aram, and he's going to try and weapon starve. The horn's still staying out. Aram just answers back with a side air for the kill. That's how damaged Hermesen was. From the other side of the screen, Aram was able to knock him out.
Yeah, now the stocks are completely even here. Both players are playing along with their respective weapons. Aram mostly on guitars for this matchup, and Hermesen seemingly staying to the axe, but it's not working out. Some players would argue that axe is a more favorable weapon against guitars, but I feel like the matchup is incredibly skill-based as Hermesen tosses that aside, goes in for that sidelight. Weapon toss goes directly up to stop Aram from being able to go for any down airs, any falling neutral airs, and Hermesen takes a slight lead. No, it's actually pretty even.
Yeah, pretty even between the two legends. Hermesen rearming with the spear. I don't know. I don't know what else he can really get going against these guitars. Thankfully, Aram kind of tosses him away, and Hermesen's got a chance right now. Alright, it looks like Hermesen trying to get something going with the axe. He's been able to dodge out of Aram's guitar strings pretty well. I mean, after most neutral lights or down lights, we've seen him pick the right escape every time.
Yeah, and Hermesen going in for this recovery here is able to get that way back onto the stage, but Aram is still a decent amount ahead here, as he's only in the orange. He's got Hermerson in the red, picks up the sword, gets that nair. That's just how damaged Hermerson was to be able to get killed off from that nair off the top. And now Aram has got the lead in this game one. Hermerson playing with the spike ball, gets the hit, but no recovery follow-up. He's dancing back and forth, trying to fake Aram out as he's tossing the spike ball down and up, no other direction. Finally, it gets off the stage, but that was pretty scary for Aram there.
Oh yeah, I mean, each of those spike balls, when they're charged up, they're going to be doing around like 25 damage, pretty significant. And once you start getting pretty damaged as Aram is, any of them could be a knockout.
And as we saw him toss aside that second spike ball, Aram managed to avoid certain death from that gadget, but now Hermerson landing with that down air is trying to find a second down air, just trying to get this KO. That Sarah was inches away from taking Aram out. That Sarah, however, does connect, and now Aram struggling to recover, actually makes it back, avoids the recovery, and he catches the landing on Hermerson. Sideline and neutral, second sideline goes to that down air, but it's just a little too far away. Hermerson gets the recovery on the way back, but he's in the orange. He can't get this KO. Downsing reaches the dodge in, and that's it for Aram stock.
Wow, so stocks are even up, but Hermerson does have a bit of a mountain to climb still, especially with how much damage Aram's been able to put on so quickly. We've seen time and time again each stock.
Sideline downlight came out, however. Weapon toss, no falling there, and that gives Aram a free neutral light punish, and that dive kick, very easy for Aram to read there as he dodges back, is able to get that damage, but oh, Hermerson putting on the spear Sares. Aram almost in the orange, that falling nair will do it. He's looking like he's trying to make this even. Aram, afraid to approach here, puts out a side sig, short ranged, and gets that recovery. Nearly kills Hermerson off the top. That was a full recovery, that was all the damage, but these down throws into neutral airs are working out, and that recovery drops. Aram doesn't have the KO just yet. Hermerson has the opportunity to take game one here. This is very close.
Insanely close. Both characters as red as their color palettes. I mean, any next hit could knock out.
Ooh, that falling down air eclipse. That Sarah on the platform was dangerous close. Aram not even risking jumping up. If he jumps up into an X there, that could be it. That Sarah. Oh, Hermerson just barely got saved by the ledge there. Oh no, he forgot what. I think he forgot which weapon was his. That had to have been it.
Wow.
He just fell into. Oh.
I know, that was pretty heartbreaking. I always want to see those happen, but we'll be rolling right into game two. We see a legend change coming out from Aram.
And this makes a little bit of sense to me. It's the best of both worlds, in my opinion, between his two characters. He's got Azoth, and he's got Asuri. And then you mix the two, and what do you have? You have Ember. You got the bow from Azoth, and you got the guitars from Asuri. It's like a legend that he's been practicing, that he's been picking up, and picking this against Hermerson here as a mix-up, especially after how much he struggled with Asuri, makes sense to me. It was a great thing that he was able to get that first game, but that was a very close match, and I don't think he's going to underestimate Hermerson anymore.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting, the three maps that are left here. I'm expecting Aram to go for, Shipwreck. Because we had King's Pass and Shipwreck both left, and with Aram now playing bow and guitars, that lends itself very well to that weapon loadout. So I'm not at all surprised to see the Edgeguard heavy map, Shipwreck Falls, coming out for Aram's pick here.
And I would be worried about Aram's pick, considering that it's Ember, 3 defense legend against Axe, but the thing is that Hermerson's falling Sares have really not been hitting too much. That is the big problem. Hermerson's found a lot of down airs, a lot of damage on stage, but when it comes to those KO moves, he hasn't found them too much. But if he does get that one, every so often Sarah, it's more likely to kill than it was Asuri, as Ember's got even lower defense. But we already see him not having any problem putting on the damage with these guitars here, as he goes for that down air, and oh no, Hermerson's out of recovery, he only has a dodge. Weapon toss was so necessary there.
The clutch save, just giving himself that coverage, and he's able to rearm with that axe. But, I don't know, Aram's not giving him a moment to breathe.
Ooh, I like that follow-up from Hermerson. He found that side, he jumped up, waited for Aram's dodge, expected him to go in, and toss the axe downwards for a little bit more follow-up. Wasn't able to get it, but did get punished. That sidelight D-light will put even more damage on.
Alright, I mean, he got the neutral light off Katars. That's just about the only punish I guess he could get in time. But that, you gotta recognize that's a missed kill opportunity.
Absolutely, and Aram just trying to do the best that he could with it. Oh, that was a great edge guard there. So he waits out Hermerson because he's going to see if he's going to jump or recover. And he waited out the entire duration of the axe recovery. Didn't get a little too hasty, didn't jump into it, and then threw out the guitar Sarah to be able to get the KO and just sent Hermerson flying to his death. And they sent out from Hermerson gives Aram a free recovery punish. He tried to extend it with a gravity castle downlight. Very creative. Doesn't work out, and he gets punished by a ground pound instead.
Wow, just dodging in case that axe down air reached in time, and then he just managed to get back on stage with the downlight.
Like side six are coming out. Aram, hits him with a side six.
Wow.
Oh, that's a 2-stock lead. This match went from being close to being heavily in Aram's favor here, as Hermison's just trying too hard for that KO, and that whole 3 defense thing that I was talking about doesn't seem to be mattering. Instead, Aram's high-speed dex and damage is just coming out and taking this match away.
Yeah, and I mean, this is really the thing that we see from Aram constantly. Once he plays someone a couple times, he's got an insanely good notion of their dodges, their dodge patterns, their tendencies. Because we've seen it with the guitar, we've seen it with the bows now. He just kind of does an attack, and then he waits. There will be the dodge, and he gets a really significant punish, and that's where a lot of his damage lead comes from every single time.
Yeah, Hermison gets hit with that bomb on the way back too. It was kind of cool to be able to see him juggling those axes as a recent change in the past 2 or 3 weeks came into where weapons no longer linger on the ground as much as they did in the past. So it's hard to keep 2 weapons juggling like that, but he was able to do it for a little bit.
Yep.
Aram doesn't seem to care as he stares him to death, and recovery comes out as well. Hermison out of tosses his weapon down to stop the gravity cancel haymaker from coming up, and Aram punches him in the face, confirms the game. 2 stocks, 2-0. Aram goes from struggling in game 1 to dominating in game 2 and looking like that top 3 placement player that we are so used to seeing.
Yeah, I really like seeing the guitars and high movement speed coming out from him. He's so good with that. We saw it just in the previous EU 1v1 tournament. I think that's kind of what carried him through most of it, is just his proficiency with those guitars, ability to rack up damage, read dodges, and I mean, he'll build a ton of damage on the opponent before knocking them out, but it happens so quickly that it doesn't really feel like he's giving up many opportunities for kills.
Right, and the cool thing about Aram as well, I think, is that I feel like his weapons are based off of his opponent's playstyles, right? We did not see too much bow coming out in this match against Hermison because of how comfortable he was with the guitars against that player. But if we saw him play against other players in the past, you'll see that there are certain matchups where he uses almost entirely the bow, almost entirely the guitars, or the sword, depending on the character that he's playing. Azoth entirely the axe. Like, he's got these ideas of like, well, I'm playing against this player or this legend, this is what I like to use, and this is the playstyle that I'm going to incorporate. And that just shows how seasoned of a competitive player that he really is.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, speaking of seasoned competitors, we've got Logic coming in to this next game. We've seen him a ton throughout tournaments for a long time now, and he's going to be going up against Absolute's Ice Pingu.
Yeah, Logic is a constant top 3, top 5 placement tournament participant. He's always sporting Sir Roland. I have seen him on very few other things. I think the only other thing that I saw him on was like in a non-money tournament on Wushang, like once. Other than that, he has only played Roland, always uses that blue color palette on the Knight skin, and he's going to be fighting against Ice Pingu's Orion. He has made upsets before. He's given Titans like Dobrain a very hard time when it comes to winners finals, and he's constantly trying to be able to fight for the top. Definitely a great player. He struggles the most against Nalakat, but Nalakat is not here today, so I actually think that Logic, in a sense, is kind of like a tournament threat.
Oh my gosh, that's pretty insane that Nalakat is not here today, because he was the one who won the previous EU 1v1 tournament.
Yeah,
so,
unfortunately, he knows for sure he won't be able to make it to PCX, so he's not even going to try to win the plane ticket.
Oh, wow.
That is the news coming out from Nalakat. So unfortunately, we can't see him here today, but still a great EU player nonetheless. We're going to be going into game 1 here. Double Lance, another Orion. Ice Pingu, part of Absolute. I don't see him in tournaments too much, but I definitely see him participating in Brawlhalla chat streams, or stream chats all the time.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, just going back to that double lance thing, you said that EU had a ton more lances than the NA regions or pretty much any of the other regions. And it's definitely showing in the legend picks here today.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to an EU winners quarters, most likely you're going to see like a Scarlet. You're going to see Logic, who's on Roland, and then maybe a few other Lance mains that are just a little bit odd that you're not used to seeing. It's something that we have all the time in the European scene, and this is no different as Logic takes the lead here against Ice Pingu, gets that D-Light Sarah for the confirmed KO. Logic, however, a fan of the sword and the lance, is able to get the KO and immediately diffuses the mine. Very smart, as that mine is comeback potential for Ice Pingu.
Yeah, now let's see what he can get this sword against the lance here. Wow, Ice Pingu immediately going for the spear. How do you feel against the spear sword matchup?
It is odd. It's very, I mean, when it comes to the weapons in regards to what they can do, very similar to the fact that they've got like those D-Light Stairs. And I think it's interesting in the sense that Spear kind of functions as a weapon that outranges Sword and is able to keep it out if he's able to maintain that range differential. But if Logic's able to say chase dodge in, pivot it down light, it's over for the Spear user, right? It could just become explosive. But Ice Pingu showing that that's not the case here, as the Spear really carried him on that first stock. Only on the second stock now in the orange. It's not over for him as he finds that sideline D-Light Stairs. So much damage coming up from that Spear auto combo.
Yeah, I mean, those big combos are really going to carry him a good distance, especially against Sir Roland. Tons of armor, so you want to make every hit count as much as possible, which he is definitely doing here.
Ooh, but Logic doesn't seem to care. Gets a nice silent and recovery. Charges the recovery for a read. Ice Pingu dive kicks down. And he doesn't realize that Logic can react. Puts out that ground pound, but a nice, smart down air recovery. I love how much of that we're seeing today. We're not seeing players get caught up by weapon tosses, by ground pounds. They know that if they down air into the stage unarmed, they get their jumps back because they'll slide past it. But it doesn't matter. Logic gets the edge guard anyways, follows Ice Pingu to the center of the map and hits him with that sword in air, kills him off the top, and maintains the same lead that he had on stock number 1.
Yeah, so Ice Pingu, again, he's got to find something. He gets a nice down signature there, ton of damage onto Logic. It wasn't enough to kill yet, so he's going to be looking for some of these kill moves. I'm not surprised if we're going to see those ground pounds, maybe some more signatures. Side air is always a good option.
Yeah, D-Light Stare hits for quite a while, especially against Roland with that high defense, so even though it doesn't kill early, it's confirmed more often. And now, Ice Pingu chase dodging with a sidelight off stage, gets hit by that Nair from Logic, and falling Sarah still doesn't do it. Logic doing his best to be able to hold on to the stock here. Line goes down, covers the weapon. He gets that recovery, and any amount of damage that Logic gets here counts. He gets hit by that Spear down air, but that down air is not going to KO Na on stage, and that Nair stops the ground pound. Sarah finally does it, and we're seeing an identical situation to stock number 2 here. Ice Pingu evens things up only in mid-orange.
Wow, yeah, this is going to be very rough for him. Logic rearms with that lance. And there it is again, the Spear combo. That's exactly what he's needed every
and
time.
Another D-Light Stare. He goes for that neutral light, but he doesn't space correctly, and Logic gets a free end light punish. But yeah, those Spear combos, to be able to land those as consistently as Pingu is landing them in this matchup is such a great boon, because that's a lot of damage, and it just feels good to know that you're seeing yourself be able to have control over your opponent for that long, carrying them across the map. But he's not doing it right now, as he's found himself disarmed, and picking up this lance, he doesn't have quite as few auto combos as he does on the Spear, but still fighting that Stare. He's even things up, down Sigs out of the way of Logic's down Sig. Weapon toss comes out, Logic repositions with the recovery, but that Stare hits.
Ooh, is this going to be enough? Again, the lance, a very easy weapon to edgeguard against, and there it is.
But the way that edge guard was performed was very impressive. All right.
Yeah.
I really love being able to see players do that in the sense that you have a chase dodge, right, which you can get off of hitting your opponent or moving a certain speed. And Logic activated that chase dodge forward, and canceled it out into a weapon throw, which makes the velocity, like the trajectory, how fast that weapon throws is incredibly sped up because of that chase dodge.
Yeah, I mean, anything that you throw inherits your momentum. That's why we see all these players, you know, they run forward a little bit, they might toss their weapons straight up, and it goes in like that really nice parabola, that nice arc for different kinds of setups, great for edge guarding. If you don't want to go right up to the edge, you can kind of lob them over from a little bit behind. But inheriting that momentum also adds to its force and damage. So, I mean, we saw it right there, just sniping him out of the lance side air. He didn't even have to wait for the lance to do its recovery as you usually do to try and edgeguard it.
Nope. And you could definitely see that Ice Pingu was still thinking about how to recover there as he got hit by that weapon, not expecting that chase dodge to come out, didn't even dodge through it. And we're going to be going into game number 2 here. No legend switches for the first time in a while, as I believe we're seeing 2 players who are very dedicated to their mains.
Yeah, and I mean, that's always really nice to see. I do kind of like having pocket picks for when certain things don't really go as planned, but I feel like the legend picks didn't matter as much in that match because it was relatively close, and it was just a certain key moments where Logic was able to just kind of hold the pressure, and it was really just the armor that came into play.
Yeah. A lot of Sair deaths were avoided because of Logic's inherent armor, right, from Sir Roland. Having that 8 defense is such a huge deal. Oh, no, a Dare Nair comes out. Not a Dare recovery, but damage nonetheless. And he finds that neutral air as well. Dodges in, Ice Pingu, reading it with a nice neutral air, tosses his spear downwards, but doesn't get the KO, or doesn't get the hit. And Logic is just finding these Nairs as punishes. Ground pound comes out. He gets down aired a few times from Ice Pingu, but other than that, he's finding all these Sairs, and Pingu is out of a recovery. Logic misses the edge guard, but he finds another Sair regardless, and that disarms him. No chase dodge, weapon toss this time, but a ground pound regardless gets the KO. Logic, 30-second stock.
Yeah, that was insanely fast, and he didn't even take much damage himself, so he's sitting in a very good position to pretty much close out this set, but let's see what Ice Pingu can do to answer back.
That gravity cancel neutral like read coming up from Logic into that recovery. Logic is running away with this game. Silent in the down air tries to go for a Sair follow-up. Signature does not KO or connect, but Ice Pingu finds that neutral sig. The horse comes out, but that's not enough damage to get the kill yet. Logic has got the damage lead on a stock lead here, and he's looking to make it look a lot like that game one or that game two that Aram had in the previous match that we just watched. It's cool. All these tournament placing players are playing against people that I don't really recognize that much, struggling in game one, and then you're just seeing why they're so successful in tournaments as we go into game two and they know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, it's that adjustment. They're able to look at the opponent's play style, remember what kind of happened throughout the game, and then just be like, all right, I think I've got the answer figured out for those situations. I know what they like to do, and he shows us that by landing that side signature.
That was a perfect example of exactly what you were talking about, right? Ice Pingu loves to go for those ground pound KOs, but he's got his opponent kill percent. Logic literally was like, all right, he's throwing up the ground pound here. I'm going to sit here, charge his signature, get him with a nice lance hit off the top of the map, and confirm a 2-stock lead as he finds that neutral on the landing, and now he's jumping with the Sairs. This is going to be a 3-stock. Ice Pingu, he can't even find the downlights. Logic puts out the end signal. Ice Pingu does not dodge into it, and the ground pound, it still does a KO. 8 defense, so powerful here for Logic's Roland.
Yeah, I mean, he's been putting on a clinic for the Lance. Ice Pingu finally able to take that first stock, but, I mean, 2 stocks and then into the yellow, pretty much all from Lance. Logic knows that weapon inside and out.
Yes, he does, and he now knows this matchup as well. As he does get hit by that spear auto combo, but that's going to take it's going to take a little bit more than that to be able to put Logic in the kill percentage. We saw that first stock was a huge struggle for Pingu, and now ground pound comes out, leads to a Sair, tries to go in for that end sig, and just immediately turns around. D-Light,
wow.
Sairs, charges an end sig up, just sends Pingu flying, hit him with that baseball bat, and he's trying to get this KO, knock him out of here into the loser's bracket. Pingu finds a D-Light Sair, but that's Logic only in the orange, and oh, look at that! He's like, all right, you're going to D-Light, you're going to do it again. Gravity cancel D-Light Sair punish comes out from Logic. It says that spear downlight isn't as powerful as you think, and the bomb forces Pingu to kill himself.
Wow, I mean, he was stuck between a rock and an explosive place, just because if he went to that wall, high chance that, you know, Logic just waiting there with the bomb toss would be able to either throw it straight down or against the wall as he did for whichever dodge option he went for, and I don't know, that's about it.
I really, really want to highlight the significance of that the punishes that Logic was bringing out there, right?
Yes.
The ground pound punishes with the spear signatures, as well as the gravity cancel downlight Sair to punish the spear downlight, right? If you get hit by a spear downlight, normally you want to avoid that move, but instead he positions himself in a way to stop it. Caught it in the middle of the air and sent him off stage to be able to get that that confirmed KO. A really big deal, and just it shows how great of a player Logic is. But regardless of that match aside, we have our next match ready to go, and some interesting things are going to be showing up here, right? We've got Addy Mystic from Reason, the clan that Marshall is now the leader of, that we saw on stream earlier on, against Weak Sauce. Now, I have no idea who Weak Sauce is or how he plays, but I'm getting word that Weak Sauce actually knocked out Q4R, the person who did a 2-0 upset on Daiku in the last EU 1v1 tournament. He knocked out Q4R. Q4R is now in the loser's bracket, and he is here to fight against Addy Mystic.
Oh my gosh. That's insane. I mean, I feel like I've seen the name somewhere before, and I'm really glad to see him kind of performing in tournament like this. I mean, all the way up against Addy Mystic. This is round 3 of winners in the bracket. This is going to be pretty interesting. I absolutely love Lucian. He's one of my personal favorite characters, just because of the style, the way that he looks, the highwayman feel. But, you know, Wu Shang, he's been shown to have some very powerful strings if you can get them going, and Addy Mystic is one of those players who definitely puts in the time to practice.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool. I really like that there are kind of 2 EU players right now that have really picked up Wu Shang. Addy Mystic is one of them. He's been practicing gauntlets constantly on the rank ladder, and even in tournaments he's entering, money or free, regardless, he's been playing that character to great accord, and he's been trying to show that Wu Shang is a great legend, and he's going to try his best to be able to succeed with that legend in today's tournament. He used to be a sword user. I used to see him on Jala all the time, Bodvar as well. Now it's only been Wu Shang.
Yeah, and I mean, that Wu Shang, like, Great Hall definitely gives you a lot of ground space to be able to use these strings, especially since, you know, now platforms don't act as kind of a bit of coverage. I would have said this would be a really rough choice for Lucian, you know, with the guitars previously kind of stopping on those, but now that you can just dive straight through them, I don't know, I kind of like this map.
Yeah, and that's a really good thing that you just brought up there, was that down air thing with the platforms. Before, a lot of players would accidentally land on platforms, ledge cancel, whatever have you, but now that they've got the option to be able to move through that platform or land on it, it's going to show who really has been practicing to use that mechanic to the best of their ability. And we see Addy Mystic already taking the lead here against Weak Sauce. He's put out these down sigs. Jumping Sair punishes Weak Sauce for being able to throw it. That's taking another Sair, falling, sends him flying to his death.
I absolutely love those falling Sairs from the gauntlets because, you know, what are the main threats that you usually watch out for? The neutral air and the ground pound. Everyone's looking for those more vertical options. So you can actually catch people off guard with that immediate side air because they're not really looking for it. They're like, all right, I'm off to the side, I'm pretty safe, but no.
Ooh, and that on-stage gauntlet ground pound coming out. Addy Mystic is hunting his opponent down with these Sairs and ground pounds. Tries to go for that pivot down lane, but Weak Sauce just dodges in place, and Addy Mystic gets hit by that side lane, but it avoids that kill from the down sig. Weak Sauce trying to KO his opponent, instead finding himself getting Saired and dodging through that ground pound, makes it back, but Addy Mystic, it's looked like he's in control of this entire game as he slide charges off with the down sig, tries to go in for a down light, tosses his gauntlets away, gets hit by that down sig, that kills. Weak Sauce gets the KO.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about that down signature from Lucian's guns. It lingers for a good amount of time. It moves him backwards. It's a pretty great move if you're feeling very pressured and you need a moment to breathe. It can create that separation and kill pretty well.
Ooh, gets a nice ground pound read. 2 ground pound reads. Weak Sauce dodges forward, gets the Sair. Wow, this match is completely turned around as Weak Sauce went for a series of narratives. No, the chase dodge, ground pound, Addy Mystic. He neutralized chase dodge, ground pound read that Weak Sauce was going low for the recovery and got the KO super early.
Wow. I mean, he got that KO and then immediately led it into an unarmed string. So he's already building this lead, and that's what you like to see before your opponent can kind of reconcile what just happened to them and reset, take a breath. Just get right back in there, don't give them a moment to breathe, and he doesn't!
What?
Another ground pound!
He couldn't even jump. You couldn't even finish explaining what happened to the previous stock. It was so fast. That Sair, the ground pound combo coming out from Addy Mystic, that's such a cool string. I rarely see that happen with Gauntlet users in the sense that he is Sairing people, and instead of jumping or going back to the stage, he just follows them off the stage where he Saired them and uses that ground pound, and that punishes the heck out of players who love to go low for their recoveries. In this sense, right, it's often said that if you jump immediately, you're going to get punished by a Sair, right? A lot of players, I feel like, are conditioned by the sense that if they get knocked off stage, if they jump immediately, they're going to get hit by a gun Sair, an axe Sair, what have you. But Addy Mystic is taking advantage of that kind of meta response to getting hit by a Sair off stage and just going for that punish for them dropping low. And it worked out beautifully twice in a row. That was 2 stocks in like 30 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely insane. So we see an immediate switch coming out from Weak Sauce. He's going for Brawlhalla, a little bit more defense on there. I really don't blame him. And I think the weapon change was also in order, because it didn't feel like he was able to get too much done with the guitars. So
and
going
the guns
for
were
the
only thing that was
guns.
able to really even things up for him.
Right.
A little different for the guns on Brawlhalla, however, as because of his dexterity and how low it is. Even though it's only 1 point lower than Lucian, I think it makes certain things not confirmed, like down air Sair coming out from the guns. So he's got a few less options in regards to confirmed damage, but he still has the weapon nonetheless. And now putting out some Sairs, gets that ground pound read. He's found so many onstage ground pounds, and that Sair actually reads Addy Mystic, greeting for the weapon, and Sig nearly connects. That would have been Addy Mystic's stock. Side light and the D light misses. Second attempt does not connect either. That side light having a little bit too much force now to be able to lead up into anything confirmed. And oh no, the ground pound hits him out of that GC neutral sig, but he makes it back. Oh, these ground pounds are so devastating. Oh my God, the shenanigans zone working the great accord for Addy Mystic. He turned that first stock on its head.
I mean, he showed that not only can he do gauntlet ground pounds, he's great with any kind of ground pound, immediately switching from the weapon throw into the unarmed. That was a fantastic turnaround, because I think that was one of the first times we've seen Weak Sauce have the advantage in the match, but Addy Mystic wasn't going to let him have it for long.
And Weak Sauce showing that he has the ground pounds as well as he leads that jumping Sair. He's kind of figured out the matchup now. He's realizing, wait a second, and against Addy Mystic's Wu Shang, I need to jump. I need to jump as much as possible after I get hit, because he's just trying to go for these falling reads. Ground pounds, downers, side sig. And as I'm saying that, now that Weak Sauce is jumping, Addy Mystic is punishing. He's like, all right, you're going to jump after I Sair you? Let me hit you with a side sig. I'm going to stay in the same place. I'm not going to chase you off stage anymore. He's got the mix if he's able to react to all the changes, and that ground pound just barely missing forces Weak Sauce Weaksoss to recover on the side of the map. Nice Sarah to neutralite, however, and he goes for that ground pound read once again. Weaksoss has such great reads when it comes to these dodges from Mystic. That ground pound almost hit as well. Nair connects. This is looking so close all of a sudden.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what we were talking about before. For these top players, it's really about these reads and the quick adjustments, and we're seeing it on both ends here.
Oh! Such patience coming out from Weaksoss here. That chase dodge weapon toss. We're seeing it again. A lot of these players in EU seem to love it because that just stopped Weaksoss in his tracks. There's no way you're going to be able to make it back from that with no jumps and a dodge. That was it for him, and Mystic now takes the lead.
All right, so he's got a chance here to build quite a bit of lead. We saw him do that very quickly while I was still talking last match. This one, it seems like Weaksoss is taking that moment to catch his breath after the stock kill, and he's kind of searching for a weapon. We've got a couple bombs spawning in. He hasn't been able to land any of them. He gets that ground pound down the center channel, but again, on stage, these ground pounds, Weaksoss is amazing with them.
I'm not sure what it is. He puts out that side stick. Mystic's like, all right, I'll wait that up. But the recovery catches him out of his recovery. Weaksoss evens that up. He took one side light. That's all the damage that he took. And on Barasa, that's a big deal. And with all these ground pounds and neutralites coming out from Weaksoss, I'm kind of worried for Mystic's game 2 here. Sidelight Sarah connects. Weaksoss does not space that sidelight, but look, these onstage ground pounds. It hits again. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for it once more on this weapon. He goes for the down air. Honestly, I think he should have gone for a ground pound because now he's getting hit by all of Mystic's moves.
I mean, we've seen him go for a lot of those ground pounds. He's gotten them, and he even gets the dodge read, but he hasn't really converted the dodge read into much recently. So I'd like to see him kind of find that option. I think that's what could seriously turn this around right now.
Oh no, Mystic hits his head. Weaksoss went for that ground pound KO. Mystic is taking—
Oh no!
Weaksoss, no! That was so sad to see.
Wow, he jumped into it. You know, if he had jumped the other way, the Gauntlet's ground pound, you can fade really heavily to the forward direction. However, when you start pulling it towards the back, you know, it can only fade so much. It's very shallow. So I feel like if he jumped in that other direction towards the stage, if he looked and recognized which way Mystic was facing, he could have been able to get around and possibly even turn it around with how great he's been with those gun ground pounds.
Right. And another thing, I really like what you said about the fact that the gauntlets can move forward fairly quickly, but not backwards, right? So if he turns around and then jumps, even turns around for a little bit, not immediately jumping, he'll be able to get out of harm's way of those ground pounds and of that gauntlet ground pound, and then, like you said, punish with the gun ground pound that he's been so great with. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to do that, which is so sad because Weaksoss, Mystic asked him in the in-game chat, for anybody that did not see, is this your first time on stream? And he said, yes, I have not seen him in tournament play for a very long time. EU players recognize him on the 1v1 ranked ladder, but other than that, he has not played in a lot of tournaments. So being able to come out here and do as well as he did in Winners Round 3, I wouldn't be surprised to see him making a showing in the top 8 and losers quarters if he's able to continue playing as well as he did in that game 1, because he did very well there against Mystic, who was a player who's given Titans like Dobrain a huge issue as he's played in tournaments constantly.
Yeah, and I mean, I know we were talking about it before. Nerves definitely come into play during tournament, especially when it's a stream tournament and you have this large of an audience watching. You know, it puts a little bit of added pressure on. And if you're not used to that, it can definitely wear away at you and your play. But for him to play that well for his first time being on stream during a tournament, I mean, that bodes well for him.
And not to mention that he was playing incredibly well, and Mystic was playing incredibly unorthodox. There are very few Gauntlet mains in the world at this point. It's still a relatively new weapon, only 2 characters with it. Wushang only recently released. Not many people have picked it up. Not a lot of people liked Core. I saw him a few times in the first 2 weeks, but when it comes to competitive play, gauntlets are just not a comfortable weapon for a lot of people. So the fact that Mystic has been practicing that much and is able to bring out so many mix-ups as we saw in those first 2 games, it's going to be really interesting to see whether or not he could take advantage of that unknowledgeable matchup.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. Just because whenever these weapons first come out, and there's only a few characters, you know, it's not going to line up exactly with what you're comfortable with. So I can only count a few dedicated hammer mains. So that's probably what led to Core being a little bit of a non-choice pick, especially for the kind of stats that he led to. You know, a lot of people don't like playing hammer with that kind of stat spread. You know, they want a little bit more dexterity out of it, maybe a little bit more speed. And that's why we see kind of maybe the mid-range or like Cassidy if you're going for hammer, just because of the high dexterity, allowing different strings, a little less punishable, because it is one of the slower weapons in the game, but incredibly strong.
Right, and then as well, you have the guns on Cassidy, which a lot of players are just incredibly comfortable with, and competitive is known as a very strong weapon. But regardless of that last match, we seem to be following Addy Mestic through the winners bracket here, as we are now officially in winners quarters. The matchups that we're going to be seeing today, the first one is going to be Addy Mestic versus Cake. We've also got Logic, who just made it into winners quarters, or lands from Reason, and then Daiku versus Multimum as well as a confirmed matchup. So looking forward to those as we move on. But regardless, we're going into this first game. So Cake, somebody I mentioned a little bit earlier, when we saw some other Absolute team members. I've seen some Absolute team members that I don't normally see make it that far in the winners bracket. And as a result, I mean, the same things that I usually see are happening. As the only Absolute member that's really shown up today is Cake. And Cake is an excellent spear user. Queen 9 main, from as long as I know him. Bryn is a secondary, which he's bringing out in this game 1. Is going to be fighting. Used to be part of Frost, is now a part of Absolute, as Frost has been sponsored by said organization. And Addy Mestic on Reason is going to be continuing with that Wushang. Opens with the spear. We're going to see Spear Dittos and Gauntlets versus Axe.
Wow, this is really interesting because I don't know, I feel like the Axe is a really good pick against Gauntlets. You know, we see Axe do really well against guitars usually, and Gauntlets kind of have the same gameplay weaknesses as guitars, just that short range, but they are quick attacks, and since the Axe covers so much space, I feel like he's going to have the advantage in that matchup, but it looks like he might not even need it, because as you said, he's a spear main, and he's brought Addy Mestic into the red while taking not too much damage. Oh no!
No! That was so huge. He was only in the orange from that bomb hit.
Wow. What a snipe. You know, Twilight Grove, since it does have that island on the right-hand side, the blast zone isn't that far away. So you can get sent off there pretty easily, and the bomb toss was just sniped at the perfect time, but Cake is going to answer right back with a stock, and we've got just about an even game, spear versus spear.
Yeah, that was a really good thing for Cake to be able to do, right? He got hit by that bomb, essentially his stock was robbed from him, and he was like, you know what, I'm not going to let that get to me. I have the Axe, it's got a great recovery, I'm going to KO off the top of that side, like it's stopped by that side stick from Addy Mestic. He jumps with that Sarah, tries to read the recovery, and Addy Mestic's like, I'm going to take advantage of that lead that I got. Sidelight, D-Light, Sarah connects, Cake goes for a bomb trade himself, but Addy Mestic has nothing to do with it as he gets a nice chase dodge in Sarah. Recovery connects as well. Addy Mestic looking to continue taking the stock lead as Cake picks up the spear.
Yeah, I wonder if this is going to be something similar to what we saw in the previous match for Addy Mestic, and there it is. He started with a little bit behind the 8-ball, I'll say. You know, he didn't really have the damage lead, but then as the stocks went, he was able to turn it around, and now it's 2 stocks to 1, and, you know, he's not even red yet.
Yeah, he gets hit by that recovery and it was dangerously close to being able to knock him out, but Addy Mestic, he's finding the damage. Dare connects, waits out the downlights, tries to put out a side sig, and he falls into a down sig. Doesn't kill just yet, but Cake going for that recovery, gets that recovery on the Gauntlet ground pound, timing it just right to not get hit by that ground pound, and instead just gets sidelight in the nair. That's not a true combo. Cake doesn't dodge it, and he gets hit by the neutral on the way back up. Cake showing his inexperience with the gauntlets is true, as the down sig almost connects, instead gets punched by the ground pound. He's got an opportunity to take this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be kind of rough, though, just because he's so damaged already, and Addy Mestic, we've seen him be able to convert random hits, almost seemingly random hits, into significant strings, off stage, into kills.
Bomb goes straight up, bounces on the platform, immediately deactivates, and Addy Mestic sends it off the stage. And yes, you are right about that. Ooh, goes in for that nair. Trying to get a little bit more damage on the Cake before he gets this KO confirmed. But Cake hitting it with nairs, hitting with dares, puts him into the orange. He's now got the spear, his weapon of choice. He gets hit by that neutral light, and that sends him flying very far off the stage of the recovery read on the jump. Addy Mestic taking game 1, showing that the bomb kill did help, but was not everything when it came to that game 1.
Yeah, I really like seeing going for that uppercut for that final kill, because, you know, what we saw him do in the previous set against Weak Sauce and the early stocks of this previous match was going for those low recoveries. He's kind of expecting them to drop down, and so he'll catch them with the ground pound or the side air, but Cake went up every time. He went for the high recovery, and Addy finally caught on to that. He did that quick adjustment and knew he was going up that way, and that was just such a nice, easy recovery to just pick up for the kill.
And that adjustment happened mid-game, too, forcing Cake to go over to what I consider his main, Queen Nai, as something that I really want to highlight for Eddie Mystic, right? At first, you know, it could be said that Eddie Mystic just likes to go for a lot of chase dodge ground pounds, but what we're realizing here is that Eddie Mystic takes careful note of how his opponent recovers and then makes the adjustment in the middle of the game to be able to confirm the win. That is a huge deal, as he's going to notice whether or not his opponent has the tendencies to recover up, recover low, or go for mix-ups, and then he changes his playstyle around that. But we're seeing here Cake taking a strong lead like he did in game 1 on the spear, only now it's kind of crazy because I feel like Katar's a little bit stronger for him than Axe.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself, he was a Queen Nai main for so long, so this has to feel like going home. And we'll see if he can get it turned into anything, but right now it's not looking great as he's about to get edge-guarded here. He does get just back on stage, but I don't know, he's given up a lot of his damage lead.
Yeah, and that all happened because he gave up the spear. Like, the damage, I'm very confused as to why he tossed it away, because he was not disarmed. And now he's picking up the spear once again, and we're seeing him find the damage. That's the weapon he's to play with. What? The ground pound sends him flying straight up.
Yeah, so that ground pound, the first frame that it starts, it's a central hitbox when it starts spinning with the hand there, and it will either knock straight up or straight down, depending on where you are in relation to the opponent. If they're above you, it's going to knock straight up. If they're below you, it's going to knock straight down. So you can see some instances like that, and it was just really interesting to see, because I don't think a sideways knock of the later frames would have done it there.
No, it would not. So either Cake is a god at spear, or really lucky. Either way, I'm sure he's fine with the result of that ground pound.
Oh yeah.
As he hits it with a nice sideline stare, sends Eddie Mystic off stage, and that recovery, it just stops the gauntlet ground pound. He knows those ground pound hitboxes, as we see him stopping another one with a nair. Ensig forces Eddie Mystic to dodge out of the way. He doesn't get that recovery KO, the Ensig hits. That nearly comes out. Cake looking to take a 2-stock lead here.
Wow, goes for the mind trade, but this puts him in a really tough situation. He's managed to get back. Eddie Mystic not really punishing it too hard.
Oh, and the Sair, it connects, and Cake, he ends up getting paid for that bomb trade there, as he is heavily damaged on Queen Nai, but he doesn't care. He's got a 2-stock lead, and any damage he gets with these guitars, these spears, anything. Oh, Nair into Valkyrie, into recovery from the spear here from Eddie Mystic.
Oh my god.
The sideline Sair from Cake. Cake, what? D-line Sair into the island. He even tries a combo to a down air. Cake is absolutely insane on this map.
Wow, so Cake had baked a triple layer lead into that. Eddie Mystic going into the orange. He's still got 2 stocks, and I don't really see how Eddie Mystic can bring this one back in an easy way.
It's going to take a lot of gauntlet ground pounds. That is my opinion. On stage, off stage, you just got to jump and ground pound him constantly. Like, we see one there, there's this Sair. Oh, Addy, that was it. You didn't have your jumps. That was dangerous. Luckily, Gauntlet Sair functions a lot like Lance Sair in the sense that you could use it for distance, and it kind of carries you out through your jump. Nice sidelight in the Nair comes out, waits out the dodge. Another sidelight in the Nair. Sair, Eddie Mystic, making this comeback suddenly look possible, and then he does that.
Oh wow, he almost manages to snipe it out there, but Cake letting go of that slide charge down heavy, just breakdancing him right before that Gauntlet neutral air could come out.
Yeah, that did actually happen. And in fact, if the breakdance had come up, now that I think about it, you're right. Eddie Mystic was dead for sure, but that Cake almost gave him an opportunity to come back. So, interesting. But Cake taking game 2 very convincingly as he switched over to his main, and Eddie Mystic doesn't make the legend switch. That's what's so baffling to me. I still consider Wushang not as developed as Eddie Mystic's other characters. So the fact that he is sticking with it just shows how convinced that he is that this character could win. And bringing the King's Pass with Gauntlet Ground Pound being a thing, I could understand. Eddie Mystic, he's at his playground. He's ready to take it to game 3. He wants to go to winner's semis.
Yeah, I have to imagine he really likes Wushang's signatures, and he's probably been practicing with them pretty heavily, because, you know, for King's Pass, if this was going to be the pick, I would have really expected Core, so that way you get the Hammer's vertical control as well.
I think a lot of players argue that the biggest issue with Core's gauntlets is dexterity. I think that is the biggest thing. I've heard that from anybody who's picked up Wushang so far, is that, like, as much as they use the gauntlets, they're just kind of like, I can't play Core. His stat distribution just does not work out for how I feel like gauntlets need to be played, and that's why we're probably not seeing that legend, at least coming out from Eddie Mystic.
Yeah, I mean, we do see him using those gauntlet strings to great effect, so the dexterity definitely comes into play. And again, he's got a little bit of a lead here. Cake evening it up. I don't know, this one has been kind of a knockdown, drag out, just boxing each other.
when Andy Messick jumping up with the recovery here is trying to fight against these dive kicks, and he hits him off the top of the stage, and then ground on the way back, recoveries and ground pounds up and down heavy. He's taking whatever special moves he can with those gauntlets to be able to confirm the stock. He takes the lead here against Cake's Queen Nai, and it's not looking nearly as bad. In fact, much better than game 2 for Andy Messick here.
Yeah, I mean, Cake has tons of options for getting this kill. Queen Nai, an extremely strong signature set. We see one of them coming out there, and oh no, what happened?
The shenanigan zone is an interesting thing. Some people love it, some people hate it. Queen Nai, or Cake rather, clearly hating that right now, as that was a pretty crucial stock to lose. That wasn't like deep red, just got the stock you could lose it. That was like in pure white. Oh, and then he ground pounds him into King's Pass, so King's Pass saves him. This has got to be feeling terrible for Cake, but he's still playing it out. He's not losing his last stock here. He's trying to get this KO on Andy Messick. He has the ability to come back. Look at that.
Wow.
He gets pinballed to death.
Full tilt. The table is lit up and ringing, but Cake, I want to see him bring this back, because, you know, that ground pound, he used up all of his jumps and then just went for the ground pound expecting it to hit and get the kill, and it didn't, and he just held onto it a little bit too long, didn't recognize that he was out of jumps. But I don't know, we see him start to build something with these guitars, but Andy Messick, again with those adjustments, is just keeping him out most of the time.
So alright, this is where Cake's got an opportunity to come back, right? Andy Messick needs to be willing to play off stage and give Cake the opportunity for guitar games. He goes in for that GC side stick. That would have killed if that hit, but it didn't. Andy Messick very wary of that. Avoids it. But the down stick hits. Oh no, that KO would have been so big, but he gets the recovery. Alright, Cake making up for that stock lost. Can he do this? He has the spear. This is his weapon. He is so practiced with it, has shown time and time again that he can make crazy upsets with the spear on Queen Nai. Gets hit by that down air, however. That's not a good start. Weapon toss, tries to go for the down air follow-up, but he doesn't get that confirmed combo. And Andy Messick tries to play black hole at the side of the stage, and the Sarah connects. Andy Messick takes it. An unfortunate loss for Cake, but a great pickup for Addy there. As we see like the damage done, it doesn't even reflect how the game went.
No, not at all. I mean, both of them just... Andy Messick's so healthy on his last stock there, and then Cake only lost 2, suicided once, unfortunately. So just about 400 damage done. That would be extremely efficient kills for the two, but I don't know. I really thought he could bring it back there, you know, because Queen Nai has really high strength, really high armor. So with that armor, it could afford him like 1 or 2 mistakes since he was already deep red. But, I mean, we've seen Cake do it before. Get really significant strings. And I feel like he could have just made those 1 or 2 mistakes, but Andy Messick is just too quick at adjusting.
Too quick at adjusting, and not one to let up the pressure regardless of what happens, right? Some players, when they see a Z like that, they might relax a little bit, say they got the game in the bag, but Andy Messick did not change his play style one bit, went hard all the way to the very end.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a couple other players that go hard to the very end. Usually playing for the highlight reel sometimes a little bit too. So this is going to be a very fantastic one. Give us the breakdown of these two players. Who do we have?
So Daiku, goes without saying, is one of the more popular EU players. He comes from Boo, a clan that sports massive players like Egg Soup, Dobrain, etc. He has been known as one of the most prominent EU players. I still think he has like the most prize pool. He's made a lot of money playing Brawlhalla tournaments. That's all I know. He's like in the top 3 or top 4 of players that have made earnings in regards to being able to get tournament winnings. Playing Cassie here. He's against Multimum. And now, if there is one player in this tournament who I'm looking at, I'm like, that he could definitely upset Daiku, it's going to be Multimum. So Multimum's interesting. He's, in a sense, one of the newer players that, it's not new anymore. It's been a few months. But I remember back when the EU tournament started, he was kind of like an up-and-coming thing. I remember the second EU tournament that I ever casted, Daiku himself actually was co-casting with me, and he said that Multimum was interesting in the sense that he was kind of showing up on the ladder, and he was giving a lot of top players a very hard time. At that time, Multimum didn't have crazy tournament results, top 13, top 9, or whatever. And now, in the past month or two, Multimum has consistently been placing top 3 in almost every tournament that he enters, with the exception of like 1v1 for money. So here we see Multimum on his Sentinel. Stage pick was not correct, clearly, but he's another one of the EU Queen Nai mains, and he's one of the few players that has really been working on making Sentinel work. There are very few Sentinel mains. I still consider Sentinel secondary for him. If he loses on Sentinel in this first game, he is going to switch to Queen Nai. I guarantee it.
Now, I kind of like Sentinel. I really do. I think he's got an incredibly strong kit. I like the high defense, pretty high speed spread that he's got. especially with like hammers and katars, just because his signatures, they cover so many great options, and especially that hammer side signature, it leaps out so quickly and it's so strong. I'm never upset whenever I get Sentinel when I'm doing my random picks.
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh yes, I get to play with this guy, this is going to be amazing, I feel really good about it, very strong. So I love seeing more of him popping up in these tournaments.
Yeah, and I just, the fact that I think it's a similar thing with core, right? We're talking about just the lack of hammer users in general, as well as katars not really being seen as the best weapon in competitive play right now by a lot of players, even though we see Asuris taking tournaments left and right almost all the time. It's one of those weird things where like a lot of players don't play it, but the few people that do kind of give everybody a really hard time with it.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those high skill ceiling weapons where you've got to put the time in to get the full amount out of it. And it definitely shows how much you've practiced with it, how comfortable you are with them. So I'm curious to see what Multimum's got for those, but for right now, we're seeing him face off in this hammer mirror.
Yeah, the hammer mirror against Daiku's Cassidy. So Cassidy has been... It's been Cassidy and Asuri. Daiku's very interesting in the sense that he's claimed to be practicing katars, but Cassidy is also the legend, and he feels like he's one of the strongest right now. But we're talking about that. Stop! Science comes over Multimum, puts him in the orange, and Multimum having no problem with this hammer mirror. He gets the Nair read. Daiku struggling to get back onto the stage, looking a lot like Zero Legion in that earlier game as he's just jumping around, struggling to find a weapon and getting hit by the hammer left and right. Multimum tosses that hammer aside, fakes going for the weapon, tries to get the Sair, and Daiku picks up the guns.
Wow, as Daiku picks up the guns, we've got Multimum checking in with the katars. This is an extremely volatile matchup because the katar is very close range weapon and the blaster's very long range weapon. So if the blasters can keep you out, it'll feel almost unwinnable. If the katars get in, the same. But Multimum finds that beautiful signature.
That was such a great exit because he pivoted that as well. He waited out all of Daiku's jumps and the recovery and caught him mid-gun recovery animation. Killed him off the top, sniped him dead center. Daiku, however, just says, I don't care. Hits him with that fist, the haymaker. He dodges past the ground pound, but now Daiku trying to hit him with his own clever signatures here. Multimum, unfortunately, has a little bit too much defense for that KO, and Twilight Grove just saving him barely there. And now he's got an opportunity for some crazy guitar strings as he hits one down air. He's looking for an air sidelight. There's the neutral light, gets that recovery. Daiku does not dodge out of the way. And now he's been brought into the orange. Multum going for that down sig. Is he going to take a 2-stock lead over Daiku?
Wow, this would be insane if he does. Because, you know, Daiku, incredibly strong player. I don't know how many people feel comfortable going against him in the bracket. But Multimum showing that he's right at home.
Multum, yes, he does practice against a lot of the top players. We're showing that he is not uncomfortable in this matchup at all. As he gets that recovery, the bomb goes straight towards Daiku. Daiku just tosses his hammer down. Whoa! Whoa! That was, I've never seen that before. That was awesome. The hammer went falls downwards, just killed him off the top of the map. A down throw.
I mean, you know, it came from a really high distance, and Multimum was just so damaged that high armor of Sentinel coming into play, he's able to take that much damage and still live. But once you get to that point, just anything's going to take you out.
Yeah, what a hammer down throw. Whatever. Anyways, Multimum says, you know what? I've got ridiculously far-hitting moves as well. Hits him with a hammer neutral light. This game, I guess, is just all about damaging your opponent so hard that a neutral attack's gonna kill. Like, that's what we need to do here. I mean, a hammer neutral light, obviously a little bit stronger than most. But Multimum finding that side light. Oh, no, but he recovers into a Sair. And Daiku with the edge guard says, I don't care about that lead. I made things even ASAP. Daiku has barely any damage here, but he gets hit by a D-Light recovery into Nair. Double Nair coming from Multimum, but the second Nair drops.
Wow, and I really like Multimum going for these Katar neutral light into jump recovery because he got that information off of trying it the first time, and he just waited to see what Daiku would do. Because usually, you know, we've seen players like Aram using that, and then they just kind of wait and then punish a dodge. So I think Multimum was kind of going for the same thing, and he noticed that Daiku just tried to jump away, and that will get caught by the recovery every time.
Oh, I really like that option to be able to go for that recovery Nair immediately back-to-back on Daiku, forcing all of his options out here. And now Multimum gets that Nair, forces Daiku to dodge to hold onto a stock, and Daiku disarms himself, tosses the guns into Multimum's face. He's so heavily damaged. Another hammer neutral light, I think, will kill. Twilight Grove, pretty small map. Daiku just waiting patiently for the weapon spawn. This is such a big game one for him. And now Multimum gives him a weapon back, and this is his opportunity. Holding onto this hammer, tries to go for that side stick, but Daiku hits him with a Sair. He's playing on another level here. Daiku knows that he cannot get hit by another move. Even a weapon toss will probably do it for him, and that jumping Sair does not connect. Multum looking for sidelines. Daiku on the side of the stage. He's just ready for another weapon spawn. He's like, all right, where are my guns? I need another attack. Multum, too afraid to go off stage. Gets hit by that recovery. Daiku goes for the double recovery. This is crazy. Daiku was dodging everything that Multum's throwing out. Multum, just toss your weapon. Go for something unarmed. So many things will kill. Why are you making this so risky? He's getting hit by the spike ball now. What?
Yeah, I definitely feel like Daiku, I mean, he's got to be hunting for those weapons. Not able to get one. Multimum will get the kill. But, you know, he was definitely hunting for those weapons because he got Multimum just to the red. I mean, you can see it in the damage difference there. Daiku took a little bit more, but with Multimum being just in the red, Daiku didn't want to leave any more time for Multimum to try and bring it back and, you know, secure that kill, because Daiku was going to drop at any moment. So he needed something that can get earlier kills. So he's looking for signature attacks. He was looking for the guns or the hammer. I think maybe the hammer primarily, because, you know, the neutral air and the side air both kill very early.
Yeah, unfortunately, he does not find that. It was guns after guns, and when he did get a hammer, he had to toss it away almost immediately just to survive. And now we see him switching over to Jala. This is not a pick I was expecting coming out from Daiku at all. I mean, we've seen in money tournaments in the past that Daiku's brought out the Build Bar almost all the time, right? This Jala pick is completely unexpected for me. And Multum, for the first time, sticks to Sentinel. It's been so long since I have seen Multum win a Sentinel game in tournament. So usually I'm just used to like, all right, we've got the Multum Sentinel game one, and then we have his Queen 9 for the next 2 games, because usually that's when he brings it up. But Daiku ends up struggling pretty hard against it, so Multum sticks with it, feels okay, and now Daiku opening up with a crazy on arm string brings Multum in the orange almost already.
Yeah, I think, you know, I've been talking with Daiku every now and again, and he feels right now like Axe is an extremely strong weapon, and we know he is the old sword god. So he kind of mixes those two together. He gets Jolly. Yes, there is low armor, so Multimum can find some pretty early kills, but I feel like Daiku is just going to rely on the strength and the dexterity to get these quick kills, and he finds the first one just at about the 30-second mark against a high-armored character.
And as we're talking about Daiku being the old sword god, it doesn't seem to matter here, as the axe is definitely what's carrying it out here. High dex axe, it doesn't create any new confirmed combos, but it just makes the moves that much faster, and it makes the character feel that much more comfortable when throwing out those Sairs, those downers, those neutral airs. And Multimum, seemingly struggling against it, is making his way back here as that low defense that we were talking about completely comes into play, right? We saw like a minute of Daiku hitting Multimum around the stage, left and right, trying to get that KO, and all it took was Multimum's 3 good hammer moves to even up the game completely.
Yeah, so Daiku is going to have to be very careful here, especially since, I mean, he's behind a game, right? Is that...
Yes, that is absolutely right. It's 1-0 in Multimum's favor right now. As long as you see Multimum on Sentinel, that means that Multimum is in the lead. And jumping stairs are coming out, tosses that weapon in, but Daiku just double side six, first side six interrupted, says, I don't care. That's the move I wanted to do, and I'm going to keep doing it. As he goes for that ground pound, and that hits him into the stage and sends him flying straight up into the Sair. Daiku destroys Multimum in a second stock, takes only a weapon throw's worth of damage.
Yeah, that's going to mean a lot, especially because he can't take very many hits, and wow, that's going to push him, I don't know, he's in the yellow, but he's going to be orange with just one more tap. Again, Jala just not having much defense, so you cannot trade blows like that.
No, you cannot. And even though this looks so heavily in Daiku's favor, we already see him. He's in the orange from like a few hits. And Multimum has no problem landing these guitar recoveries. Goes for that early side to KO, but instead, this kid's hit by 2 down, 3. What?
Wow.
Daiku's just like, all right, swing my axe left and right. It's going to work. He went for 4 downlights there. 3 of them hit. Multimum finally gets the KO, but that's a lot of damage coming out from those alternating axe downlights. And Multimum finds himself almost already in kill percentage. He gets hit by that D-light Sair.
Yeah, I mean, Daiku, again, here we go. Sword, I feel like he's got to be feeling pretty good about cleaning this one up with the sword here, just because it's what he knows. It's got great edge guards, and Multimum's so damaged. There he goes. Out. We've got a tied up set.
Yeah, and a very convincing second match as well. Like, the stocks are very close, but as we're seeing the damage difference there almost doubled, despite the stocks being even. Daiku just destroying with the axe and the sword alike, the low defense not really seeming to matter. And I didn't see, but did Multimum switch Legends? Yes, he did. That's what
he's over to Queen 9 now.
Yep, the Sentinel lasts as long as he doesn't lose, and then when the Sentinel is out, he's like, "All right, I'm gonna show you a real legend." Queen 9, very favored over in the EU scene. And the thing that I love about that as much is that it's not just one play style that is prominent, right? Like we saw Cake earlier on, heavily spear dependent. Multiple, not so much. He's a Qatar user, true, and all the way through. And and not a string-heavy Qatar user either. He's got that unique Queen Nine playstyle in the sense that it's kind of like hit and run, being able to go for very hard reads and try to get those early kills in orange with gravity cancel signatures. And no, Daiku opening it up poorly there as he dive kicks almost into his own mind, but he doesn't care. D-Light comes out, sidesing as well, multiple, and the orange in 10 seconds on Queen Nine.
Wow, this is very telling. I mean, Daiku's pressure is just absolutely insane, but Multimum slow and steady takes the first stock. Look at that.
I was just talking about that. That side swing that comes in, he's like, you know what? I like to hit you with a few moves, and then he has the kill percentages read. He's like, all right, you're in kill percent. Side swing kills him. It's just like, you had the lead. I don't really care. It's over for you. The purple lightning comes in, and Multimum is like, you know what? I'm going to continue extending this lead as he hits that side lane.
Yeah, that was just absolutely insane. And I feel like if he can buckle down, get a little bit more damage onto Daiku's Jala, he's got this one pretty much locked.
Yeah, Daiku trying to get on stage with these side sticks, the ones that he was able to hit so hard on Multimum Sentinel, but Multimum is not a slouch. He saw those moves earlier on, and he's ready to punish. That Sarah does not KO. Queen Knight 8 defense is incredibly good against the axe from Jala. And as we see, he's getting hit by Nair after Nair. Oh, that was a good Sarah read. Daiku's actually able to even things up.
Yeah, finally taken down, but again, we just see it in the damage gap that's being created. Daiku's already in the red, and Queen Nai, extremely strong, can just take out at any moment.
Now, Multimum holding onto that spear has the same signature kill potential as he did with the Katars. He's trying to find those D-Lights, those Sairs to be able to send him off stage. Jumping Nair's not working, and Daiku's actually finding Nair after Nair on sword. That Sair hits, that nearly KOs. Daiku knows better than the dodge, however, and now making it back into the stage, he just recovers it. Wow, that was such a great recovery. Waits out the ground pound to the max length, positions for the recovery to hit the center of his opponent, and makes it back, but doesn't matter. Multimum gets the KO. He's barely damaged.
Wow, this is absolutely crazy. Multimum doing so well, though. And it's, I mean, he just needs a couple more hits to push Daiku back into the red. It feels like he was just there.
Recovery comes out. That Sair is huge. Multimum low on jumps. Has to dodge through the ground pound. Oh, that was such a risky option for ledge guarding from Daiku, but it pays off. He gets that recovery, puts Multimum to the red. He needs to get the KO here. There's a side stick. It's not enough. Do it just yet.
And that's the thing, you know, all these really great signature reads, you've got to wonder if that wears on the mentality of Daiku, just because you're expecting that kill. You're like, all right, he's in the red, I got this signature, but it is from the other side against a high armor legend, so it's just not enough.
Ooh. And these Nairs that are hitting, each Nair is so huge. He gets that side air, but he can still dodge to hold onto his stock, and his dodge is back, but it doesn't matter. Daiku, with the crazy ground pound read, clips Multimum as he tries to diagonal dodge upwards onto the stage.
Now, we actually see that a lot from Daiku. You know, when the opponent pretty much only has a dodge left, he's really expecting them to go up high, because if you go low, it's easy to just hold on to a ground pound and catch you. So we see Daiku jump and then ground pound. Like, he goes very high before starting it just to cover that high dodge option.
And it worked out beautifully for him here, as we see that they're both on their last stocks here. This is tournament stock, or winner's bracket stock, for both players here. And that instinct hits, and that's such a huge instinct for Multimum to hit there on Daiku, because even though it doesn't kill, it puts him to kill percent. He gets in there, Daiku jumps desperately out of the way of that recovery, and a neutral light punishes his Sair back on the stage, and he falls.
Oh no!
Death.
Oh no!
Daiku!
Wow!
There's so much stage to hold on. Oh, it's not even shipwreck. Well,
oh my gosh.
Congratulations to Multimum for taking game 3, but Daiku couldn't handle the pressure, falls to his death. And Multimum moves on to winner's semis. Like I said at the very start, it's not too surprising to me. If there was one player that I saw in this bracket that could upset Daiku, it was Multimum. Multimum has just been getting stronger and stronger every week.
Insane. I absolutely, that was a delight to watch. And we've got another one coming up that's going to be really great. We saw a little bit before. We've got Lanz versus Baki. Lanz coming from Reason Gaming, and Baki from Artificial actually beat out Reason Gaming's own Effie to make it into this round.
Yeah, that's a really big upset.
Yeah.
Okay. it's kind of a big upset. Let me explain. All right, so Lance is incredibly consistent. He does not play in a lot of tournaments. He only plays in the money tournaments. I don't even think he practices the game that much anymore, but for some reason, whenever he's able to come out and whenever he's able to qualify for things, he does insanely well. He is such a consistent Scarlet user. This is one of the 3 Scarlets I was talking about that you expect to see in winners quarters. We've got Lance, we've got Baki, and sometimes well, the name of the other Scarlet main is escaping me right now because they're not in the bracket, but there's other Scarlet players. And I guess Snacks occasionally. He just plays Scarlet. But anyways, as I'm saying, Baki knocking out Effie is kind of significant because Baki, like Multium, another really up and coming player who doesn't normally take out the big names in tournaments, is here upsetting Effie and being able to make it in the winner's chorus to fight against another Scarlet user. Effie doesn't play super consistently in tournaments. He either gets like top 2 or he gets knocked out in like winners round 2. It's the same thing for Zaluxury as well. Another player who I think was once part of BX3, who players really know well in the EU scene. I oftentimes see him getting knocked out in like winners round 1, then making it to top 3, or just not making it anywhere at all. Depends a lot on how the player is feeling and playing that day. And Effie, I feel like is a lot like that.
Yeah,
also, internet connection issues.
Right. I mean, it's these kind of players that we see these flashes of brilliance, but they're just not fully consistent yet, but an absolute monster when they are. So I really like that. I mean, you mentioned Zaluxry. He won Combo Breaker, but again, during these other tournaments, it's kind of feast or famine for them.
Mm-hmm. And we're definitely seeing the latter here in this tournament today, as we are not seeing any of the players that we were expecting to see in the winners quarters section of the bracket, but they still have a chance of losers. But we're not talking about that right now. We've got Baki from AI fighting against Lands from Reason on Blackguard. Keep no less, a map that we have not seen very much of.
Yeah, now this one, I always like to say it's pretty well horizontally oriented, so I feel like the Lance does very well on this map, just because you don't really have to worry so much about getting gimped out during your recovery because of that floating platform on the left-hand side.
And I just want to mention how much of a rare mirror we're experiencing here, right? This is two legends that we rarely see. Weapons that we see underrepresented. Hammer and Lance together on one character are fighting it out against each other. Baki putting up those down sigs already as he jumps up with the Sarah, lands in the orange, taking kind of a deficit here at the very start, but no player's game just yet. Nice downer to punish Baki's downer, and the Lance sound effects begin. Yeah,
I mean, you're going to see this one go by pretty quickly, just because of whenever hits do happen, they're going to be doing a ton of damage, they're going to have a ton of force. Scarlet's got a very strong signature kit for knocking out early. So it's not going to take a whole lot of hits for either player to get kills here.
Lance trying to punch with those downers, ends up putting himself in a position for a nice sidelight Sarah, and Baki tossing his hammer into Lance's face. Tries to get in with another hammer stare, but he says he's considered, and oh, that slide charge down sync forces Lance to recover. Is he going to make it back? He does. Blackguard keep functioning uniquely there, and what the recovery actually clips. Baki gets sent flying, and that hammer nearly takes off his head. The down sync kills.
Ooh. Yeah, so he's going to take the stock lead there. Lance doing a little bit of weapon starving. He's got the Lance of his own, true to his name, even though that's not where it came from. One of those art imitating life things going on here.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult occasionally to cast for him as you're talking about whether or not it's the player or the weapon. But we try to make a difference as we say lands and lands. And Baki, playing with that stop set, that mine's very close to going off on his own, and Lands avoids certain death from that explosive and finds a nice unarmed combo there with the weapon toss. Holding on to this hammer now is going to try to go for a stop. The match has slowed down significantly here as Lance has been trying to hold on to his lead, and a nice recovery to charge weapon toss into neutral light. Very good.
Baki just slid under that slide charged downsig from the Lance. You know, it doesn't have a lot of force towards the tail end. It's mainly that initial steam burst that kills.
And Baki sent into the orange before he's able to get that KO. Holds on to the hammer here. He's trying to find that side. He gets hit by that stomp. Jumping Sarah from Lance is not connected. He's a little too slow to be able to get that. And Baki punches the sideline, not landing. Tries to jump up with the Sarah, but the weapon toss stops and lands. Calling in the horn, picks up the last once again, and that's Sarah. That kills.
Wow, Lance just gave himself a massive lead. Full stock.
That's such an early lead too, and that platform on Blackguard Keep is such a double-edged sword, right? Because you've got that moving on the side, you feel safe over there, a distance away from your opponent, but one chase dodge move that catches you off guard, that's going to be it for your stock, regardless of how damaged you are. Because all you need to do is be like in the mid-orange to be KO'd by a Lance Sarah like that, and Scarlet with his heavy, look how far that Sarah's sending him in the white.
Yeah, it's very scary just because you do put yourself that much closer to the kill edge. And I don't know, yes, the opponent does have to come to you, so you can maybe turn it around, but I don't know if you want to make those gambles.
Ooh, and the scoop connecting from Baki here. He's putting out nairs. A second nair comes out. Weapon toss goes directly upwards, and now lands. Trying to get in with these downers. Is just running away with this game. Baki not finding nearly as many weapon combos as he's used to being able to get. Maybe just because there's a matchup that Lance knows better. Lance seems to be running away with this. Weapon toss on that dive kick and a nair. He's just chasing his opponent all over the place, and now just waiting for Baki to come back. Says, I've got time. I can side sig all day. I have a stock over you, and you're about dead.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of pressure that he's been putting on, just catching Baki with these weapon throws, just not letting him have a moment to breathe and get away. What? I love seeing that, the quick hammer throw, just to give a little bit of coverage, and he gets it with the side sig.
Player 2
Perfect spacing to be able to avoid that Lance side sig without dodging or jumping. He just walks to the side, waits for the move to end, and slams the hammer into the ground. Takes game one, and we're seeing that Lance's Scarlet is a little bit more developed than Baki's as he takes game one, but there's an opportunity for Baki to come back. In my experience, seeing these two players play, it's always been in the favor of Lance. And Baki, he does not really have a second legend. So it's really going to come down to the map pick and the player's ability to adapt.
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be kind of rough whenever you go up against an opponent who also mains the same legend as you, and you don't have a pocket pick ready to kind of offset that mirror match. So, I don't know. I feel like he's got to buckle down pretty hard. I don't know, what maps do you think he might be able to fare a little bit better on?
That's a difficult... Okay, actually it's not as difficult as I thought, because Blackguard, I think, actually was a huge detriment for Baki there, in a sense that that platform was a huge reason as to why he was as behind as he was. If he picks a map that's a little bit less crazy when it comes to that, so something that's not Twilight Grove, something that's not Blackguard Keep, he might have a little bit more favor, but it looks like we're going to one of those maps. King's Pass and Twilight Grove. Interesting. All right, Twilight Grove was picked. So he's got the island there. It can save him or it can kill him. It all comes down to whether or not he's more comfortable here. And so we're going to be going into game two here. Lance up a game, looking to get into winner semis to be able to fight his way towards that plane ticket. Opens up with a nice punch in the face, and Baki starts denying weapons from Lance, but Lance actually manages to pick up the hammer in the middle of that combo.
Wow, I mean, Baki's been doing great work with the Lance so far. Just a couple throws to interrupt into some significant damage. And Lance right now weaponless, but fighting just fine.
Absolutely. Baki finds one Sarah. Other than that, man, damage is even. And Baki, ooh, mine's in hand for Lance. Lance tosses straight up and hits. Another explosive. Very scary as all those bombs are spawning, and Lance is definitely accustomed to taking advantage of throw combos, so having gadgets is no different than having a weapon.
Yeah, now we see both of them actually do have the weapon. They had the Lance, they got tossed away or knocked out of their hands. I don't know, they're both kind of pushing straight into the orange. I'm really curious to see what's going to happen during this edgeguard here. Anyone could turn it around.
Weapon tosses are hitting from Lance 3 in a row. He's going for a fourth one. He tosses the weapon in the island, and it actually still hits Baki. That's 4 weapons to just win to Baki's face. And it's not that much damage, but it does add up if you keep hitting him with a weapon over and over again. And we can see Baki and kill percent here. Falling nair from Lance, reads the jump, tries to go in for that down sig KO, but Baki with an excellent down like nair sends him flying. This is so close to this first stock. I feel like it's really significant who gets it and lands. He gets that nair on the way back up. Baki just not being mindful of Lance's recovery.
All right, now we're going to see if you can actually compound this lead. You said it's very significant whoever got the first kill, but Baki's not going to let him take that advantage.
Lance now tossing that spike ball downwards, trying to bounce it up into Baki to be able to get some kind of damage off. It's back to even here, but Baki has got the weapon starch advantage, which is there. A nice favorable weapon spawn for Lance gives him his lance, and now he's jumping around with down airs, nairs as well. He's putting that Lance off to the island, willing to chase Baki off wherever he goes, and Baki was looking for a Lance himself. He didn't want to fight that weapon with the hammer. He wants the ditto.
Wow, yeah, it was really interesting. We just saw a trade happen because this is a mirror match, and they were both hitting on the same exact frame, so they kind of clashed. And I don't know, it kind of disrupts the momentum between both players. It lets them reset out in neutral. I'm not really sure who that one ended up favoring out, but the lead right now does favor Lance. He's been able to do more work with the Lance. And I don't know, it's really showing. He's spreading him towards the red.
Yeah, these Sarahs are just carrying Baki all over the place now. Oh, Ensig comes out. Nair gets stopped by that weapon toss. Baki has managed to keep things even, but Lance is struggling, or fighting really hard to be able to take his lead.
I know that lead, as you said, is going to be so meaningful, and I really like seeing how Baki's kind of wow.
That was crazy. The trade worked out so heavily for Lands because of the island. If the island wasn't there, that was a stock reset.
I really like Lands having rotated to the right-hand side, positioning himself towards the island, knowing that, all right, I'm going to be able to bounce off more walls and kind of keep myself a little more safe from the explosion, whereas Baki did not have that luxury.
I want to say that was on purpose, but at first, I felt like he knocked the bomb out of Baki's hand. It was so crazy to me that bomb actually got tossed before he got hit by the Nair. And just so unfortunate that it did not work out in Baki's favor, as Lands, you're right, was able to reposition. But that downer comes out. Lands forced to recover to the other side of the stage. Will Baki get the weapon toss? No. Lands stops Baki for going for any follow-up, using that up throw to great accord, and now he's running away with this lead. That bomb toss is exactly what he needs to be able to possibly confirm a 2-0.
Yeah, so Lands trying real hard here. That sidelight almost knocks him out. I feel like he's got to get his hands on a weapon and, I don't know, just get any little bit of extra damage before going down.
Like comes out in Nair as well. Yeah, Baki's looking for this KO. Any damage that Baki gets here is not good at all. He just needs to get this KO. And Lands is just finding Nair, down sig, anything at this point. Baki almost in the orange. Lands just holding onto the island saying, here, come towards me. I've got a rocket full of steam ready to go straight into your face. But no, the downer comes out, and that kills him through the center of the island and the map. Baki evens it up, not too behind. This is either player's game.
Ooh, Lands catching it off the rebound, not able to position it anywhere significant. He does get the mine down there, so keep an eye on that as we kind of steer back over. Baki in danger of dropping down. Wow, dodged at the right time, because that would have been the death.
Ooh, Lands puts out that N-Sig, tries to read that landing from Baki, but does not work out. Baki's looking for some sort of damage at this point. Can't find it. He's just getting hit by weapon tosses. Lands is looking to take this game, move on to winner semis, but that neutral light from Baki hits and puts on some damage and gives him a little bit of hope.
Ooh, and Lands taking the stomp into side air, shoots him down the alleyway there behind the island, and he's going to take that 2-0.
Yeah, Baki gets knocked out by Lands. A great showing in that Scarlet Ditto, but Lands a little bit more developed in the matchup, I think, than others. It's one of those rare cases where I feel like if Baki was against anybody else in winner's quarters right now that's currently here, it would have been a much closer game, but because it was the Ditto, that matchups... I feel like it's a very difficult matchup in the sense that if you don't know it, it's very hard to adjust because nothing really changes. And it's also your character, right? So it's just a matter of who understands the character more in regards to playing it and playing against it.
Yeah, it's rough when they know all the options that you have. So they can kind of steer around and away from them while, you know, getting their own. So it's a lot of you play the player more than you play the character matchup in that one. And, you know, that's always going to be a more difficult mountain to climb.
Absolutely. We saw that Baki, well, just couldn't climb the mountain as well as Lands, and he moves over to winner semis to fight against Multimum, who knocked out Daiku earlier on. And we're now ready for our final winner's quarters match. Logic from Magnum Opus and Aram from Artificial, another Artificial member, as well as Baki being able to show up here. Aram previously got second place at the EU 1v1 $1,000 tournament, is going to be fighting against Logic from Magnum Opus, also what I consider a tournament threat, and I can't really tell you who's going to win. Like, the other players I could say, like, I understand this is going to be an upset. This could possibly be an upset here. This player's going to be able to take it. They've always had the advantage. Logic and Aram rarely meet in tournaments, but also have incredible tournament results as well.
Yeah, I mean, Logic... He's incredibly strong and consistent. You said it yourself. He always appears kind of around these top fives, things like that, and always playing the Sir Roland. So that lance that, you know, we don't really see a lot of from the other regions, but Aram, I think you were just about to mention, he did take second place in the most recent EU 1v1 tournament.
Right. And he's also playing on what people in Twitch chat are going to get mad at me for this, but originally... What I considered Aram's main was Azoth, because that's what I saw him play the most by far. I mean, he's made it to winner's quarters so many times in tournaments, and every time that I see him make it to quarters, the legend that he picks to be able to play against certain players is Azoth. Now, I'm kind of getting a better understanding of him as a player, recognizing that he picks certain legends depending on who's against. But this is who I've seen the most, and he's bringing it out against Logic. Aram also brings out Azoth against players like Debrain. He likes to be able to bring this out in certain matchups, and maybe it's just because of the character matchup, because you already see him opening with Axe Stairs. Axe, the one weapon that he's not used very much in this tournament, gets a nice weapon toss into Nair. The mine goes up, and Logic tries to hit him towards it, but he just gets another Stair in the face, and Logic's almost in the orange.
Yeah, I think the the Azoth pick really matters here, just because, you know, we've spoken about it before, that Aram really adapts to the opponent's dodge habits. He kind of gathers that information and then capitalizes on it with a bunch of strings. And, you know, the high armor of Azoth kind of affords him that luxury. He can take a little bit more time throughout the game, so he gets to figure out what the other opponent is actually going to be doing, and Axe and Bow, both very strong.
And we're already seeing examples of those habit reads coming in from Aram before the match even starts, because these players have probably played against each other so much, right?
Oh,
the
yeah.
downsig reading the fact that Logic was trying to go in with a sidelight with some sort of dodge in gave Aram a huge damage lead. But now Logic himself adjusted. Oh no, goes too high, and Aram just hits it with an air, and that killed off the top a lot sooner than it should have.
Yeah, that move, its base knockback before you even start applying damage is so high that if you're even a little bit damaged and you're way high up in the sky, it's going to be very threatening.
Now, weapon spawning out for Logic. He's trying to find something to be able to get some kind of damage on Aram. Nice nair that comes out there, but Azoth's defense isn't the lowest in the game. It's quite good, and now tossing that mine downwards, he can take a few more sword hits, and he go, wow, that was cool. It was a small thing, but you saw what he did there, right?
Yeah.
He ledge cast the downlight so that it would slide downwards to connect.
That was really cool. I love seeing, you know, little idiosyncrasies like that. They're just fun, and it shows that they've got like a really good command of the space, all their different platforms, their movement options. And I don't know, it's just a treat to see.
And it makes sense that Aram would know that as well, because I feel like the one character who's got a signature that really benefits from that is a Suri sword side sig.
Yes.
Jellyfish is one player that I know of from North America that likes to use that. He'll do that same cancel on platforms to be able to travel at a diagonal angle with that side sig and hit somebody on the bottom of the stage. Aram also plays a Suri, probably why he knows how to do it. But as we see him here, he's doing fine in this matchup. He's got Logic almost in the orange, just dodging all these kill moves. That down sig was so close to hitting him in the face, but now he's got the axe sidelight into ground pound read. Aram, he's looking to take a 2-stock lead over Logic here.
Oh my gosh, so close to taking it. That side air almost sent him off the edge. I don't know, if he does take this 2-stock lead, do you think Logic can bring it back?
I do. Okay, so Logic is a consistent player, but he is not an explosive one. I have never seen him be the kind of player that really goes for offstage gimps. You know, like you'll see a player like Egg Soup who has the sword. They go for those dare ground pound combos, kill people within 5 seconds. Logic is not like that. He's slow, methodical, and he loves to be able to bring his players into, or his opponents into kill percent and kill them from center stage. So when it comes to this, if he can do that the entire time without getting hit, yes, he could take this game. But in regards to being able to have like a crazy offstage gimp comeback, I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there, just because Aram having so much armor on Azoth, you can't really do that kind of on-stage fight, especially with, you know, against a player as skilled as Aram and as good as adapting. You're not going to get these exceedingly long strings and reads against him.
But already, I'm kind of seeing Logic getting ready for game 2. Even if he loses this one, he's already made some necessary adjustments, right? That same down sig, which was hitting him in the face over and over again, Logic is now dodging in place and then sidelighting to avoid the down sig. And we're seeing him getting a lot of damage off this stock, rather even as the first stock in this best of 3 was really one-sided for Aram. Ooh, nice down air in the Sarah to punish that ground pound from Logic. Logic, I would be sad to see him go for more off-stage play unarmed against Aram here. As that Ensign comes out, Aram, with the bow, has got so many options to be able to deal with Logic if he goes off stage, and Logic just has to wait him out and see if he gets back to stage. D-Light Sarah hits, but it's not going to kill just yet, and Logic does not chase dodge for the weapon toss. Ground pound, he stops on the platform. Bomb, ooh, tries to throw it into the stage, and instead he just drops it.
Wow, I really like the way that he separated away from the island. You know, you'd expect most players to kind of... Wow, what a catch! Oh my gosh, Aram really went for the kill with that bomb toss. Logic just caught it, and now he's evened up the stocks.
Even up the stocks and has the opportunity to play super well. The bomb deactivates Aram. N6 tosses that bomb. Where's he tossing? Okay, that was so scary for Logic there. He could have, like, if he got the perfect angle, maybe he could have bounced into Logic's face, but Logic, ooh, he's hit with a
wow, he's still alive!
The island saves him. He's got Aram almost in orange here, avoids that down air. Oh, wow. The recovery hits.
Okay, so that was incredibly well played at the end. I mean, Logic... I think he's got like a pretty good read. As you said, he's starting to prepare for game 2, and we saw it a lot in the adjustments that were made towards the end there, and I'm really curious to see how he opens this one up and which maps he's going to leave open.
Yeah, I really want to comment on the fact that that's what he was doing with game 1, right? Like, a lot of players will recognize, I've lost this game, right? Like, there's very unlikely that I'm going to be able to come back. And sometimes you'll see a player SD or just try to move on to the next match. They don't want to continue playing it out. They just want to reset. They want to try again. But Logic does a very calm and smart thing, which is use the rest of the match to go like, all right, I'm going to take this time to adjust. That way I can give myself an even better chance in game 2. And the risk, obviously, is that your opponent will learn more about you as well. But to be able to have that mindset and to try to go all the way to be able to take that game 1, I feel like is very important. And we're seeing that no legends are being switched as a result. And the Great Hall is where we're going to be going for game 2.
Ooh, okay. I really like the Great Hall pick for Logic here, just because we know Sword does extremely well here. It opens up a lot of different ledge cancel combos, and even just its general coverage fits this stage very well, where the neutral air and the down air can cover. And then Lance...
Go ahead. I was going to say it also gives not only just Sarah in downlight combo startups with the sword, but also with Roland's side stick on sword, that second hitbox coming out at the very tip, oftentimes catching players off guard, that will kill very early here as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then, it also does suit itself pretty well to Lance. Now that you can just drift through those platforms, the Lance down air becomes even more of a threat.
Oh, yes, absolutely. That platform drift, it's something that I've seen used very sparingly here. I'd love to see more players. I think if we haven't had many maps with platforms in the first place, but like something like an unarmed down air, being able to use that appropriately to be able to go straight to the center of a platform to combo into another unarmed attack, for instance, is something I've been seeing. Sword dares can also be used with this new ability to go through or land on the platform with the move. But as you see, Logic is a little bit behind here, but not yet losing his stock. Axe Sares will do it, but Logic, finds a nice back dodge into Neutralite, but he jumps into a Sare, not going to KO just yet, but he has to use his dodge.
All right, we see Aram going for that recovery again, but Logic this time didn't go into it. That's a little bit of that information that he gathered from the end of the previous game.
Oh, but he recovers into the tail end of that down air. Aram doing a great job of pivoting that axe down air so that the tail end of the hitbox will hit rather than missing from Logic's recovery, and that gets the stock. Logic falls to the nair, puts him to kill percent. But he's got a little bit of work to do. I think it's going to take a few sword Sares. Now a downlight Sare will kill. Recovery hits, that's a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So with that, I think we're seeing Aram kind of struggle. He wants to keep this lead, but Logic isn't making it easy. Wow, I feel like Logic just missed a kill opportunity right there. He hesitated when Aram was still in recovery from that attack.
Oh, but the ground pound goes straight through Aram. That was the weirdest response. Okay, so Aram,
my gosh.
He down dodged through a ground pound and missed the entire hitbox from hitting him. I've never seen that.
Yup, the ground pound just moving a little bit faster than the down dodge. That was insane.
So Logic has got to be feeling salty about that one, but he hits the down stick. But it's the one kill move that Roland has that's like not a kill move. It's a signature there to be able to read a dodge in or a landing, get some extra damage in. But the sword recovery is Aram. He's so damaged. Logic is so lucky that he hasn't taken too much damage. Oh no, he's getting dive kicked off the edge. Aram trying to make it back, dive kicks on to get his jumps.
Oh man.
Holds onto his stock still. He's so damaged. Logic just needs to find something. That Neutralite would have killed if he timed a little bit better, but Aram makes it back, and now Logic's in the orange. This is so devastating for Logic. Aram's running away with this.
This game was absolutely close, and now Aram's just made so much use of that extra stock. I don't really see this working out too well for Logic. He did even up the stocks, but he's got to play almost perfectly to bring this one back.
Yeah, that downlight Sare surprisingly still hitting. I was worried that Aram may have been so damaged that it wouldn't even be confirmed anymore, but that was not the case. Logic finds the KO and gets hit by a Sare as he's trying to edgeguard against Aram. Wow. I don't know, the weapon, the axe recovery comes in, and he's looking for this KO for a solid stock lead. Logic finds the side lane and down air. That's a good start for a combo. He's got the lance. He's feeling a little bit comfortable with this. Both weapons are good weapons for Logic here as he goes in for that down air. And a nice neutral lane pivoted into weapon toss recovery. Those are the kind of things that we need to see from Logic here if he wants to be able to even this up.
Yeah, I mean, if he can turn this around the same way that Aram did, you just hold on to that stock and build the damage, then he can be in a pretty good spot. And it seems like that's what he's doing. Aram hasn't been able to get any significant kill moves in quite a while.
Aram only has to find a few Sares, however. He's looking for downers to reposition Logic for a better chance for a kill. Logic has been dodging out of things. He's been so worried to go for downlights. He finds that recovery, puts him in the orange. Second recovery, tries to put even more damage. That's silent. Not a lot of damage, but it repositions, and now he's putting out down sticks, trying to hit him with the tail end of those energy swords and tossing it with an air. Falls to the Sare. No, that Sare sends him flying, and now we are in the same position that we were for the first stock. Logic, can he end this sooner than he did the previous one? Because that took him quite a long time.
I hope he's learned something from the past exchange. And I mean, that unarmed side heavy almost did it for him. I think he's going to try and starve out Aram here. So he's kind of using these weapons. They're nice grouped together as a little bit of a bait. Aram just picks up a bow now, but Logic's got to find something heavy.
You like Sarah? Oh, but the platform. Great Hall platform decreasing the knockback on Aram there as he's able to hold on to his stock, and that recovery still does not KO. Aram might as well be the one with 8 defense here as the Logic just can't find his KO. That nearly kills off the top, but it still doesn't. Logic struggling. It's the same thing. That
oh my gosh. Finally. Alright, so Logic has kind of closed this damage gap. You know, he finally got that kill. He's only in yellow this time, so it's not that same orange to white separation, so he's got a little bit better of a chance. I don't know, what kind of gameplay do you think he's got to adjust to in order to tighten this up?
I think that's a tough question. I believe he doesn't have to make too many adjustments. I think he just needs to take the stock first, and that's the kind of hardest thing. He's been favoring the sword so much, but he hasn't been going for any D-light combos, right? If he hits a downlight, he usually follows up with the Sarah, and he's only using it to KO. He's not using it to rack on damage. We see a Silent and a neutral light comes out there. He could have gone for a downlight read, and if he was practiced, he could have had 3 downlights, 4 downlights even with the platforms, right? Into a recovery. Yeah. That is maximum damage, but we haven't been seeing him go for that once on the Great Hall. And that's an adjustment that maybe he just hasn't practiced for. Gravity cancel neutral lights are coming out. These Sarahs are actually connecting as well. Logic's playstyle just kind of working out for him in his favor right now as Aram gets hit out of the recovery. Nice neutral light comes out as well. Ooh, ground pound offstage against Bo. That's so risky, but he gets the recovery regardless, and Aram's dodging in place. This is very close now, because Logic, if he takes this game, that might give him the energy to be able to take game 3 and move on to winners semis, because both players are nearing the 1-minute mark here, and they're not even in kill percent yet.
Yeah, and you see him constantly using this sword neutral light, because he got a lot of significant damage off of it recently, and it's been beating out a lot of Aram's options. So he's kind of sticking with that, and he notices that he's got to push Aram further into the red than he has been previously before he starts going for his kill moves. And
now we're noticing
decent damage.
And that's what I'm saying. Like he doesn't have he doesn't use the sword downlight as a damage thing to rack up damage. Right?
Yeah.
Now that he's got him in kill percent, now you see him putting up the downlights. Now you see him trying to get him off stage with the D-light Sarah. That's what he likes to do with the sword. And he's got Aram in kill percent, and Aram knows it. He's off the side of the stage, just tossing his weapon up, makes it back to the stage, but that neutral light catches him, and Logic forces his bow out of his hands. Oh no!
Oh
Logic.
no! This is trouble.
No. Logic double ground pounded. That was it. Oh, it was so close. Look at the damage difference. Oh. Logic had that game. He goes off stage, and that was the easiest ground pound of Aram's life. So easy that he even gives a gravity cancel salute to end it off. So devastating for Logic. We knew that was going to happen. There was no way back.
Yeah, that was as soon as he dipped below and overextended against the bow. I mean, we knew that was pretty much closed out right there, but Aram, you know, he noticed it as well and followed right with that ground pound.
I guess maybe if Logic dodged straight up and dive kicked, maybe he could have made it back. It was a really hard thing to do in the moment.
Couple unorthodox options open to him, but I don't know. I feel like Aram would have just been able to read them pretty well just from the positioning that was created. That is unfortunate.
Yeah. As we can see, I really want to feel like that double ground pound at the end there was a mistake, because putting yourself in a position that's that easily ledge guardable is not very fun. But regardless, great for Aram for being able to capitalize on that and take a 2-0 over a set that was looking like that was going to go into Logic's favor. Logic still has an opportunity to lose his bracket, however, and he should not be feeling bad because he made that match close, and I feel like if he met Aram again, he could possibly knock him out of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we saw each of those matches was getting closer and closer.
Yeah. Absolutely. And in the end, it was in Logic's favor.
Oh, yeah.
But now, Winners Quarters is finished, and we've got an interesting lineup for Winners Semis, 2 best-of-3s for you guys to decide who goes in the Winners Finals and has a top 3 spot for a very good chance at the plane ticket. We have Lands versus Multimum for Game 1, and Aram versus Addy Mystic for Game 2. We're starting off with Lands.
All right, so... You know, we've seen both of these players before. We've been talking about them. Multimum's just going right for the Queen Nai pick. And I don't know, Lance, we're going to see Scarlet, right? Is that what we're expecting here?
I mean, something with a Lance. That's what I'm expecting. Scarlet is definitely what he's going to be looking for, and Multimum, interesting they didn't go for Sentinel in game one, but it could just be because he is that uncomfortable with Sentinel against Lance. Lance is a player that I feel like he doesn't get to practice against too much. So bringing out his true main to be able to fight against that all the way through the best of three is probably a very good idea. Because if you lost game one with Sentinel and he's not as comfortable, then you just put yourself at that much more of a deficit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I definitely agree with that call too. Just because if you're not as comfortable with that matchup, you don't want to be behind the game one. Here, you know, it gives him more time to adjust if things don't really go his way. And then even if he wins that game one, it kind of gives him a nice buffer area to learn again.
And King's Pass is game one.
Wow.
This is completely unexpected for me from both these players, but it looks like we're going to have a little bit of fun with the shenanigans zone. Weapon tosses and everything. Lands opening with a down air, weapon toss, neutralite. Chose for the chase dodge N-Sig, but instead gets hit by that neutralite from Multimum as he tries to even things up. But a weapon toss to the sidelight Nair lands, bringing out all the stops with this hammer and Lance.
Oh my gosh. I mean, the damage coming very quickly. Queen Nai is almost in the red.
Neutralite comes out, however, and now lands disarmed. Does not have anything to throw at Multimum except an explosive. It lands on the tail end of King's Pass there, and that's dangerous. Either player could play off of that, but instead Lance just says, I'm going to send you towards the sky, not the mine. And the mine diffuses on its own. Multimum recovers, picks up the guitars, and is looking for a way in. Nice Neutralite on that dodge read and gets the recovery as well.
Punish. And I feel like he's got a real chance there. Oh my gosh. That's going to be the tale of this match. Hammer versus Katars. With that center channel and the short walls on the sides, it's going to be vertical control and edge guards. How do you feel about Katars versus Hammer? Tell me that. I cannot.
Okay. I don't think Eddie. Ground pound versus Hammer is the better thing I want to talk about here. I hate seeing that happen to players. They need to respect that Hammer recovery, because if the Hammer recovery comes out and Multimum. Well, that was such a great bait from Lance. Lance all the way down to the center, waited out Multimum's ground pound response, and just like, all right, gotcha. And he kills him off the bottom of the map. And now Lance running away with this. He's got him in orange. Multimum gets the KO, but it was looking so much like Lance's game.
Yeah, and I mean, it still kind of is. He's got a significant damage lead, and I think we're going to have to see if Multimum really recognizes that against that Hammer, you've got to kind of abandon most of your vertical options. So if he's got the Katars, he's got to end up going for those down airs diagonally. He's got to do the side air from the side. I think that's really what he needs to identify quickly.
Yeah, there might be a big reason as to why King's Pass is picked was for that Gimp alone. I think that was like a huge mix-up that Lance wanted to bring out. I was like, all right, for game one, I'm going to take your stock by hitting you with this ground pound recovery combo. And now Lance is just rolling with it. Multimum jumping around, gets hit by the mine on the respawn, tries to go for the downlight. That's so much damage to be taking on the very last stock of the set. Another bomb trade goes off, does not favor Multimum. He gets hit by a Sarah, and he's almost in the orange already.
Wow, I mean, you know, he started off pretty far behind, but Multimum's definitely bringing us back. Oh man, center channel, let's see if he's learned anything here.
Oh, it looks like he's trying to land with some nairs, but Lance is just hitting with neutral six. Nice neutralite to be able to read that Sarah coming out from Lance, but Lance just is so far in the lead here. Goes in for recoveries, side airs as well. Hits with a side sig, weapon toss.
Oh my gosh.
That was almost a side sig weapon toss into ground pound. Almost worked. He gets the downlight Sarah instead, but Lance just destroyed Multimum in that game one. King's Pass is definitely his playground.
Yeah, and you know, you've got to recognize here against Queen Nai with that high armor. I know Scarlet's got high strength, but it does end up mattering. You can see under 500 damage done. Lance was extremely efficient with his kills, and that's what we really like to see as we reach these upper ends of the bracket. You know, you don't add on just kind of meaningless damage once they're already in the red. You start shifting over, searching for meaningful kill moves.
Right. And that's exactly what Lance did the entire map, and each kill move was unique. We're using the map as well. That was the coolest thing about that first game. And now Multimum put onto a secondary for game two, just showing how uncomfortable he felt in that game one. I really would like to see him stick to Queen Eye. I feel like King's Pass was kind of a big deal there in regards to why that was so one-sided, but I guess he feels more comfortable switching over to this Legend. He wants the Hammer to be able to ditto against Lance.
And you know what? He's going for some of these more stable map picks. There was Thunderguard and Blackguard open at the end. He ended up going for Blackguard Keep. I do feel like it's a good map for the Lance, but I can also see why, you know, Sentinel having fantastic side signatures, this can really bode well for him.
And now Multimum opening up with that neutral air puts a little bit of damage on. And not to mention that last time we saw Lance on this map, he took an incredibly early stock on Baki by using that platform against him. Like, Lance has been probably the most efficient player in regards to using the maps to his advantage that I've seen throughout this entire tournament. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him try to do that against Multimum again as he gets that down sig on that down air. Nice neutral air comes out as well. Multimum has a little bit of a lead though and tries to go for that early side sig kill.
Yeah, I would really like to see him land some of those, just because they are so strong. They will knock out so early, and he finds it with the hammer side sig. That's what we're talking about.
Those are that hammer side sigs that you were talking about the first time that we saw Multimum Sentinel. He didn't use it much before, but he's using them now as he is able to get that KO, and he finds a nice downlight in the Nair. Lands being brought into the deep yellow already with a nice neutral light combo. Down air side light. Multimum goes for that down sig read, and Lance is forced to recover beneath the stage. Weapon toss comes out.
Wow.
What? Wow.
This is a completely different match. Multimum, I know you say like he's a Queen Nai player, but right now he's looking a heck of a lot like a Sentinel player.
That edge guard was so beautiful. That was 2 stocks in under a minute. 7:03 on the clock. Multimum fighting against Lance here as he goes off of that sidelight. Sarah as well jumps upwards, and now he's making it back to the stage. He's not even at kill percent yet. The ground pound. Okay, that happened again. Lance gets the ground pound or the recovery on Multimum as he ground pounds underneath him. Another ground pound comes out. Lance finishes it out. Multimum needs to stop guitar ground pounding into hammer recovery. That's what he needs to do.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that several times now across both of these games. So I feel like if Lance starts leaning into that a little bit more, he definitely has a chance to bring this back.
Down air comes out, Multimum finds another down air, tries to go for the down, like it's a Nair, no recovery follow-up, but he's still carrying Lance all across the map, has him in orange, falls to the Nair, using that Enzig to try to go for a dodge read. He's got him off the stage, that down sig hits! Wow! That hit him off his recovery! He still gets his recovery back, however, I guess he touched the stage.
Yeah, just barely. Wow, so lands with the Lance against the guitars. I don't know, now it's the hammer. We're looking for kill moves. There it is, the hammer down air. These were extremely efficient kills. Look at that. 473 damage done. It's like they're racing to the bottom here.
It's completely opposite from what we saw with Logic and Aram, where we had like 600 to 700 damage in each game. We have not had a game go over 500 damage in this best of 3 so far. It has just been like one player decides, I'm going to win this match, and I'm going to win it fast. Multum got 2 stocks under a minute, and he destroyed. And now he's sticking to that Sentinel, feeling comfortable. Multum, if I were you, I would get rid of King's Pass if you want to have a chance of winning this best of 3. Because that, we just saw like 2 polar opposites.
Completely. It was absolutely insane, the difference. I mean, he went from being significantly behind, almost getting 3-stocked, to almost 3-stocking lands. Like, yeah. How does that happen? And there, he finally identifies, yes, King's Pass, not such a great choice. Let's knock that out of there. I don't know, which one do you think he's mostly hoping for out of these 3?
Twilight Grove or Blackguard Keep. Those are what I think he's hoping for, and that's why the Great Hall is being chosen by Lands. Those are Multimum's maps by far, and Lands is like, no. We're not going there. We're going to the Great Hall. This is where I want to bring you. And Game 3 is going to be on Lands' map choice here, but at least it is not on his most favorable map. And we're going to be going into Game 1. Lands opening with a nice Sarah. Multimum picks up the first weapon, but Lands gets a hammer himself. We're seeing the same hammer skin being used against each other. It's kind of cool. Wow. Oh, stop Ensig, however. True combo coming up from Multimum and a lot of damage indeed.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the theme that we've been seeing from Multimum's Sentinel. It's a lot of damage very quickly. I mean, we spoke about, you know, converting maximum damage off of every single hit, and Multimum's been able to do that exceedingly well.
I also want to comment very specifically on the hammer toss that we just saw from Multimum. Because of the angle, that little arc that he was able to put off, he didn't throw it straight up, but just slightly up into the right. It covered a lot of space, considering how big the hammer is, and prevented Lance from being able to get in when Multimum switched his weapons. And now, at a damage lead, he's looking to take the stock lead once again, finds the Nair, no recovery as the weapon toss stops him from getting that move off, looking for the Nairs, gets hit by the tail end of that neutral light, but he doesn't get hit by the Ensig. Multimum gets hit by the second Ensig. It's now any person's first stock.
Wow, Lance almost getting it with the sideline to recover. He was a little bit too close for it, though. So now he's going to have to fish for something else. Ooh. Gets the ground pound, not enough to pounce Sentinel off the stage.
Let's stop. Oh no, he pivots from there and it doesn't connect, but he gets a charge Ensig. So many missed kill moves that just went unpunished, and Lance got like the 6th one. Like he was like, all right, this one missed, that one missed, down there. All right, whatever. Multum says, you know what? It only takes me 1 kill move, and he hits him with that side sig that he got in Game 2, and now it's evened up 2-2. Lance unarmed, however.
You've got to wonder if you know, missing those combos, some of those standard kill combos for Scarlet is due to, you know, maybe wearing on the mentality of Lands a little bit just after getting almost 3-stocked.
And yeah, wow, but Lance, picking up that Lance, immediately switches things around. Maltum had a little bit of a lead with those opening hammer attacks, and now he's just carrying around
nair.
Lance, he nared him to red. Maltum now has a chance to go for his own combo, but Lance just punching him in the face, goes for that NC kill, Sares him, no down sig, but Lance misses the weapon toss follow-up, and now Maltum, he's got an edge guard opportunity, avoids that down sig, dodges in, but the weapon toss stops the falling nair from happening, and Maltum is at risk of losing his stock, and the bomb trade nearly works out in his favor. But it doesn't.
Wow, he was just in range of that, but you know, Lance, he's going to take advantage of it. He's got a stock lead here, he's only in the orange. And, you know, he's been doing a decent job of surviving as long as he can kind of keep interrupting things with those weapon throws.
Weapon throws and down sigs. Scarlet's Lance down sig covers so much space, and even though the kill hitbox doesn't always hit, it will interrupt you if you get hit by that steam. And we saw him using that to greater core, but the side sig read on the down air. That is what I'm talking about. Maltum had a lot to go, but he manages to get the KO in orange, like deep orange.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what we were talking about, those extremely strong side signatures from both weapons. That's where a lot of his kills have been coming from this set.
And now it is neck and neck. Game 3. Maltum finds that recovery, but lands on his way down, says, you're not going to hit another one of those on me, but a down air. Oh no! Ser into ground pound. Maltum puts him in the orange, but Lance says, I'm going to stop that string. I have a weapon. I'm going to toss it upwards. But that hammer Ser hits and Maltum is trying to avoid Lance's down sig. He charges off the side of the platform there to stop Maltum from going to get it, but another missed stop combo.
No.
And Maltum gets a side sig.
Okay, Maltum, good job capitalizing on that. He noticed that Lance missed the combo. He didn't skip a beat. He's like, all right, I got a second chance at life, and I'm going to live it.
And that is Lance being sent to losers. Winners semis. Maltum is in winners finals confirmed top 3 for this regional qualifier. Like,
wow.
There's so many opportunities. I have no idea who's going to win this tournament because we don't have titans like Dobrain, like Nalakat, that are just known for being able to get top 3 all the time. We have so many players that have the opportunity to get there and upset other things. If Maltum meets Lands in winners finals again, or in grand finals, if he wins in winners finals, I don't know who's going to take that match. Like, that was so close. And it was the Sentinel that brought it out, not the Queen Eye. Absolutely insane.
Oh my gosh, that's... I'm really excited to see what else he has in store for us this tournament, because every time we've seen him, it's been better and better. I don't know, I love seeing players who perform well under pressure. And there's going to be a lot of pressure in this match between Aram and Addy Mestic. We've seen them both have fantastic reads. That's been a hallmark of their playstyles. Addy Mestic using Wushang for those gauntlets and spear strings to great effect. And then Aram with just... I mean, he's starting off with the Azoth, but we do see him switch to Katars for more strings, but so consistent in the adaptation.
And it's going to be really cool to see whose playstyle wins out here. Like in the previous match, right? What we saw were 2 efficient killers, right? Damage was barely up there past 500. I don't think it made it there on all 3 games. Maltum and Lance were both KOing as soon as they could, as soon as it was available for them. But then we had, the match between Aram and Logic, where Aram and Logic both play in the same way as they try to whittle their opponent down up until a lot of things are going to kill. And now we've got 2 conflicting playstyles, right? We saw Addy Mestic with those crazy early ground pound kills, and Aram that's just kind of like, you know what? I've got 6 defense, I've got an axe, I got a bow, I'm going to stay in center stage, I'm going to hit you with a lot of end lights. Let's see who wins out here. Is Aram going to force Addy Mestic to play his game, or is Addy Mestic going to force Aram to crumble under the pressure?
I mean, we'll find out. We've got Axe versus Gauntlets. You know, we've kind of said before, Axe does really well against those close-range weapons, but he tosses it away, and now Addy's got a real chance to start something up.
And there we go, Addy Mestic opening up those ground pounds already. Down air read as well. Tries to go for the end sig as Aram tries to drop for that weapon, but Aram dodges out of the way of it. Aram finds another falling Ser. Ground pound avoided, but the recovery immediately afterwards. Addy Mestic just throwing out these Wushang end sigs, and now trying to land with these side airs, repositioning. It's so cool to see a good Wushang play, because not only do they use their moves to combo, they use them to reposition for other moves. Half these Sers that we're seeing from Addy Mestic are just moving him as if it's a jump or a dodge, so that he can get a better position for some kind of string or a way in.
Yeah, and that's what I absolutely love seeing. We're going to see a little bit of weird movement here on that ground pound coming out on the side. Not enough for the kill. I don't know, Aram's doing a really good job trying to change up his own movement to avoid all these gauntlet moves.
And now Aram holding onto this bow is trying to make things a little bit even here. As we're seeing, Messick having a little bit of difficulty closing out on Aram here, but he still has the advantage in regards to his gauntlet playstyle. And now, getting hit by that Nair, just jumping around on the platform to the right, trying to make his way in, dodging forward, tossing the gauntlets aside. He's maybe looking for the spear, but oh, that downlight leads right into his side. Like, no ground pound, however, but the neutral light hits. Is that going to kill? It does. Sends him flying. Wow.
Yeah, so Addy staying with gauntlets. It looked like he might have been trying to switch over to spear. I know he wanted the weapon starve, but I feel like for some of these matchups, he's kind of recognizing that gauntlets have a little bit of trouble closing out, so he might be shifting towards the spear a little bit in this match.
Ground pound comes out, a hard read coming up from Aram there. Reading the fact that he was trying to dodge down or dive kick down onto the stage, Aram just jumps up in place, ground pounds, covers, and it's the thing, the ground pound going through the platform now had the option to carry Messick all the way beneath the stage. He just ended up hitting Messick that early there. A great option from Aram, and it evens it up immediately 1-1, and now he's taking the lead.
Oh my gosh. Just hit after hit he's finding on Messick. So Messick going in hard, but keeps getting tagged out.
Ooh, side light, or side air into downlight there. Messick's not able to get too much more, so Aram puts out an interesting signature, and Messick returns his own, like agreeing. It's like, all right, let's just put out some SIGs. We're fighting against each other here, but no, instead he chases out his forward, finds a nice neutral light, tries to follow with the Sarah. Another neutral light hits, just pummeling Aram off the stage, and Aram tosses aside his bow. Side sig does not hit, but the Nair does. Messick does not get the Gauntlet Russian Mafia, but still, he's made this damage even.
Yeah, and I mean, that's really all you can ask for. He gets the kill, I think. Come on, you've got to be able to secure this edge guard.
He doesn't get the edge guard, but he does get a little bit more damage with that spear recovery. The second recovery does not hit. Aram tries to recover himself as both players are just jumping up and through the air, trying to take out the other opponent. And the down sig hits.
My gosh.
Does a kill though. Wu Shang somehow living through that down sig from Aram, and now the side sig gets punished by a side light, but that's it. Both players so heavily towards kill percent. Lots of sigs are going to kill here. Oh!
Wow. I mean, as you said it before, there it is finally with the mind kill, but this kind of lends itself more towards beating on the opponent until they're just at that point where almost anything will kill.
Right, and that just means that Aram's playstyle is kind of winning out, as he's really been able to take a huge beating, but hold on to his stock as he's able to avoid the moves that are definitely going to kill. And oh, a gravity cancel downlight and a Nair, sniping Messick straight out of the skies, and that ground pound, that hits, but Messick took so much damage.
I know this isn't going to be easy for him. You know, with the strings that are available to Gauntlets, he definitely has a chance to even out the damage, but just with how he's been struggling to find kills for quite a while, I think Aram's going to be able to edge this one out.
There sends Messick flying off the stage. Messick only has a recovery. He makes it back. Aram goes for a very simple ground pound read, and Messick's able to work around it, putting out these downlights now. Tries to get in there. Aram hits it with the Sarah, and he's yet to be damaged. It's looking like it's going to be game one for Aram here, as Messick can't make it back on the stage and can't find those gauntlet strings. Nice downlight, but nothing else. Sidelight dodges out of the way of the Nair, but the second air hits. Down air. Down sig.
Oh my gosh. Here we go. We've got a chance.
Oh, waits out of the way of that down sig, tries to side sig punish. All Aram has hit is with bow stairs for now, and oh no, Messick doesn't get his jumps back.
Wow, I think he got hit out of the recovery there by the weapon toss.
Oh my gosh, but you could see the damage taken there from Messick, tanking things like a champ, but unfortunately just can't bring out the game. He came close there near the end, but he wasn't able to bring Aram to kill percent, and he ended up getting KO'd by that weapon toss. Sticking to the same legends though, we're going to game two. If Aram wins this, he's going on to meet Multimum in winners finals and confirm that top 3 spot once again. But here it doesn't matter as much as the last tournament. Only one prize is here, and that is for first place.
Oh wow, this is really interesting. The maps that are open, we've got Thunderguard, Twilight Grove, and King's Pass. 3 extremely different maps. It's not like he went for one that has like significant shenanigans or, you know, a lot of edgeguard play. It's kind of a little bit of everything within these 3 options.
And Twilight Grove was the one they end up deciding on. So King's Pass, a map that I feel like favored Messick, is not picked. Thunderguard Stadium, also with the shenanigans zone, is taken away, and we have Twilight Grove with that island that has saved so many players so far throughout this tournament.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. Seeing how Messick already struggled to get kills, I feel like Aram's got to feel pretty good about that island being on there.
And now, Messick He's almost had gauntlets this entire game, now that I think about it. I think the only thing that we've seen him do with spear is recovery, and then he just tosses it away for an unarmed combo and picks up the gauntlets again. As he hits a nice neutral light into Sair. A second Sair goes to that the gauntlet ground pound, but he doesn't get it to pivot, so he doesn't connect. But that was almost Aram's stock, adding Mystic with some hard reads off stage, and now with the spear, making me eat my words, is going for neutral lights and putting Aram into the orange.
But there it is, as you called it, he would immediately toss that spear away. He definitely favors the gauntlets. I think it's just what he's been practicing rather than any real matchup call here.
Right. And I guess he's kind of banking on the fact that the gauntlets as a matchup is very unfamiliar for a lot of players. And now Aram, feeling comfortable, is throwing out down sig after side sig, just putting out so many damage or kill potential moves. Another side sig comes out, adding Mystic, however, jumping past it, hits it with the Sair and a weapon toss to stop the down sig. Aram, he's putting out a lot of sigs that aren't working, and he's taking a lot of damage for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the trouble. You get a little bit hungry for that kill, and if you can't really find it, and you start getting a little bit tunnel vision on your signatures, the opponent can capitalize, and Addy's been doing that fantastically. He's got a chance to take the lead. Oh my god!
Spike hitbox with the recovery. Addy Mystic went for a ground pound there, oddly enough, after jumping, and the tip of his head got smashed by the axe from Aram as he was just trying to get back to the stage. I think both players were surprised that killed.
Yeah, I mean, it's really how quickly Addy's going to be able to recover from that surprise, because he still needs to take this kill, and he's got a chance. There it is. He gets that ground pound. We've seen him use it time and time again, and he's not even really going for weapon starve.
No, I think he's so much more focused on making sure that he holds on to his gauntlets. And unfortunately, I feel like maybe it was like a last-minute thing where he thought about it. It's like, oh, wait a second, I need to deny these. But he goes for a weapon toss combo into neutral light, tosses that spear downwards, goes for the weapon, and Aram reads that. He knows he wants his gauntlets real bad, and he picks them up. And the down reads the fall after the Sair. Aram puts Addy Mystic into the orange.
Wow, this is not looking too good for Addy. Aram's got a bead on his movement for sure. He's got to turn this gauntlet string into something significant, but Aram's turning those signatures into something significant.
Addy Mystic, oh my gosh, that recovery was beautiful. He dodged upwards and used the gauntlet Sair to clip the bottom of the island and made it back from what was almost certain death, and now Addy Mystic has got an opportunity to ground pound Aram to his doom.
But Aram, there we see Aram, he faded towards the back end of that ground pound. You know, that's where the gauntlets, they can fade forward, as we've been saying before, but they don't fade back as well, and Aram definitely made the right call.
And that's just showing that he's a little bit more familiar with the gauntlets than other players that we've seen up to this point, which is appropriate considering how close we are to grand finals at this point. Winners semis, the final winners semis match. He gets hit by that Sair, Aram barely damaged. This is looking like it's going to be Aram's game 2-0. Addy Mystic's Wushang is just not doing it.
Yeah, I mean, this is really unfortunate just because Addy did such great work with the gauntlets before, and I think kind of his tunnel vision on that weapon is what's costing him a lot of opportunity and a lot of damage here. Because I don't think they fight against Axe very well, and then it's a very volatile matchup against the bow.
Well, yeah, bow in general has so many solid matchups, almost all positive or neutral, and Addy Mystic, finding a nice neutral light, is able to jump over that down to ground pound, does not hit. Ooh. He's dead. He just ground pound to his death. Addy Mystic.
Wow.
Player 2 wins.
Talk about putting all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah, I mean, if he had to hit the GP, he had to, and if he didn't hit it, he died. That interesting choice from Addy Mystic results in him losing the game. Aram takes it 2-0 and moves on to grand finals. And that means we have not grand finals, winners finals, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
We have a confirmed winners finals match between Multimum, seed 9, and Aram, seed 2. So,
wow.
Multimum making a nice upset on Daiku, who was the original seed, but we're not going into that winners finals match just yet. No, we have our losers quarters that's coming up, and the first one is going to be Daiku, originally upsetted by Multimum 2-1, has been making his way through the losers bracket, and is going to be fighting against Addy Mystic, who we just saw get knocked out.
Man, this one is going to be very interesting. I don't know. Daiku versus Addy? I really don't know who to give it to right now. It's been a while since I've seen the two of these play against each other, but I don't know.
It's just a hard call to make simply because Daiku also is arguably out of practice. He used to be very regular at tournaments, but as we saw in the last EU 1v1, got upset by Q4R, who didn't even make it very far in this tournament, had a very unfortunate tournament experience, but he got upset by Weak Sauce.
Yeah.
And we saw him get knocked out by Multimum as well, which is no strange thing, as we now see Multimum in the top 3.
Oh,
Addy Mystic on Wushang against Jala from Daiku. This is just such an odd matchup. Both players are on characters that are relatively new.
Yeah, this one's going to be, we've said it before, but feast or famine, just because that 3 armor on Jala with the gauntlet strings that Addy is able to pull off, that damage is going to build insanely fast. But again, Jala having axe and sword, great edge guarding weapons and just general weapons overall, with high strength and dexterity, he's going to be putting on a lot of pressure. So I'm expecting to see things happen very quickly and very violently.
Yes, that last point that you made is the part that I'm most excited to see. As we saw that Arab's play style definitely won out against Addy Mestic in that best of 3 winter semis, but both of these players, they like to go in and they like to be aggressive. I'm expecting some fast, volatile matches, as we've got Daikyu already opening up the sword, ground pounding in odd directions, and Addy Mestic hitting him with his fists. Sares in the skies with no jumps left. Nice sidelight, goes for the recovery follow-up, and they're just fighting in the air here. Ground pound comes out. They've barely been on stage.
Oh my gosh, I mean, they're both in yellow because the blows have just been going back and forth constantly, very rapidly. And I mean, Daiku's trying to find a weapon. He picks up an axe. He's going for the edge guards here. Addy gets back on stage, but he's swinging right back. He's not taking a moment to catch his breath.
No, he's not. He's swinging so much that he doesn't even have the jumps to be able to continue swinging here. As Daikyu puts up that side stick, Addy Mestic is waiting out that move. When he gets hit with that down air, and he gets the end stick, read, chase dodge, weapon toss, forces him up, Daikyu gets the KO, 50 seconds.
Wow, and Daiku's, already just about red himself, so he's got to be careful. Anything from Addy, especially any of Wushong's very strong signatures, could knock him out.
Neutral light hits, Addy Mestic plays on the center of the stage, gets the ground pound, that's the KO.
Wow.
3 defense, no opportunity to dodge, that's his stock.
So Daiku's going to be hunting for a weapon here. He gets a mind toss out. Keep an eye on that. I'm really worried.
Both players are probably playing around that as we see Daikyu already going for the dive kicks, trying to carry his opponent into it, but instead he's just dive kicking him into nairs. That mine, oh, Daikyu.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, the neutral light, oh, so hard. Down like, oh.
Wow, they are all just dancing around this explosive.
Daikyu finally says, all right, enough of that. Gets the side stick and the dare. Addy Mestic, you're done for. Dodge is not going to bring him back, and Daikyu takes a solid stock lead over Wushong after that nice little dance around the mine.
Yeah, just with how quick the back and forth has been, this is looking really good for Daikyu. You said he's got that stock lead, and he's going to know how to work it.
Daikyu goes in for that side stick. Addy Mestic falling with the Sarah. Weapon toss gets him out of his jumps. Addy Mestic, however, doesn't go for the ledge guard. Spear, not that great at going for those ledge guards to be able to spike. And now, gets a nice D-light. Daikyu doing what we saw earlier. 3 D-lights in a row. He's just kind of like, oh, one of these moves hit. Let's keep using it. And he does. Addy Mestic almost in the orange. Gets the end stick, however. It kills.
Wow.
Daikyu even jumped there. He could have dodged to survive, but instead he just loses his stock. I don't think he expected that to have that much force.
No, definitely not. I mean, pretty much the entire lead that he created is gone now.
And now it's even being lost further as Addy Mestic's fired the gauntlet strings. Daikyu, however, he's found so many axe side sticks, and after that axe string bringing Addy Mestic into orange, it's looking like he's going to get another side stick. No, Addy Mestic looking for that ground pound, gets hit by the recovery, and Daikyu goes for that rising Sarah. The second Sarah hits. Is this going to be Daiku's game? Addy Mestic, Sarah's back to the stage. Ground pound, weapon toss.
Oh my god,
he even got it around for it.
What an edge guard! That was absolutely insane. Addy Mestic, just constant pressure, constantly just closing off options from Daikyu.
Wow, that was so close. I thought he had to hit that second ground pound to get the KO, but he was out of
I thought so too. But no, that was just enough. That was it. Absolutely amazing, incredible turnaround. And Daikyu, I mean, he's just going right into the next game. He's like, all right, maybe that shouldn't have happened. Here we go. I think we're going back to Great Hall, same exact legends.
It's the salty run back here as we're going back. Daikyu's like, no, that didn't just happen. Here, let me show you. He is very competitive. He wants to be able to bring that back, because that was arguably Daikyu's game the entire time. And we're going back into the Great Hall. Weapon goes straight to Daikyu, and he's already looking for some damage here as Addy Mestic dodges past that recovery and gets it down there.
Ooh, he misses the combo into the neutral light. Daikyu just jumping out of the way in time.
Nice side air. Oh, ground pound opportunities again. Daikyu, he ground pounds himself, avoiding these gauntlet ground pounds. Nice neutral light, gets that recovery. Addy Mestic chasing him down with his fist, but he downlights and gets punished by a side stick. Daikyu goes for that ground pound. D-light, double D-light.
Wow, is that enough? Can he get it?
No, but that's still so much damage. It's such a crazy combo, because not only does it have the most maximum damage with that recovery instead of the Sair, but it also brings your opponent so high into the sky that you could possibly get an air gimp.
Yeah, I mean, that vertical carry is absolutely amazing, but Daikyu, sending him completely horizontally, takes the lead with that first stock. he's in orange, but we've seen Addy Mestic show that that doesn't mean that much.
No, it does not, definitely. Oh, maybe if he has the spear, but now he tosses that aside, picks the gauntlets, and a side stick punched by the side stick. Daiku's found side sticks on the sword, the axe, whatever. Oh,
Oh no.
He makes it back. He makes it back.
Wow,
He gets in there.
throwing him
Weapon
down,
toss.
gets the weapon toss. Is that enough? Can he confirm? Not enough.
No,
Daiku
Addy
turns him down.
He got his jumps back. He got his jumps. He has his dodge. Come on, Addy. What? He gets a dive kick. Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh. Daiku taking a 2-stock lead here off of an insane offstage play. Addy's got to clean it up very quickly.
Addy Mestic, oh no, opportunity to get gift again, goes to the grab pound. Stop going for these grab pounds, Addy. They work sometimes, but not now. Addy Mestic, you're trying your best, but you have to get a stock here without losing your own. Daiku goes for that side stick read. Addy Mestic trying to find the Sares, the downlight Sares, anything, but he's just like, it's not working. I have to use the gauntlets. I have to use the ground pound. Daiku recovers, gets it perfectly to avoid getting hit by that hitbox. He's looking for the 3-stock here, though. The Sare gets it.
Okay, but I mean, this is going to be very difficult. Addy Mestic, he's got a mountain to climb, and Daiku is one of the tallest.
Yeah, but the mountain can be brought down pretty easily if this ground pound hits. All the recovery comes out. Addy Mestic's looking for the nair. I don't know. This matchup's so explosive. I see Addy Mestic in kill percent, and I go like, well, that's just 5 ground pounds away. There it is. Oh, but he misses that one. Dive kick connects.
Well, all right, so there's one. He just needs to get another. He went from orange to red. Let's see if he can hold on to this red, or if Daiku's going to take him out.
Line goes up. He's looking for that recovery kill, but Addy Mestic gets him that Sare. Still doesn't kill just yet. Daiku looking for the falling Sares off stage. Finds one Sare, but it hits him into the stage. Prevents that death from happening, and Daiku gets the recovery kill at the top. Gets the JV2, but oh my, if that was anything, I do not know what is going to happen in Game 3 here. They just want to go straight to it. Both players have the momentum. This is crazy.
I mean, they go fast in the match and outside of the match. I think we only spent like a second on the character select menu.
No,
both of them
not,
just
I don't even know if it's that. I think it's just the time it takes for them to press the buttons necessary to get to open striking. They're just like, all right, hurry up, hurry up.
That's all it takes.
Yeah. This is a really big deal, too, because both these players would love a free plane ticket to America, to be able to go to BCX, experience the fact that a lot of these players most likely haven't even been outside of their home country, to be able to go over there, play for the World Championship and not have to pay for it. And look at how determined he is. Addy Mestic says, all right, I'll take you to King's Pass. Let's go. Gauntlet, ground pounds. Honestly, I don't give this the favor of either player. They're so great off stage. We've seen it go in either direction.
It seems like they both kind of want to just lean into that more. We saw Addy just immediately knock out Great Hall, and I kind of agree with that. If you've just lost on a map, just get a fresh mentality. Wipe that clean. I usually don't like going back to the same map that you just played on, but this is absolutely insane. King's Pass, that center channel is going to be so deadly with just about all these weapons.
Look at this. Look, all the down airs, the ground pounds, the recoveries. Addy Mestic may have just died. No, he makes it back. Recovery comes out, and Daiku totally fine with fighting in the center stage. He's like, all right, you want to fight me here? I'll fight you here. I've got the axe. I've got down airs. Both players ended up trading evenly, but now Daiku has the advantage. Addy Mestic tries to land into that neutral. Daiku puts out that gravity cancel. Neutral sig. It does not connect, but the recovery comes out. Addy Mestic picks up the gauntlets, what he's been using all game. Side sigs are coming out. Stops Daiku's side sig. Now either player's essentially in kill percent.
Yeah, this has just been absolutely crazy. The speed of play between these two.
Oh, that's it.
What? Double spike ball for the kill off the side. Addy Mestic trying to reset here. He's going to weapon starve a little bit. Oh, just manages to get it in time. But now he's got the spear, and we know he probably wants the gauntlets.
I love that. He double neutralized into down throw to pick up neutralite, and the third one hit. And then he just picks up the gauntlets. That second hit of the Sare connects. Daiku's going for the grab pounds. Oh no, he's out of jumps. All right, he makes the dodge back, and now he's getting the recoveries on Addy Mestic. Nice nair. Well, that killed. Oh my god, that killed off the top.
Just enough. And you know, I really like seeing Daiku go for these unarmed recoveries against the gauntlet ground pound, just because the hitbox that you hold for it is so shallow. So the gauntlet ground pound is going to get beat out by just about everything. But let's see if Addy can actually get something on this center channel here. There's another ground pound unarmed this time. He's fighting without the weapon, which is going to be really tough against Axe. Daiku's showing the strength of it.
That was so good. Addy Mestic, knowing he was going to get hit by another down air, actually saved his recovery, waited for the hit to come out, knowing it wasn't going to send him too far because he was in yellow, and then recovered back to King's Pass to not lose that stock. Great recovery from Addy Mestic. Oh, the mine. Gets that Sare, has him off the side of the stage. He's got a lot of damage on the Daiku because of that bomb hit, and he goes for that ground pound read, but Daiku just makes it back, gets that Sair. Another ground pound coming up from Addy Messick, but he doesn't get the read. Daiku flying around the center of the stage. Addy Messick not afraid to take him here. Recovery in air. Weapon toss. Oh, he picks up the spear and he tries to find a Sair instead. This is so close. The weapon toss neutral air puts him in the orange. Such an explosive matchup with the recovery kill.
Wow. Okay, so Addy Messick trying to clear the field a bit more consciously here. Ends up with the spear. And, you know, we see him do a little bit of work with it here, but quick rotation to the gauntlets. Very nice.
Oh, that bomb was so close. But Daiku, why are you dodging so close to it? Down into coming out. He's going for the ground pound read. Recovery. Explosive. Sends in the King's Pass. Falls down the center, but he sidelights him and he goes for that ground pound read. Nice nair. Daiku wants to make this completely even. He wants to make this 1-to-1 tournament stock anybody's game. That's what he's looking for here. He does not want to go down without a fight, and that down air nearly sends Addy Messick falling to his death. Addy Messick finally finding some unarmed damage. Daiku gets the Sair. This is it.
Wow, so Daiku only got hit by a down air and a neutral air in that entire exchange. That was really impressive, and I mean, if he can pull off that kind of hit ratio right now, he's going to take this set.
That gauntlet ground pound connecting to the stage allowed him to get a neutral light, 2 neutral lights in a row, gets the recovery. Daiku in the orange, the mine's gone, no opportunity to downlight there, but he's got him in the center. He got the shenanigans zone combo off. Addy Messick almost in the orange. He's got him in the red himself. Addy Messick's got so many ground pound opportunities. He tosses his gauntlets away. He goes for a Sair, but Daiku gets his own Sair. Oh, that side stick may have just done it for Daiku. He tries to make it back. Gauntlet ground pound spike ball. He avoids all of it. So many things are being thrown off, and Addy Messick actually gets hit by the recovery on the way up. Daiku goes for the nair. Jumping there, but he gets hit with a D-line recovery. Addy Messick.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Just
No.
flips his legs. He
I
didn't tuck him
can't believe
up.
what just happened.
Oh my gosh. I don't think Daiku expected that to hit, and he was looking for some options that he had already used to get out of the way.
It was so... It was like, it was so comical too, because he was just floating in the air there, like that moment in the jump where like you're just sitting still, and the spike ball like grazes his toe, and he goes barreling off the side of the stage. That was so funny. I'm not even salty.
Very Looney Tunes. The floor drops out. You look up at the camera. Spike ball right there. So Addy Messick is going to be moving on. I'm really curious because we've seen him do some really great things. You know, congratulations to Daiku for making it this far. But unfortunately, that's where it ends for him today. But we're going to see who can edge out this win between Cake and Lands.
So Cake knocking out Effie to get here. Effie doesn't even get stream time or into losers quarters. He's fighting off against Lands. Yeah, Effie not making a good showing, even though he was seed number 4, was just not ready to be able to do it. And we have got Lands and Cake coming up. Cake not even bringing out Queen Nai for game 1. He's going to be fighting against Lands and Scarlet.
All right, so how do you feel about this matchup? What kind of maps are we going to be looking for as these bans come in?
It's weird. With Lands, I feel like he's got specific maps he likes to pick against players. Cake, he's kind of just always gone with whatever's flat. He doesn't like shenanigans. He's not an offstage player. I really do not think he is. He likes being able to play with the spear and being able to get KOs with signatures and D-Light Sairs. That's what he focuses on. So Mammoth Fortress and Shipwreck, banned out by Lands, appropriate, because that's where Cake likes to go.
All right, well, it looks like we are going to be going to Twilight Grove. It does give you a little bit of that flat area, but a couple nice features around it. Those 2 soft platforms, and then that right side island that can really save lives.
And now Lands finding that nice side air onto Cake. Goes to that weapon toss, gets a nice neutral light as well. Cake playing with the Bryn on Axe. This is something that I feel like is a little confusing. He finds a sidelight D-Light. Oh, and a dare. As I'm saying, Cake not super successful with Axe in tournament play. Already finding some nice combos on the Lands here. Now he picks up the spear.
Yeah, now this is interesting. You know, we saw in previous matches Lands being extremely efficient with his kills, right? So we're kind of seeing Cake getting pushed towards that orange, now in the red. So I'm expecting Lands to go for a lot of kill moves. That bomb almost doing it, but not quite.
And just as Sparky's talking about explosive action in the chat, we see Lands taking that bomb to Cake and finishing him off with the side air, has the lead. Cake has the opportunity to even things up, but that ground pound does not connect and gives Lands a free weapon toss combo. Cake Sairs him off the side of the stage, has got his other Sair weapon here with the axe, and now he's trying to follow some Sairs himself. Ground pound goes up, tries to go in, doesn't manage to get the KO, and now Lands has got the opportunity to take this lead and run with it. Neutral light, that's not going to kill just yet, but it might soon if Cake can't find any actual kill moves.
Man, Lands is staying just out of range here to try and find his own punishes, and it's really showing. Cake's already pushed towards the orange. He's getting close to red. That's gonna find it. I don't know. That almost killed, and Lands is already looking for the second stock.
Yeah, Cake is only finding weapon tosses. He can't find anything else. That down air nearly spikes Lance to his death. Recovery? Wow, that doesn't kill. It hit him into the stage and decreased the knockback. Lance is doing so well. The stock grab pounds recovery Sares. They're not hitting Lance. Tosses the spike ball upwards. He goes to the Sare, the Lance, that down air nearly KOing. Lance is so damaged, but so far ahead.
Wow, finds the other kill with that side air, and he's got a 2-stock lead. This is absolutely insane.
A 2-stock lead indeed. It's not. We've seen that Cake can't find the kill moves. You can't find. I don't even think D-Light Sare on Spear hits anymore. All right, there we go. Finally, a Sare from the X connects, but Lance has got to be feeling comfortable.
Yeah, I think Lands is not worried at all. He's going to keep going in. He just wants this damage to clean up the last stock and roll right into the next match. Whereas I think Cake is trying to find what's actually going to work. As you said, he's only really been getting weapon throws. I think he's got to find what real options he has if he's going to bring back this whole set.
Yeah, Nairs and Sares and Silence are coming up, but Cake is not converting anything into damage. And now a down air here and there might be connecting, but Lance is perfectly fine, just tossing weapons aside, hitting him with a nice neutral light, and continuing to put Cake towards kill percent. Because unlike Cake, Lance has no problem KOing his opponents. We've seen this time and time again. He is absolutely punctual when it comes to making sure that when his opponent's in kill percent, they are dead. And Lance is just trying to work Cake towards that area. But as I'm saying that, Cake finding it down there and a Sare goes for that down sig read, goes for that falling there as well. Maybe a recovery would have hit, but Lance makes it back, but he's heavily damaged. We could have the stocks even up here.
Wow, I mean, that would be absolutely massive for Cake. I really want to see that happen, just so that way he gets a little bit more of that information from this match. And if he's able to take out Lance here, it's not out of the question. Oh, wow.
What patience on that weapon toss, waiting to see if Cake was going to do something. And Cake, nervous about the bomb throw, dodges down and gets hit by the explosive, spiked, and loses out on that first game. 2 stocks from Lance.
All right, so you said Cake, he was playing Brynn here, but there's the Queen Nai. I was wondering if that was going to come out. Cake being, you know, primarily that Queen Nai main. And you said we're going to be looking for a lot of flat stages. So
yes,
rather than Twilight, what do you think would kind of suit him better?
Great Hall, Shipwreck Falls, Mammoth Fortress. We already see Cake banging out the ones that I didn't talk about. Blackguard Keep is a close last one, but oh, actually,
wow,
that's odd. He doesn't want to go to either of those maps. Blackguard Keep and Twilight Grove are left.
Yeah, so he left Twilight Grove, Blackguard, and Shipwreck open. So they are kind of those flat maps. I'm really curious as to why he left Twilight open. I think he started to get a read on something towards the end of the match. He might know something that we don't.
It also has the opportunity for really early signature kills, as we saw earlier from Queen Eyes in general, Multum in particular, right?
Oh, yeah.
Side sig on Daiku, killing them like yellow. It's one of those things where it's just like being able to take advantage of the fact that Twilight Grove's Island has the opportunities for such early kills, as well as Katar's off stage, very powerful against both of Lance's weapons. As while they've got great reach, if you get inside with Katars, you could dismantle your opponent.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So Queen Nai with those fantastic signatures, we'll see if he can put those to use. You know, he was doing all right, getting some damage here and there once he started, but I feel like he's going to feel more at home on Queen Nai. And it's definitely showing because damage is pretty even.
Damage is even, and on Queen Nai, you've got the defense advantage, so when you have your opponent in orange and you're in yellow, you've got to be feeling comfortable. Neutral Light comes out from Lance, and even though that 8 defense is there, remember, Scarlet, high force. So, and in a sense, both players are going to be killing each other around the same time. Cake putting out that side sig, Lance tries to punish with an end sig, and instead gets weapon toss, and the Nair second weapon toss comes out, Lance dancing back and forth in the sky, just waiting for every threat to get out of the way so we can make it back onto center stage, and a nice Nair from the Lance comes out. Cake, holding on to guitars, is looking for a way in, falling Nair sends him off stage, but the weapon toss stops another Nair from coming out. Both players just tossing their weapons point blank, and the side sig comes out. Cake chases his opponent to death.
Now, I really like that because, you know, you hit that Qatar down air, and a lot of opponents, they'll try and get out of the way. They'll dodge away to avoid, you know, usually the strings that typically follow it, being the side light into neutral light, things like that. And Cake kind of took advantage of that habit, and he was just like, all right, if you're going to dodge away as soon as I hit this down air, that side signature will catch you.
now a jumping nair comes out, weapon toss comes down, and that's going to be the stock. Lands evens things up despite Cake having the opportunity for a lead, keeping this match absolutely close as it was on their first stock. Cake is definitely much more matched to Lands here on Queen Nai than he was on Bryn, and it's nice to be able to see him being able to make those adjustments. Maybe it's just one of those things where he likes to be able to use the Bryn to see if it can win, and then also to get a read on his opponent while making sure that they don't get a read on him when he switches his legends.
Yeah, and we see Cake just finding great reads of his own here, pushing that damage on Lands pretty far. And if he can avoid taking a little bit of damage, oh my god, such a lead! All he needs is one good signature hit to take that stock lead, and he's got to be feeling good.
Jumping Sarah comes out from Cake, puts Lance off stage. Another down air. He's looking for a second down air to be able to get that KO. Wow, Lance misses up. I guess he didn't want to go for that bomb trade.
Yeah.
The result of his death. And that recovery puts him close to the kill percent. Cake looking for another recovery. He's trying to spike him into the island. Has the guitars looking for that Sarah nair. He's got so many things that will kill. He tosses the guitars into Lance's face, and another nair sends him off the island. Lance so heavily damaged. Downsig barely misses. Cake is taking complete control as that ground pound sends him flying to his death.
I like that he kind of noticed that Lands sticks to the ground whenever Cake's kind of flying up around in the air. He went for a bunch of those guitar side airs, and Lands just kind of stayed nice underneath them to stay safe. And you can't stay underneath the spear ground pound.
No, you cannot, unless you time your dodge very well, and even then, you're probably going to get some damage afterwards from a move that they follow up with. But Cake, sidelining him, oh, that chase dodge, Sarah, that nearly KO'd on its own. Lands, makes it back to the stage, down 6 to try to read Cake's jump, but Cake knows that move's coming, avoids it, and a weapon toss comes out. Cake is looking to take this to game 3. Down light comes out, down air, side 6, Lands is just dodging a flurry of kill moves here as Cake is in complete control of this game number 2, and kills off the top.
That's really nice. I like to see that. He didn't let it go too much farther than Land's game did as far as damage went. And
doubled the damage.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, double the damage between them in that game is very telling. I think Cake has finally made these adjustments that he started to at the end of the first game, and he's looking to carry that through. So that's why we see like a very quick legend pick getting through that screen immediately to the bans. And it looks like Cake is going to get his wish. He's going to Mammoth Fortress. You said he likes those flat stages, and this is about as standard as it gets.
Yeah, as well as the added benefit of that platform to lead into some creative guitar signature combos like the NSYNC that he caught him with at the very end of that match. Something I also really like about Cake's Queen Nai, you do not see him spamming signatures. Almost all signatures that he uses hits. That side sig kill, the NSYNC kill, besides a few flubs, he is definitely trying to put those in positions that's either going to hit or force his opponent to be in a very precarious position. And Lands seems to be taking advantage of this pick more so than Cake here as he hits him with those Nair trains and brings him into the orange. But Cake finds that D-Light Sair, tries to jump with another Sair, gets hit by the weapon toss, but that landing Sair will put Lands into the orange, and that down sig almost connects. That was an end sig. Oh, the side sig, that's what I'm talking about, the platform. That nearly KOs. Lands has to recover. Oh, Cake tries the body block with the ground pound, but it does not connect.
Alright, well, he's got another chance at life. Let's see if Lands can do anything with it. I mean, he threw away his lance. He's got Cake off stage. Can he convert it into a kill here? He's got a chance. Just gets a side light. Not enough to kill. Gotta watch out for this mine on the stage now. Ooh. 2 of them.
Cake feeling pretty with these explosives. All the Sair goes out. Lance dodges it in place.
Fighting in between.
He nearly downlights a Lance was tossing his hammer repeatedly into Cake, trying to knock him into that mine, but it did not work out. And now both players are heavily towards kill percent. Weapon toss comes down, avoids that side sig, but Cake doesn't punish it. The stop scoop kills him off the top.
There we go. And, you know, we've seen some players throughout this tournament kind of missing that combo time and again, but Lands just not even skipping a beat this time around, gets the stomp into the down air, takes the stock lead, and I'm hoping he can build a significant damage gap here.
Yeah, he's going to need to, as Cake, with that high defense, has been keeping it even with him completely. We already see him finding a nice neutral and a lance, putting out down 6, dodges through the ground pound intelligently so that he can get the follow-up right afterwards. And weapon tosses are exchanged, but that is not in favor of Cake, because a weapon toss is not what he needs. Little bits of extra damage are not going to give him what he needs, which is the win on this match, because whoever wins this moves on to losers semis, gets that top 4 spot, and a better chance of getting that plane ticket. Cake, putting out Sairs now, is trying to get that ground pound. That side light has an incredible amount of force for guitars.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of force, but he hasn't been able to really land it. We've got to see him get some sort of signature, because he's getting pushed into orange, almost red himself, and Lance just very efficient with his kills. He's going to be able to get something very soon.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're on a clock when you're against Lance. If you're taking damage, you're going to lose that stock when you get into red. Unlike for Cake, who can't seem to find this KO. Grandpa does not connect. D-Light Sayre's not even going to hit anymore. He's too damaged. It's no longer a confirmed combo. Cake, putting out the down stick, is trying to bite him with the tail end of that snake, but he just can't get the connections to happen, and the spike ball going straight up. Lance is in complete control now. He's looking for the stop. He's trying to get Cake to be executed.
Hey, you know he wants these kill options. I mean, he's doing fantastic work with his first stock, but he will not rest until he gets more damage. Cake does even it up, but I don't know, that damage gap, it's going to be really tough. This is kind of looking a lot like the first game.
Yeah. What I want to consider, at least in this sense, is that Cake kind of has this really poor, like, all right, I need to even up the stocks mentality. But when stocks are even, I don't feel like it's going to be nearly as hard for him to get the kill confirmed now, as long as he's able to hold on to the second stock. And we already seen 3 D-Light combos. Puts Lance into the orange. He tries to go for a 4th one, gets punished by the weapon toss, and Nair comes out, but as long as he doesn't lose out on the stock here, weapon toss into down air, Ensig.
Wow.
That's what I'm talking about. Cake has made this look completely even all of a sudden in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, this is what we want to see. This is exactly what he needed. And there it is with the neutral sig. He gets the kill. He takes the lead. This is going to be massive for his mentality.
Absolutely destroying Lance there, as Lance, for some reason, looked like he was the one fishing for a kill. Made that stock look clean as he went from being completely behind to being ahead, but the mine, fully charged, goes straight at Cake's face, and now we've got an even game once again, 1-to-1. Stocks are essentially the same here as Lance gets that weapon throw combo, and now Cake and Lance are fighting to see who gets the chance to be able to take it all or go home. As Cake, landing with that Sayre, misses out, and Lance gets a little bit more damage.
Lance piling on even more damage with these Lance combos. Cake's trying to get pokes here and there, but I don't know if it's amounting to as much as he would like.
Jumping Sayre's Lance, avoids that down sig, goes for the weapon toss into neutral air, tossing the Lance directly upwards, tossing the hammer off the side of the stage. Lance gets another weapon toss. He's just tossing his weapon to Cake to death. He's got Cake in the orange almost. On the side sig hits.
Oh my
that's
gosh.
Huge.
And I mean,
legend that would have killed.
Here's the thing, it's got to be getting to Cake that every attempt he goes for is getting interrupted by these weapon throws. They're not really doing much damage, they're not putting him in bad positions, but it's just something that kind of wears on your mind. Like, oh, I went for that again, and now it just got interrupted. Like, Lance is almost impenetrable right now.
He's just tossing weapon after weapon, and the side sig gets the KO. That mix-up towards the end was so crucial. Lance did not do that the entire set, and then when he got to game 3, last stock, he was just like, every weapon I pick up, I'm going to throw. Every single one. And they all hit. They all hit. He never lost a single one. There's at one point where he had 3 separate weapons on stage, even with the change to weapons lingering.
Yeah, and I mean, it's that quick shift that we've kind of seen, you know. He's been, like, all these players, they've been really great at adapting to the opponent's play style, but when you have a sudden shift last stock of the last game, that's kind of like, you know, your trump card that you just pull out of your pocket, like, all right, I've got this left in the tank. Did you see it coming? Can you adapt quickly enough? If not, goodbye.
And he did not adapt quickly enough. He didn't dodge through a single weapon toss. We saw about a good 12 or 15 different weapons hit Cake straight in the face. That's a good amount of damage. I don't care how little amount of damage weapon throws do. You're going to bring somebody deep towards kill percent if you're hitting them with that many throws.
Oh my gosh. But it looks like we're going to be going into lower finals here. Or lower semis, right?
Yes. This is going to decide who gets into the top 3 and a chance to make it into grand finals. We've got Lance versus Addy Mystic.
Wow.
This is big because they are in the same clan. Both a part of Reason, both arguably the best players of Reason. Addy Mystic on Wushang, Lance on Scarlet. A matchup of the ages is going to be happening in just a little bit, and they're going to be fighting to see which one of them are going to have a chance to get that plane ticket, because they both can't go. Only one of them is going to be able to do it if they're going to go all the way through.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. So we see Lance, he's playing Scarlet primarily, and Addy Mystic is doing Wushang mostly with the gauntlets, kind of focusing solely on them during most of these matches.
I think the only thing from Wushang's spear that we've seen is a neutral light. Like a neutral light recovery.
Pretty much. So the real question is going to be, how do gauntlets match up against the Lance?
That is a question that I can't actually personally answer because we have rarely seen that matchup. And I want to see how they're able to do that. And they're also both players that practice against each other constantly. Like I even saw Eddie Mystic saying that in the little chat before they had their game here. They're saying, "I don't care who wins, we play constantly. Good luck to you. Let's have a great game." That's what that's their mentality is right now.
I love seeing really that kind of sportsmanship, you know?
Yeah.
Just really great between teammates, especially.
And we're going to be going to game one here. Very exciting. Sticking to their mains. It's so much fun to see so many different players being able to stay dedicated to certain characters today, as we have a lot of representation of different players. And now going into this game one, King's Pass, no less. So much King's Pass in this tournament. That's very exciting. We have the Lance opening up. Addy Mystic tries to go for his weapon, but Lance denies him.
Wow, he had to rotate all the way to the second weapon spawn there. That was pretty ridiculous. I do agree with Addy not really trying to fight Lance unarmed, because he needs something with a little bit of range. I know a lot of people kind of feel that like Katars do really well against the Lance, so we'll see if Gauntlets kind of have that same thing available to them, being quick and close range. They do share a lot of similarities, but I don't think they have the diagonal movement that really gives Katars the advantage against Lance.
Unless you're using the ground pound.
Hey, there you go.
And over and again. As we saw, one ground pound hit, second ground pound hit.
Can he get another? Does he even need another?
I don't know. Oh, Lance makes it back, but the weapon toss hits.
Wow.
Look, he spikes him into the stage. Ground pound does not hit. Addy Mystic hits the stair. They're hitting each other out in the middle of the stage here. Addy Mystic is so cool to watch off stage. He goes with that chase on Sarah and the spear. He's even things up immediately, but that weapon toss into neutralite. Immediate pickup, dodges past the weapon. Lance gets the sightseeing.
Wow, so Lance taking the early lead with that, but it's not really that much. He is so deep in the red. That first stock was so even. Addy Mystic almost knocking out Lance first several times.
That was so close, and now Addy Mystic is looking for the knockout on Lance here. He wants to be able to even this up. He doesn't want to become a landslide as these ground pounds are hitting, and Lance is slowly tagging on the damage. Puts out that nair, weapon toss, neutralite. Such an efficient combo coming from Lance and so little risk. Double nairs coming out. Addy Mystic looking for that ground pound, going in the opposite direction, and oh no, he's being brought in the orange here. Recovery finally hits. Addy Mystic manages to not be put into the red at least.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really tough. I don't know. Addy Mystic, he's got to get significant offstage plays. We've seen him do that a lot. If he can get that, especially in the center channel here, I think he's got a good shot at bringing it back. I mean, he's evened up the damage just from the gauntlet string.
Oh!
Wow!
Side air into the stage, into that pivot, slide charge down, sticking to recovery, lands, bringing out everything. That was so cool to see. He like brought him in the shenanigans zone, brought him out, and killed him off the bottom of the map, and Addy Mystic's like, screw it, here's a bomb. Take that trade, I need to even this up somehow. He's side airing him and down airing him to his death.
Yeah, I think what we've really kind of seen is that Lance, if you're fighting him even on the ground, he's going to win because he's going to get the knockouts there first. I think Addy's got to rely a little bit more on those offstage plays, but he hasn't really been getting as many opportunities.
But even then, we saw Addy Mystic go for that offstage play. The second he started up that gauntlet ground pound, Lance just tapped the recovery button, hit him out of the ground pound, and made it back to stage and got that extra bit of damage. And the side six sends him flying through the center. Lance picks up that hammer. He's got so many options to get this KO, this 2-stock, this confirmed spot into the loser's finals. And that, wow, that was cool. That was a tipper ground pound right there.
Yeah, just grabbed him right around the corner. That was very nice. Because he didn't take the bait, you know? Lance was trying to bring him into that center channel, say, I've got a hammer, come fight me. Wow.
And the down sync does it. The very
down sync does
center hitbox sends him flying. I think Addy Mystic could have lived if he dodged there, but either way, Addy Mystic's game was pretty hard, and he's going to lose that game one and move on to game number 2 against Lance. Will he switch legends? I doubt it. It's going to be Wushang versus Scarlet. I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw it go to King's Pass.
Yeah, we haven't seen him like use anyone else from his character roster, so I'm expecting just a full-on Wushang. I'll be surprised to see anything else. Well, there it is coming in, just the Wushang. But, you know, this is going to be really interesting. I don't know what kind of maps he might want to favor here. Maybe Shipwreck, just for the easy gimps against the Lance. I think that's really what he's got to hammer home into, is kind of gimp gameplay. Because if he's sticking with, you know, just the on-stage, Scarlet does so much damage, and then such a strong signature kit that you just can't win the trades.
Right, and we're seeing that that earlier question that you brought up about Lance versus Gauntlets. I think you're right. Besides the ground pound, Gauntlets don't really have those diagonal approaches, both on the ground and in the air, to be able to get into Lance's space. And we're seeing that it's just destroying him on the ground. He needs to go for those offstage camps like you're talking about.
Yeah, so here we go. We're actually going into Thunderguard Stadium. So this one does have a little bit of a shenanigans area to play around with. I think we're going to see Addy take advantage of that. But, you know, it's got a really nice top stage, so Lance has to feel pretty comfortable there.
Opening it up with that unarmed ground pound. Spear is the first weapon that he picks up. Lance doesn't manage to deny that weapon from Addy, and Addy finds a side light. I wouldn't be surprised to see him toss that weapon upwards or downwards. There it is. Bomb goes onto the ground, but Addy Mestic going for that nair gets kicked in the face instead, and he goes out with a haymaker and wants to hit him with his fists. Side air comes out. Nice ground pound. No double ground pound, however, as that weapon toss stops any more follow-up. And that bomb does not go through the platform. Ensic comes out, and Addy Mestic immediately neutralizes afterwards. Tries to go for that ground pound. Reed does not find it, and instead gets side light into neutral sig.
Wow, just like that, you know, with that fantastic combo and Scarlet's damage, any lead that he had built up with that damage gap was immediately gone, and now he's even behind. So this is why it's incredibly tough for him.
That side sig was so close to spiking and instead sent him into the stage, saving Lance's life. And oh no, it's the same thing with the guitars. We're seeing it once again. Addy Mestic ground pounds into a hammer recovery, and that's his stock.
Yeah, this is going to be exceedingly difficult because Lance now, with just every hit that he's getting here, he's widening that damage gap and just pulling victory further and further away from Addy Mestic.
Ooh, that ground pound stops the side stick. Lance went for the hard read. Now uses the side airs to recover through the center of the stage, and he gets hit by that Sarah from Addy Mestic, but that still doesn't kill. So many things from the stage have saved Lance here, but I think he's finally dead.
Yep, just enough. That weapon toss cutting out his recovery. He did end up getting some options back, but just not enough. And that was really great awareness of Addy, kind of seeing what path Lance wanted to take. Because with the Lance, whenever you're trying to recover, you do kind of have to plot it out beforehand, just because of how the recovery works and how easy it is to gimp. So it was really nice seeing Addy capitalize off that.
And now Addy Mestic's finding damage. He gets a weapon toss into Sarah. No,
oh,
not
again.
Addy Mestic make it back. Oh, it's the same thing. Stop. Just if he has the hammer, I know how much fun the ground pounds are, but you're going to lose if you keep doing that. And he says, screw that. I'm going to ground pound anyways. I don't care what you're saying. As he hits Lance with that one, but that's two stocks that he lost prematurely.
Especially with how great the neutral air and the side air can be for Gauntlet Gimps. Like, I feel like he's got to just abandon the ground pound.
Abandon the ground pound, or at least only use it against Lance. Stop.
Yeah.
Like, because if a Lance recovery hits you, you go up and they die. But if a hammer recovery hits you, they survive, and it's just...
That's it.
Yeah. And
we've seen it time and time again, and it's just really... I don't know, it's kind of heartbreaking to see, because the accuracy of it is so on point. But it's just the wrong option.
Lance went for a double jump, gravity cancel silently. There's follow-up, but the recovery hits. All right, Addy Mestic made even. I swear if he dies through another hammer recovery, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to be salty. I'll be salty for him. Because that needs to stop happening. Both these players practice against each other so much, you should know that's how the ground pound interaction functions. Lance, with that hammer, staying in the shenanigans zone. I am so scared. Addy Mestic, stay beneath him or on the same level.
I know, he still needs to build out a little bit of damage before anything significant will happen down the center, but Lance is just not letting that happen.
Ooh, weapon toss goes straight up, goes for that scoop. Addy Mestic gets the spear, no neutralite, however, and Lance is like, I'm in the shenanigans zone. I know what kills you, and he's waiting for him to approach. Downsing does not hit. The Sarah does instead, and now, Bomb goes off stage, looking so bad for Addy Mestic. This is tournament stock for him. He avoids that Sarah, avoids the second Sarah. No! Ground pounds. They're giving me a heart attack.
I know, this is so close. He just got clipped by the end of that side signature. What? Oh, no.
He didn't touch the stage.
That's really unfortunate. All right, we see a lot of players. They go for these weapon throws right at the end. And, you know, it can be great for affording yourself coverage. However, it does kind of stop your forward movement. You know, when you start charging a weapon throw, you slow down and then eventually stop. So kind of using it, you've got to keep an eye on how much distance you have left back to the stage if you're going to be able to make it back or not once you come to a full stop, then have to re-accelerate. And I don't know, I feel like he was just a little bit too afraid of what Lands was throwing out, because even just like a gauntlet side air would have gotten him back to the stage there instead of throwing him away.
Yeah, and even then he could have downlighted as well, I feel like. I don't think he realized they didn't have any jumps back. But
yeah.
Unfortunate, but well played by Lance. Lance did not take that
yeah, I mean, he had the lead almost the entire time in that last game. So it was just kind of delaying the inevitable, it looked like.
But we're ready to go on to our winners finals match. Top 3 has been decided. Multimum versus Aram, and a best of 5 is just about to come up, and the loser of that is going to fight against Lands. We have many different groups represented here. Aram from Artificial, we've got Lands from Reason, and then Multimum, who does not represent any clan, but rather just himself.
Oh, wow.
So a huge distribution of players, and surprisingly, no Boo members either.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely, you know, something that we would constantly see in every tournament in every region would be Boo players, you know, mounting in the top 3, top 4. But I really like seeing, you know, a lot of this other portions of the EU scene. Everyone's been stepping it up. They've been putting in the training hours. They've been putting in the time playing matches. And it really shows, because this entire scene is monstrous.
Yes. And it's so close. All of these players, honestly, like up until the entire top 8, anybody could have won this tournament. And it all just came down to how well they played in that match they were in at that moment. And that's the kind of terms I like to see, right? We've seen qualifiers and stuff where like it was just one Titan taking out everybody unmatched. Right. But this entire qualifier has just kind of been like, I'm looking at Multimum, Aram, Lands. All 3 of them have an equal chance of being able to win this. The only advantage that's really going to be obtained rather, is the person who gets the grand finals to winner's bracket, because they get that bracket reset opportunity. But Multimum bring out Sentinel against Aram's Ember here. This is a best of 5. This is exciting. So that means that there's more opportunities for legend counterpicks and more map picks counterpicks as well.
Okay, yeah, because I was getting a little bit worried there, seeing King's Pass one of the 2 open maps at the end. Yeah. But, you know, they took it out, especially since both of these players are playing Katars right now, which are a fantastic edgeguard weapon.
Multimum showing that he's so scary on this Sentinel and Queen Nai. Either character can come out here, and Aram, while he's got a plethora of counter picks as well, with Ember, Azoth, and Asuri, Multimum's got Sentinel and Queen Nai, an equal amount of counter picks in my opinion when it comes to the matchups. And that ground pound comes out, no weapon, the weapon toss does not connect, but he still has a damage lead on Aram here, and Aram with 3 defense getting hit by all these moves with no answers, that's looking bad, and Multimum seems to be winning out in the Qatar Ditto here.
Yeah, this is really interesting to see. There's Aram. He's waiting for those dodges. He punishes, not able to get that much off of that one on time, but there it goes. Now he's getting these significant strings. He's evening up the damage, but you know Multimum's just looking for these kill moves.
Weapon toss comes out. Aram seems to be fine fighting against Multimum here, even though he's in kill percent. Ensig just barely misses out. Multimum very happy that he missed out on that damage there. And he goes in for that downlight. He's trying to find some way to get Aram in a position to get Sared, but he just dodges into a neutral light. Aram Sares him into kill percent. Another down air playing perfectly fine from behind, and now he's almost ahead as he goes for this neutral light. No Ensig follow-up, but Multimum gets an easy Sare punish.
Nice punish. That gives him the stock lead. I mean, Aram could knock him out with just about anything right now, so it's going to depend on what he's able to get in this little damage gap building period that he's got, and he gets it with a nice string into the neutral light.
Now dodging back onto the stage, Multimum, tries to follow with a Sare, but instead just gets hit by a downlight and a nice Ensig read on the way back down. Multimum just too hasty to get back onto Aram's positioning, and he just knew that. He was like, all right, I'm just going to keep going back to the same position that I was in, use another move, send you flying, and all of a sudden it's evened up 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, Aram's got this bow. Let's see if he can do anything significant with it. It is a very good weapon, and, you know, we've seen it in a lot of past tournaments. You know, we see it in other regions more so, but he's put it to great use, and I don't know, I want to see more. Oh, wow.
That was so early. That was such a great snipe. That side sig, he uses that Sentinel side sig like he does Queen Eye side sig. He just waits for his opponent to land, snipes him with the end of the hitbox, and sends them flying in 3 defense Ember. You're out of there.
I mean, that's really the thing. It's so strong, and it goes so far, a lot farther than anyone would really expect. So it's a fantastic kill move, and I don't know, Multimum's been able to find more than a few of those today.
Oh, and now Davsik comes out. Multum sent flying. Aram evens it up. He had a crazy guitar string after being able to be hit by that side stick, and now it's 1-1. I honestly, because like Aram's got like this potential to get the guitar string 0 to deaths, and Multum has just got those crazy signature reads. Who's gonna be able to take this? Like Aram's getting all this damage in, but honestly, until like there's a side stick that nearly hit.
Wow. And you know, here we see, oh wow, Aram, he almost got the read on that dodge for the punish, and that's really what he needs, because Sentinel has a ton of armor. He's managed to bring back the damage, but now it's going to be extremely dangerous because they're both looking for the kill moves.
Nair connects. Aram's got him on the side of the stage, and now he's trying to find some kind of damage here to be able to put Multum into kill percent. Multum's got so many more options. Oh, he goes for that risky side stick. Neutralite hits, waits out the recovery. He stops the down stick with the Neutralite. That was crucial because that would have been his death. Oh, the down stick to mine!
Oh no!
And the salute. Aram's like, all right, I got that one. Read that. Hit him with the sidelight. Mine setups were made, and he is sent off the top of the map. Huge amounts of damage exchanged here, even for an Ember, and game 1 goes over to Aram.
Yeah, so Aram, we saw him notice that Multimum really wanted to go for those side signatures. Fantastic kill move, great range. You know, because he found a lot of footing with it earlier, he was more likely to do it. So Aram kind of backed away just to get the punish to sidelight him into the mine. So that was just a very nice quick adjustment at the end, just kind of using the players' habits against them to secure the win.
And he was rewarded hugely for that, as he got not only a stock but the game 1 win. Only 2 more games from Aram to be able to take it into grand finals here, but don't count Multimum out just yet. That was incredibly close, and that's not even all of Multimum's characters. I feel like if he loses on Sentinel again, he'll switch over to Queen Knight and give Aram a whole amount of trouble with that legend switch. As he goes up with that stop, doesn't get the end sync though. He slid a little bit too far.
Wow, we're gonna see if he can get any redemption with any bit of extra damage, but Aram seems to have his number just pouring on these guitar strings. Wow, multiple. Yeah, he's trying to find something. They go to the guitar mirror match, but I don't know. Multimum hasn't really been able to get anything significant going this time around.
He found a little bit of guitar string there, but slightly into the yellow, and he doesn't need to find too much too often, considering the defense of his opponent. Ooh, avoid that side stick, just runs away from that. Aram went for a hard chase dodge read there, and he wasn't able to get it. Stands in place, kind of waits out. Ooh, Multum lands on that down stick, fully charged. It doesn't KO, but that's a huge lead for Aram, and then Nair kills off the top.
I mean, this is great for Aram because he's only just past yellow. So he's got a lot of time to try and build this up. He can make a few mistakes before going down, and if he can make that into any kind of significant damage lead, he's going to be sitting really well.
Ooh, he went for a down stick read, but Aram was able to get that with a recovery. As the guitars goes to that ground pound, that connects. Is that going to be it? No, Aram's able to make it back. Aram trying to go for the down air, just dive kicks him. Multum's being really risky off stage here, but I guess he can be. He doesn't have that much damage.
Yeah, he finds the kill finally. So, since he didn't have that much damage to begin with, it's just about even here. This is what we want to see, especially since he's down one game. He's got to find where he can slip these in, how he can get these kills, because I know he doesn't want to go down 2-0 in these upper finals.
Absolutely not, and he's finding some damage, keeping it even. Wow, that was a really to-the-wall ground pound there. I thought he was going to be able to hit the stage, but no, he just flies past it, and another ground pound's being thrown out, looking for that early ground pound KO on the bow, but he can't find it, and another Nair comes out from Multum and puts Aram off stage. Neutralite puts him in the orange. Every little guitar hit from Sentinel here is going to do wonders against Aram's Ember because of that low defense, and looking for that recovery. Weapon Toss comes out, picks up that hammer, stop!
Ooh, there's the damage. Aram's just about ready to be knocked out.
Comes out, tries to jump with the Sair, tosses the weapon into Aram's face, goes for that down stick read on the recovery, but Aram, he waits it out, and now, going for that recovery, puts Multum into the orange. Malt is trying to hit him with a Nair. Nice Nair comes out from Aram, and then chase dodge Nair from Malt. Ooh. He punishes that down stick with the recovery. That's really good, but it still doesn't kill just yet. Aram's really damaged, and there's the Sair.
Beautiful. I really like that. We haven't really seen too many Sairs come out from Multimum, so he's kind of kept it in his back pocket, you know, not having Aram think about it, so that way when he wants to bring it out, it's nice and fresh, not expecting.
Ooh, that bomb nearly KOs. Multum has to dodge to hold onto his stock, and now he gets a recovery, so he gets a little bit of damage as a result of it. Down here from Aram comes out. Mine as well, towards the center of the stage. There connects. Mine goes straight up. Multimum's dancing between two explosives, and this could be bad for Eero.
Whoa!
Never mind.
So that was shades of the last stock of last game. It didn't look like Multimum learned his lesson because he was staying right on the other side of those mines, just inviting Irem to knock him into them.
And now Multimum, even with his Irem here, this is a big deal to consider, is that even though Irem won game 1, if he wins this game again, there's still more games to be played. This is a best of 5, not a best of 3. Multimum goes for a very greedy down sig and does not get punished. Now looking for that ground pound, and ooh, goes for that side light. No neutral light. Another explosive spawns. That could be the bane of Multimum here as he downers him out of that end sig. Irem avoids that ground pound, and now both players are fighting the shenanigan zone with their guitars.
I mean, honestly, I think Irem could get knocked out by any of Sentinel's signatures now, particularly those side signatures with how strong they are. So Multimum doesn't need that much damage.
Oh!
Wow, so close. Can he confirm the kill? There it is. Beautiful with that hammer ground pound just along the edge.
And he evens things up 1-1. This is essentially a best of 3 now, as both players have to win 2 matches to be able to get to grand finals. Such a huge boon for whoever's able to do it, because that means that they don't have to fight that many more extra matches. Whoever loses this has to go straight to losers finals and then back up to grands and win 2 best of 5s if they want to be able to get the plane ticket. And we're seeing Irem recognizes this. He switches over to Asuri.
I mean, this is great. We don't see Multimum switching up just yet. He's sticking with that Sentinel. I know you were talking about wanting to see him to move to Nye if he goes down yet another game, but if he can push this advantage, that'll be really great, because then he'll have a fresh character able to bring out, and I don't know, Irem might not be expecting or able to switch to that matchup as quickly.
Absolutely. We see him going over to the Great Hall here, which benefits him slightly more than Multimum, I believe, due to the fact that he's got those downlight combos on the sword. Let's see if he can use them. He can use, but at the same time, we haven't seen it very much, but there's confirmed combos like the Russian Mafia from Multimum on the hammer that he could bring out as well, and it's a little bit easier to do here because of the platforms.
Oh, yeah. I'd really be interested to see him get a little more off of each string that he does, because, you know, he's been getting decent damage, but I feel like he can milk each hit for a little bit more, and that'll push them towards those kill percents really well, because once they have been there, he's really great at finding those kills. It doesn't take him very long.
Ooh, and he's got him off stage. Now both players fight with the guitars. It's mainly been a guitar ditto all the way through. Ember, Asuri, whatever, both players have just like kind of passively agreed, despite, like, besides like the few signature hits from Multimum's hammer, it's mainly been these 2 weapons, and Multimum's winning out on it as he gets that down sig. Irem tries to go in for that side sig, gets interrupted with a weapon toss, but that side sig will connect, and that disarms Multimum. Irem doesn't even decide to chase after him. He just wants to deny weapons. Oh, the recovery hits Multimum, but gets the Sair.
Oh, wow, he hit that up so high. I wasn't even sure if he was going to be able to clip him, but he does, and he takes the stock lead. He's in the deep orange, so I don't think Asuri's really going to be able to knock him out that quickly, because Sentinel does have pretty high armor. So if he can build this into any kind of damage lead, that'll be fantastic.
Multimum sidelighting left and right, trying to get some sort of string started. Tosses all weapons off the stage, but one spawns right on Irem's head, and Multimum gets a nice D-Light Nair off of that. Any damage counts. Chase dodge forwards, goes for a Nair, and Irem just manages to punish. Nice pivot Sair, puts him to kill percent, but he needs more than that. And Multimum, he finds the sidelight. No ground pound follow-up, but that would have been huge.
Absolutely. I don't know. I feel like Irem's struggling to find the kill here. And just every attack that he's been going for that would normally be a kill attack, it's just slightly out of range. Multimum's not really leaving himself open.
Ooh, nice recovery to get over that Sair, but the D-Light Sair, that will do it, and Irem basically evens things up. He's very close to orange. One hit will probably confirm it, but he denies all weapons and lets Multimum get that one as he goes for a hard side sig read.
Wow, I don't know if I even agree with that. Going for a signature as they're coming out of invulnerability, they're fresh white, I don't really see you getting much off of that.
Multimum tosses the guitars upwards, is now playing with his own, goes to that ground pound, tries to go in for a neutral light, and Irem, now playing with the guitars himself, is trying to get some kind of damage. Multimum, I love that. He like, they have a standoff for a little bit, and then he's just kind of like draw. He puts up the side sig, and 50% of the time it hits, and that time it didn't. He gets a little bit of a punish for it, but regardless, he's still ahead. But Irem slowly moving these up as he missed another side sig. That's 2 sidelights to the face that he just took from Irem's guitars.
Yeah, it seems like Irem's got a read on that because, I mean, that's how he closed out the previous game, and that's how he's been getting a lot of damage this round, is Multimum gets a little bit too greedy for those side signatures, and he gets punished for it pretty heavily.
A nice downer to punish that side sig, but Irem doesn't get much more else for his trouble there, and even though he gets hit with the recovery, he's still doing okay, holding out of the second stock. He's trying to take the lead here. This is very close, but that side sig is going to give Multimum his own side sig punish, and he's going to take the lead once again.
All right, let's see if he can avoid letting Irem get a whole bunch of damage on him and just kind of giving away that lead. Well, it's fine. He's got these guitars. He's not really getting anything off stage with them. He seems to be almost dedicated to strictly on-stage performance.
Ooh, the recovery puts Multimum really high towards the top of the stage. No Nair follow-up, however. Now Irem tossing those sword downwards. He's trying to avoid Multimum's down airs. Ground pound comes down. Ooh, Irem gets hit by the recovery down airs. Wow, that ground pound would have been huge. But he doesn't get it, and now he's very behind.
All right, just not enough to kill. Oh my gosh. You know Irem's got to feel really bad about that one as he gets almost punished for that signature. Just able to beat out Multimum in time. Finally finds the kill with the side air, but Irem's already in the red.
Yeah. And Multimum, even though he didn't have time to dodge there, he's gotten so much damage in the Irem here. Irem's going to have to find that guitar camp. And with Multimum being so experienced with and against guitars, I don't see that happening. He's putting out downlights. He's just looking for the downlight Sair, and Nair connects. He's now got so many moves that are going to kill with his hammer. Sair, Nair, down air, side sig. He's got so many things they can set up, and the stop to be able to get them all in the right position as well.
Yeah, Irem's just holding on by a thread, and it's a matter of when Multimum cuts it with that side signature.
Player 1 wins.
And that side sig does it, and Multimum ends up taking game number 3. One more game for Multimum. He has yet to switch over to Queen Nai. Sentinel might as well be his main now, as we are seeing a Sentinel, a very underrepresented legend, winning in Winners Finals so far. He only needs one more game, and he's going to go over to Grands.
I mean, he's been doing massive amounts of work with this character, and I absolutely love it. I think maybe opponents aren't really as ready for it just because, as you said, he is underused as far as like in the competitive level of this region. We don't really see too many Sentinels, so maybe the opponents aren't quite ready for it. They don't know really how to handle this character, but Multimum has definitely put the time in.
Absolutely, and now we're seeing a state of shenanigans. Okay, King's Pass is taken out, but we still have Thunderguard Stadium, so that means that there's going to be much more offstage guitar play than we were seeing in the previous matches as we're going into game number 4 here. Can Multimum knock Irem into losers finals, or is this going to go to a game number 5?
I don't know. All right, so from what you've seen of these past few matches, what do you think Irem really needs to focus on to be able to bring this back?
That's a good question. I have not seen very much of his Asuri so far. He's mainly only played with guitars. We've seen barely any D-Light combos, right? Something I think that's very popular in North American servers, especially for players like LDZ and Twilight.
Oh
is
my
that when they have the sword, D-Lights come out, but as we're talking about that, Multimum was just ground pounding Irem over and over again. But yeah, like we don't see these D-Light strings coming out from sword users in Europe. We're seeing mainly guitar and lance play, stuff like that. Irem, he's got the sword, he just tosses aside for the guitars. I'm thinking almost... I kind of want him to switch to Azoth, to be completely honest. I feel like Multimum's kind of got him a little outclassed in the guitar ditto.
Yeah, I mean, it's from what I've seen from the past tournaments, Irem is heavily based on those guitars and then just punishing dodge reads and getting massive damage from those. And he hasn't really been able to seem to get a read onto Multimum. And it's definitely showing because he's only getting like a couple guitar hits here and there. He doesn't get many in a row, as we saw him get in the past EU 1v1. And I don't know, that's time that you cannot afford against Multimum because he will get those kills with Sentinel signatures.
Right, and even though I see Irem having a damage lead here, particularly in game 1, it still feels like Multimum has stage control. And there's that side sig. Like, he was behind the entire time, and then when Multimum picked up that hammer, oh no, that ground pound was so risky, but he manages to make it back, and now Irem and Multimum are fighting off stage, but Multimum still has the weapon advantage. Irem finally picks up the sword, but it doesn't matter. The dodge read, the pivot ends, it kills him off the top, and that damage lead did not matter. Multimum has got control. He's looking to take this to grand finals.
Wow, he is poised very well for that, and I don't know, it's really just Irem's gotta find these kills, but he always lets Multimum just get pretty significant damage on him before he does, and that's something that you cannot afford, especially being down, you know, 2-1 in the set right here.
Yeah. Luckily, Iram is able to hit him out of his jumps off the stage. All he had left was a dodge, and Multum realizes he can't come back. So that Sarah confirms it, but Multum immediately returns with a recovery. Nice D-Light recovery. No Nair follow-up, however, but he picks up that explosive and sends it straight upwards and tries to send Iram towards it, but Iram's like, I know what you're going for. You're going for an unarmed Sarah, so I'll double sidelight you.
Ooh,
Heads
okay.
read.
Those are the reads we're looking for. Just not enough. Multimum gets back, but you know he's got to be feeling that one. Damage just evened up.
Iram goes for another jump read, does not find it, but Multum finds that D-Light. Oh, okay, Iram, I get it. One instinct worked, but I don't think you need to keep using them because now you're finding yourself at a deficit. Iram has the guitars, tossing him up to avoid Multum from going off stage, but Multum, he rarely does that. He oftentimes just downstigs, unless he knows that his opponent's at a jump disadvantage. He's not really going to ground pound or chase you off stage that much. And now, with the hammer, gets ground pounded. He's dead.
Wow.
I guess he got hit out of his recovery. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I mean, the last few times that we've seen that exchange, it's really just been Aram ground pounding right into a hammer recovery, but I guess Multimum was just a little late with his reaction there and got hit during the startup.
Oh no, Multimum has no recovery.
Not
He's
like
dead.
this.
He didn't realize it.
Wow.
He had a jump still. He could have actually made it back. That's so crazy. That's 2 Gimps back to back. That gave Aram game number 4. We're going to game 5.
Wow, this is crazy. So that's pretty much what we were saying, that like Aram needed to focus on a little bit more, because I don't know, fighting Sentinel even on stage, just hit for hit, not going to bode well for you. So you need those kind of significant explosive kills.
Multum really needs to stay on center stage, and he needs to pick a stage that does not have a shenanigans zone. I'm sorry, but like we saw his edge guards basically consisted of charged down sigs. He didn't really like to go off unless he knew that his opponent didn't have jumps, and when he went off to fight Iram off stage completely, what did that result in? A complete loss of his lead into a loss of the game. And he's not switching to Queen Nai. Game 5 Sentinel all the way through, and Iram is like, I'm sticking to a Suri.
Oh my gosh, he left Shipwreck Falls open for pick. I don't know how I feel about that.
That's going to be interesting. All 3 of these maps, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, Mammoth Fortress, I feel like, is what's going to give Multum the least amount of worry, but you're right. There it is.
Oh, no.
Like, ooh, I can't pass that up. Game 5, Shipwreck Falls. Here we go.
Right, so it does have a lot of that flat open space that Multimum would like to use for those Sentinel signatures, but there's really nowhere to recover to. So Aram, I don't know, we've seen him do a little bit of offstage play. He's, you know, very proficient with the guitars. Multimum, we don't really see go off stage with the guitars, so I've got to give the edgeguard advantage to Iram in this game.
I have to agree, but as we're saying that, Multum finds a nice recovery. He's managed to punish him. He just walks straight to the weapon, doesn't even jump. He's just kind of like, hold on, I've got to pick this up. As he picks up the guitars and tries to go for a side sig read. Nice sidelights are coming out. This is pretty big for either player. Whoever wins this gets a very good shot at that plane ticket. And now neutral light comes out, recovery as well. Iram gets hit by that Nair. Multum tossed the guitars off stage. He's looking for a downer. 2 downers are being exchanged, and Iram's winning out. Both players equal in damage. Tosses the guitars away. Tries to sidelight, but gets sidelighted himself. This has been a slugfest, and Iram is winning out on it just so barely.
Oh man, but you definitely cannot count out Multimum if he were to land any of these signatures, but it seems to me that he's getting a little bit too tunnel vision on it. He wants to get that comeback. He wants that early kill. And I think it's only a matter of time before Iram punishes him heavily for it.
Down sig comes out. Iram tries to go for the side sig punish, but he's too far away. Oh no, Multimum. Side sigs and gets punished by Aram's own side sig, and the weapon toss to KO. What? No,
wow!
Aram, he doesn't go for the ground pound. He just lets him back. That weapon actually saved him more than killed him.
Wow. So you got to fault Iram there a little bit. I feel like that's a missed opportunity, but hopefully he's got something that he can pick up very quickly. No! Multimum takes the first stock with that side signature. He finally finds one.
So that edgeguard went from Iram having a possible lead to being at a stock deficit. Let's see if Multum can run away with it, or if he can make up for that blunder and even things up with a nice unarmed Sair, a guitar recovery, something, just to be able to make it even, because Multum is getting some damage now. Down air hits, every little bit counts. He's looking for a sidelight startup, nice delay in the air. That's a lot of damage.
I know, you can't really afford that, especially at this stage in the game. It's 2-2 in the set. The winner of this is going to move on to grand finals, right?
Absolutely, yes. Another best of 5, and that confirms that bracket reset spot as well. So they'd have to lose grand finals twice, essentially. 2 best of 5s they'd have to lose to not get that plane ticket. So this win's big, and a raw side stick hits Aram in the face, puts him into the orange, and a falling Nair will put even more damage on. Multimum is just bringing out all the signatures here on this hammer, as he's like, you know what, I'm done with the guitars right now. Oh, that's dangerous.
Uh-oh. Wow, he just sneaks by that ground pound back on stage. Aram, you know he's looking to try and redeem that, but he gets plucked out by the hammer recovery and not able to get back.
Oh no, he taunts in place. Both players exchanging the vanilla Brawlhalla taunt here. As Multum literally, he just walked off stage, went beneath Aram, and recovered. And that was it. He didn't even have nearly enough jumps to make it back. He needed nothing else. Oh, but that ground pound gets punched by that. Oh, the sword dare, the ground pound as well. Multum barely makes it back, but that was a gimp opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Multimum was able to reaffirm himself very quickly, get back on stage, and now he's getting some good guitar damage. There's a mine on stage. Let's see if he's learned his lesson from the last couple times.
I don't know.
No!
Right as you're saying it, it's the same thing. That happened. That exact same thing happened before. What? Sidelight into mine. Multimum, just wait it out. Your tournament life is on the line here. At least the winner's bracket life is. Like, oh, okay, it's anybody's game now.
Alright, so let's see what kind of damage he can get. I mean, he's got a good lead, so he can get a kill with some nice side signatures, and I think Aram knows it, and he's going to be looking to heavily punish those to close up the damage.
Ooh, he's out of jumps. He only has to dodge. Multimum, what? He no! Oh no, the downlight comes out. Multimum had the opportunity for the game-winning Sair, and he pivoted it. Multimum now waiting for Aram to come back to stage. Don't do anything risky off stage. This is what Aram wants. He's like, all right, I hugged the wall long enough. Multimum will come off stage and kill himself. That's what he's waiting for.
You've got to be careful, though, because now that Multimum's got the hammer, we've seen him snipe out the wall camping before.
Toss comes out, Multimum tries to go in for something with the Sair. Oh no! Side stick, Aram! Oh, he flinches the grab, but he goes to the end stick. What?
Yes!
That was such a hard read. He baked his entire winner's bracket on a gravity cancel neutral sig. That would have been legendary if that hit. Let's face it.
Absolutely. And you know, I got to agree with Multimum. He's seen Aram kind of go up for those side airs, the GC neutral sigs, even just like recoveries to get back to stage, and that's where he's been doing a lot of his general offstage play whenever Multimum would go off to chase. So the time before and this one, he's like, all right, I'm just going to drop down pretty heavily, and hammer recovery is a pretty good move.
It's a very good move.
I'm going to lean into that.
But let's just say if Multimum did rush back to the stage and he used that hammer recovery to try to touch Shipwreck, that would have been it. I
would have lost my mind.
And now we're ready for our losers finals match. So that means Multimum, seed number 9, upsetting Daiku, makes it to grand finals from the side of winners bracket. And we are ready for our losers finals best of 5, Aram versus Lands, Reason versus AI.
Wow, this one is going to be pretty explosive because we see Aram, you know, he gets a lot of this significant damage very quickly off of these different reed strings. He wasn't really able to get that going during versus Multimum, but he might have better luck with it versus Lands. Now, Lands, however, very efficient killer. So I think we're going to see pretty quick kills coming out from both this match.
Yes, I agree with that. The only way I can see that being different is if Aram decides to play the way that he likes to play with Azoth, which is not being an efficient killer, but rather just trying to get so much damage that the bow neutralite will kill. That there's a possibility that might happen. So it's going to really be up to Lands to be able to see if he can make that or prevent that from happening and keep the game in his favor. As Aram seems to be fine with the Surrey, he's barely played the Legend All Tournament, at least on stream, but ever since that he started bringing it out in Winners Finals, it looks like he just wants to stick with it.
Wow, I'm really interested to see. We've got these 3 kind of basic stages, you know, just flat, no real shenanigans areas. And Lands ends up picking Great Hall. I don't know why Aram chose to... I know he likes the flat open space to get these dodge reads for his strings, but Katars against Lance, I would have liked to see him go for something with a little more shenanigans, a little bit more edge guard.
I agree, but we're just going to have to see how it plays out. There must be a reason behind it, or maybe they're just fine. It's a neutral stage pick between both of them. Either way, here I'm opening up with some unarmed combos here. He doesn't want the sword at all against Lance. He has the bomb. Bomb trade goes off. Both players get hit by that, and a sidelight comes out, trying to find that neutral light. D-light hits through the weapon toss, and now both players are kind of even up in damage here, but Aram takes a little bit of the lead with that neutral light.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get anything going, but Lan's determined to stop him. Now, Eram's in kill percent, so Lance can do any of Scarlet's fantastic signatures, or a lot of these different heavy attacks, even just hammer neutrals in the air, and get this kill.
Aram charged up that spiky ball as long as he could, but it did not connect. He's denying all weapons from Lance still. Puts up that side stick. The easiest punish from Lance there is he just kicks him in the face. He's like, all right, yeah, I know you were going to go for that. I'm not dodging in. Aram now tosses his guitars downwards, goes for that mind kill.
Wow.
Ser hits. Lance, if he goes for the stage, that's dangerous. That mine's just about to blow. Lance waits it out. Okay, there he goes. He slides on the side of the stage. He's like, if I jump, I'm dead. That's what he was waiting for. And
he might have been watching the previous matches, and he's like, Eram's very dangerous with those mines. Wow.
A very risky side sig coming up from Aram. He seems to be going for a lot of these risky signature kills for some reason, and not paying off, but still has an opportunity to even this up. If he gets this KO, Lance charges up a down sig. Aram waits it out. 2 down sigs. 3 down sigs. Neutral light, nicely punished by Lance, waiting Aram out to be able to get through that that barrage of steam coming out from his weapon. And now Lance has got a decent lead over Aram here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing. Like, we see Aram, he's got these guitars, and, you know, they're kind of a short-range weapon. So Lance has been using, increasingly more so this match, those weapon throws into confirmed neutral damage. And that's going to give him quite a bit of a damage lead, like he has right now. He's fresh white on his second stock, but Eram's already pushed orange, almost red.
Lance is going straight up with his weapon tosses. Aram looking for a way in with the guitars. He's throwing out Ser after Ser, but he's just getting carried off the stage. More down zigs. Lance is perfectly fine just sitting there and being like, you know what, I can throw the steam at you all day. But a risky ground pound comes out, and Aram decides not to punish because Lance is just not damaged enough for any punish to be worth it. He just jumps to an end sig. Easy jump punish from Lance.
Yeah, I mean, that one goes a lot farther than most people expect. So it's definitely something you've got to watch out for. It's got a high amount of force, a fantastic kill move.
Lance is taking this Lance off stage. Nice downlight. Stops him from being able to make it back after that neutral light. Being able to kind of bait him into approaching because the neutral light has a little bit of lag after he launches it out. And following up with a move that's very quick like the downlight on Lance was able to punish him. He got some damage off. Another bomb trade comes out. That's not favoring him. It just gave Lance a free weapon toss combo. And now, falling Ser. This is looking like it's going to be game 1 for Lance as he hits with that side air and Aram's low on jumps.
You know, Lance is hit with so many Lance side airs that I can only attribute that to him having such a good read on Eram's movement, all of his different patterns, because, you know, the side air is usually kind of difficult to land over and over again if the opponent is really looking for it.
You really have to figure out where your opponent's jumping or dodging and pick them out of the sky.
Yes, exactly. And, you know, it looks like he's got a read on the movement because he picked him out of the sky with the bomb toss to go up 1 game in the set.
Yeah, and this is good. We're seeing him switch to Azoth, which is what I was hoping for, because we were talking about how in game 1, like how the matchup was going to play out, and I was like, you know, I think Aram really needs to play like he's going to play with Azoth if he wants to have a chance at this, because his Azoth playstyle is separate from his Asuri. He's got different characters entirely. It's not like it's just like, oh, I like this character's weapon for this thing and this other character's weapon for that. We're seeing something completely different here from what he just played against Lance with. So whether or not it's going to make a huge difference, we're going to find out, as that Asuri was not convincing in the slightest.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, Lance had the lead for almost the entire match, and even when Aram started to get anything going, Lance was able to interrupt it very quickly.
And so here we go into game number 2.
Ooh,
Lance
Great
is
Hall.
up 1 game, and we're going on to the Great Hall.
3, 2, 1, brawl!
All right, so dropping on in, first weapon spawn coming down right now, but they're both fighting unarmed rather than really focusing it. Lance arms with the hammer, Aram with the bow. Let's see if he starts going for some significant edge guards with the bow, because, I mean, Azoth, bow and axe, great edge guard weapons, right?
Yes, absolutely. I think the bow a little bit more than axe, but I think axe is a great kill confirmer. Like if you can get that falling Ser or jumping Ser read into their jumps back on the stage, that's but it's good for edge guarding. While Bow is more of like, I've got you on the side of the stage, let me use my faster moves to get a KO.
Right, yeah, I mean, Axe, I guess I'd probably classify it more as like air control than an edge guard weapon. And I mean, we see that here, potent. He's just covering areas with these hitboxes. Wow, does get hit by the recovery, he doesn't quite gimp it out. He does hit with his own recovery. I mean, he's taken a stock lead, which is really great because, I mean, this is pretty much the position that Lands had put him in last game.
Yeah, and we're seeing it being completely different here as Aram is just taking him apart with this bow, found neutral after neutral, but that stomp catches him out of the air, gets the scoop right afterwards, sends him flying almost to his death. If it was one platform higher, that probably could have killed, and now Aram putting out a neutral light, trying to snipe Lands out of the sky, gets a nice dive kick, ground pound, gets dodged through, and Aram finds that recovery on the way back. He's got an opportunity to hit Lands off stage. Please don't ground pound in the hammer recovery. Right, good. Down air comes out. Sends him flying towards the stage, and ooh, Aram through that ground pound, avoids the weapon toss, but it gets ground pounded anyways. Very clutch edge guard from Lance.
I mean, if you keep trying to dodge through ground pounds, even if you dodge through 90% of them, that other 10% will kill you.
Yes. And the bomb goes off, and it doesn't trade. Oh no, Aram. He almost got 2 bombs in a row. That would have been huge, and he does.
Oh my gosh. Aram with these mines every single time.
Stares him into the explosive Lands. Goes for that dive kick, but Aram's like, I am a solid stock ahead from you. I don't have to worry about being too aggressive at all. Jumps into a nice sidelight Sair from Lands, but Aram still a stock ahead. Looking for these down airs, neutralize, jumps to the nair. That's damage, tags it on the Lands. Already doing a great job.
Yeah, Lands does have quite a bit to go through. I mean, he's found a little bit of that damage, you're right, but Aram's not making this easy.
Neutral light comes out, stomps the ground. Aram tries to get past that side stick, goes for that GC downlight, hoping that he can clip him with that hitbox, but instead he just jumps over his head and Lands gets a free neutral light. Stomp comes down. Aram avoids the side stick once again. Lands not spamming that down stick because he doesn't have the Lance, but instead dodges into a neutral light. Aram jumps into that Lance ground pound. Now has the axe. This is what he killed him with on the first stock. Tries to jump with the Sair. Gets hit by that weapon toss. The back end of the Lance hits, but that side air, that's crucial. Lance gets hit by that recovery, but he actually makes it back.
I think that's really a testament to how comfortable Lands is with the Lance, because even when he pretty much uses the recovery towards the end of his options, he still has something left just in case it gets beat out.
Yes, he does, and now we see them even up on stocks, but Aram, finding that Sair, sends Lance off stage. Lance is just going for weapon tosses to cover his head so that he can make it back. He's trying to get back onto center stage. The sword is on the top platform, goes for that recovery. Goes for a neutral light as well. Wow, that was such a precise snipe from Aram there. If Lance dodged upwards, that was it for him, but instead he dodged downwards cleverly, and he's hit by a nair. Another nair probably will kill Lance. Gets hit by the weapon toss. I think that might be it.
Yep, just managed to touch the stage, but Aram was there waiting with the axe down air, secured the kill.
And that's going to be game 2. The Azoth pick, which I was expecting or wanted to see from game 1, comes out in game 2, and it succeeds. Aram is able to take it over Lands, and unlike Aram, Lands does not have multiple legends to pick from. He has to stick with his Scarlet. Like, I've seen him switch very far and few. Always been playing the Scarlet, Lance and Hammer's favorite combo. So whether or not he can make the adjustments to be able to win against Aram is going to be a sight to see, because we are going to be going to what most likely is going to be King's Pass or Thunderguard Stadium.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to imagine, and there it is, Thunderguard, because Aram, he doesn't want to give that nice, stable, open area for Lance to really get those Lance strings going. And I don't know how Aram feels about King's Pass. We've seen him kind of stray away from it in favor of other things like, you know, Twilight or Thunderguard.
I feel like King's Pass is a little too crazy for him. It's not a map that he really likes to play on because his playstyle is so grounded. And we're seeing him on Thunderguard Stadium here. Even then, I don't really feel like this is a map that he favors. As Lance putting on a neutral light, tries to go for a weapon toss combo, but instead just gets Saired. Aram and Lance a little bit more even here, but Aram off stage. We're seeing that bow Sair come out and working as the neutral light just barely misses as well. If Lance is off stage, I don't feel like he's going to win against Aram's bow.
Yeah, absolutely not. And especially if he's got that Lance, I think we're going to see at most engagements, he's going to just kind of disengage and retreat to the outside. Because if I were playing Lance, I do not want to contest a bow in any kind of center channel shenanigans area. Now, if he has the hammer, Wow.
Dive kick comes out. He avoids that steam. Ooh, lands, trying to fall, goes for the spike ball, it goes straight off the stage. He dodges past that hammer recovery, not ground pounding into it, picks up the bow, tries to find a falling stair. No, he's just letting Lance get back onto the center of the stage. He doesn't want to risk getting hit by that recovery. Ground pound comes out, dodges it. No,
there it is.
Oh, it's the theme of the tournament.
You told him not to bow ground pound a hammer recovery. He did not listen.
It's every game. Lance is just kind of like, yes, the shenanigans zone. Let me ground pound. It looks like I'm in danger, but in reality, your stock is gone. He does that every time. Every time. People aren't learning fast enough. It hasn't happened for a while here, but that's such a huge lead that Lance was just able to pick off that.
Yeah, because I mean, Aram was kind of smacking him all around the stage with the bow. And oh my gosh, another Lance ground pound. Retreating over, Aram finally able to just kind of disengage over to one of the sides. And again, just these explosives. We've seen Aram get so much damage off of them. But I don't know if that trade was really in his favor.
It's definitely not in his favor if he's behind and he didn't get the stock. It's one thing to take a little bit of damage to even stocks up, but we're seeing Lance run with this lead here. And Iram on the side of the stage waits for that mine to defuse, and Lance is just kind of like, all right, I'll toss the explosives off. I've got a lead. It's already happened. The Nair comes in, but it's on stage. It's not in the air, so it's not going to kill you.
I kind of like that Lance just drifting around the bottom, waiting to see if Aram's actually going to try and pursue him down the center, because you knew that hammer recovery was cocked and waiting.
But this time Lance didn't have the hammer, he had the lance, and that recovery is not going to stop Aram from getting that sweet bow ground pound into evening up the stocks. Only in the orange here. It's been a long first stock, but besides that, Aram is not too behind. Lance finds a fleeting dive kick, picks up the hammers, trying to fall with these down airs, trying to catch Aram as he's holding on to the shenanigans zone himself this time, but that side stick actually just barely clips him.
Yeah, just the very end of that center spike cloud. I don't know, that it does a really good amount of damage, but it's not as much as Aram needs, but he finds the kill with that ground pound. And that's the thing, the Lance off stage isn't that great.
And the huge thing about that edge guard there is that Aram went for the hard read that Lance was trying to recover to the stage very quickly, because he chase dodged ground pound off stage. Oh no!
Oh wow, there he is, he's waiting, not enough this time around, but that still does a significant amount of damage.
This game went from Aram's mistake with that hammer recovery to being Aram's boon, as he's able to get 2 ground pounds himself, saying, listen, I know the first hammer recovery got me, but this bow ground pound is actually really good, as he dodges straight through that ground pound from Lance, and now, holding on to the bow, tosses that bow straight down. Where's he going for the next ground pound? Lance, did he just seed? Okay.
He's going to be able to get back, but he did take a little bit of damage for that mistake.
And now, Lance, he went for the same thing again. Aram learns. He learned. Lance went straight down with the ground pound, and Aram didn't go for it. Tosses the bomb straight up and just kicks Lance in the face. This is looking like it's going to be Aram's game 3, and he's going to try to get a shot at a rematch with Multimum here. Lance, going for that ground pound, he ends it on the stage because he wasn't holding down. It's a cool mechanic. I love being able to see that. And now, it's looking bad. Nice stomp there. Is that it? Aram dodges. Oh, the weapon toss. Yes! Chase dodge, weapon toss for the momentum. Aram could not do anything about it. His dodge was gone.
Oh man, this is really, I don't know, I'm very nervous for Lance. He is deep into the damage as it is. He's got to do a ton of work to be able to bring it back against Aram here.
And now Aram holding on to the axe is looking for a down or something. Gets a falling stare. That could be it. Lands, no dodge. Goes. Wow. I couldn't even say any words there. That axe was so close. Aram tossed it into the stage, trying to get that falling axe killed. He doesn't find it. Lance barely makes it back by the skin of his teeth. And now holding on to the lance is trying to get these down sticks. Just any kind of damage. Weapon toss, no. Neutral follow up. So many things will kill here. That bomb. Oh, wow. So close. Lance is making this look like it's neck and neck, even though the damage is so different.
I mean, he can't afford to get hit by anything right now. Just because I feel like most of Axe moves are going to be able to kill him, unless it's like just a side light or something.
And there comes out, he tosses the axe away. He's throwing all of his weapons to the ground. He's looking for bow attacks now, but bow stairs aren't gonna hit. Aren't gonna kill. He can find those stairs on stage, but for the most part,
wow.
Player 2 wins.
So he does find the kill with the axe recovery. I mean, that Azoth pick definitely paying dividends right now. because he's up 2-1.
Even after that early gimp from Lands as well, he was able to get 2 ground pounds himself and nearly killed Lands on his third stock with the ground pound. This is 2-1 lead for Irem here. Irem has a chance to get that rematch with Multimum and try to win the entire tournament. Lands is on his tournament game. He cannot lose another game in this set.
All right, so Lands leaving open those kind of wide open spaces. We've got Mammoth Fortress, we've got Great Hall, we've got Shipwreck Falls, a lot of flat area to fight in. I don't know
area. I feel like the Great Hall is going to be struck out here. I don't feel like Irem really likes it, and there it is. Shipwreck Falls is where we're going. He's going to try to take out Lands off stage. No shenanigans zones this time.
Yeah, I kind of like that he recognized, you know, he got a lot of kills, a lot of great turnaround during the match by kind of sniping out the Lance recoveries and just the lack of options that it really has. And Shipwreck Falls is all about that.
Absolutely. And when you've got, yeah, like you said, Shipwreck Falls, that small of a platform, you have one target that you're going to aim your lance at. And that's an easy target for your opponent to get in the way of. And that's exactly what Irem's trying to do here, is he's got a little bit of a damage lead here, starting with the bow. Nice Sarah comes out. Irem playing with the bow himself now. He's jumping around, trying to find some damage in. Lance hits that Sarah. Irem's beneath the stage, but these downers are coming out from Lance, and Lance is actually just carrying Irem around. He's just kind of like, oh, he's just spamming all the moves. Oh, sidelight into recovery. He tries to go for a second recovery. He just put on so much damage with Sarahs and dares from the Lance alone.
Yeah, I mean, all those Sarahs were pretty much off of dodge punishes. Like, he would move in, he would kind of either dodge in or just kind of run in, and Irem would be expecting an attack as you usually would, so he would dodge away, but that's when Lands would do those side airs time and time again, and that's why Irem's already in the red and Lands is poised to take the first stock.
Yeah, but if we saw anything from the previous games, whoever is ready to take the first stock doesn't mean that they're going to. As Irem is on the side of the stage, waiting out those down 6, and the ground pound comes out. That's so risky. Lands goes to that recovery, using Shipwreck Falls to his advantage, charging them all the way, but the ground pound hits. Oh, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Lands ready to take the first stock. Who cares? Irem's got the bow. He's willing to use that down heavy. He's got the lead now.
Yeah, I think I've seen Irem land more of those bow down heavies, the ground pound, more than I've seen it from any other player in recent history.
It's been a lot. Yeah, the ground pound rarely used in competitive play. The last big ground pound that I can remember was between the match of, like, what was it? Oh yeah, Twilight versus Noel. But other than that, bow ground pound, pretty unrepresented. But Irem already finding 3 KOs, 3.5 KOs really with it. As, oh, he's tossing this axe into Lance's face over and over again. He's taking a note out of Lance's own book here as he is just using weapon throws to great advantage. Lance has not got a weapon for like 2 minutes. Finally, just falls and stares, but that's still not enough. Calls in the Valkyrie, weapon toss, forces him up into sight, smashes his skull and sends him
Irem had no options left. He spent them all trying to get over that Valkyrie horn and just avoid all the attacks that Lands was throwing his way, so he had nowhere else to go to avoid that side signature.
Now Irem, holding onto that axe, is trying to follow the down air. Weapon goes right on the mine, diffuses it, but the weapon toss stops Lance from getting in, and the bomb goes down. Doesn't trade, doesn't hit. Lance still behind, picks up the lance, but he gets hit by a sidelight, and that, oh no.
Oh no.
It's not a Lance game without a Z. That is what I'm saying. Unfortunately, this is the worst time to be having that Z, because he is now on tournament stock here, and Irem is barely even damaged.
Man, Lands trying to get something started to bring it back here with these weapon throws, answering Irem back, but I don't know, it's that full stock lead is going to be really difficult to break through.
Yeah, weapon toss comes into recovery. Irem tries to snipe him with that neutral light. Lance trying to find those lance strings once again, but he's just getting hit by Irem all over the place. Oh, the bomb!
Wow.
Nearly active. He gets it down here. That might be Irem's stock. No, he makes it back. Oh, this is bad for Lance. Side stick comes out. He finds that side air, tries to chase dodge into another Sair. He's throwing out all these Lance aerials and they're working. Charge weapon toss. No, he's just side airing and down airing. There it is. Lance trying his hardest to make this even. Sidelight into recovery does not connect. This is so dominant from Lance here. Irem's weapon toss playstyle is not working right now.
I mean, this is where we kind of see that adjustment coming in, but Lance unarmed right now. Irem's got a chance to just kind of take him out.
Spike ball goes straight up, goes back down, tosses it in her face. Lance just wants this KO. He wants it on a shot. The side swing punishes the down air, sends him flying. 4 minutes left in this game. Lance heavily damaged. Aram's got like 50 million kill moves, but Lance has got his spirit and he uses the Lance. That's what he's trying to do here. He gets hit by that nair. Oh no. Another bone arrow might work out. Aram tries to snipe him with a neutral light. There's so many things that can kill Lance here, and so few things that Lance can actually do to come back into this game.
I know, Aram's only fresh white. We've seen Lance kind of make things look very even when he's damaged before, but this time he doesn't even have a weapon with him yet. He might be able to grab this one. He's got the hammer, but is it going to be enough?
Ooh, weapons are being tossed. Lance, he goes for a risky hammer toss and loses his weapon, but a falling nair. It punishes that down light. Second nair. Lance gets that hammer, goes for a down throw. Aram's looking for that Sair finish. He gets hit by a side air. Low one jumps. Lance puts out a side light. This is so close all of a sudden. It feels like it's close, even though Lance is barely damaged. Weapon toss. Oh, the side air does it. Aram takes it. He takes losers finals. He moves on to grands. We have our grands finalists coming up pretty soon here, as Aram has won 3-1 over Lance. Lance trying his hardest, but unfortunately could not do it against the spooky, scary skeleton of Aram.
Well, you called it. That legend pick is exactly what he needed. Let's see if it can give him any footing in the run back against Multimum.
This was an incredibly close best of 5. 3-2, went to game 5.
Yeah.
Multimum was Sentinel all the way. But will Aram stick with the Azoth now that he had so much success against Lance? I'm really excited to be able to see this, because both players have got legends that I honestly just don't know what in their head makes them go, oh right, I'm gonna play this. Like, it doesn't, before I thought I knew, now I'm not so sure. Multimum, Sentinel, and Queen Nai. Aram has got Ember, Asuri, and Azoth. What will we see for this game 1? I'm very excited to see, as we are about to enter grand finals.
Oh man, I am ready. I'm expecting Sentinel coming out from Multimum. He's gotten too far with just that legend to kind of throw it away now. And then Aram, I don't know, Aram, like, do you think he's going to start off with the Azoth here?
I don't know. I feel like he might actually bring out the Asuri. Like, I think the legends are so dependent on who he's fighting against. I feel like a large part of that match that we just saw was Aram abusing the poor recoveries and offstage options of Hammer and Lance with bow, right? But that's not the same with Multimum. Multimum, yeah, he's got the hammer, but he's got the Katars. Katars arguably can fight against bow in certain ways that those weapons cannot. The recoveries are better. They have more aerial options. Whether or not Aram's going to go for that middle ground, that Ember pick, it's completely up in the air.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember him doing really well with Asuri towards the end of the match. As you said, it was very close. It was 3-2, you know, working his way down to last stock almost every time. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him open up with Asuri and then try and rotate around afterwards.
So we're about to see. Games are ready. We're waiting for the pick coming in from Multimum, and there's the Sentinel. Aram is telling him to pick it. There's the Ember, the middle ground. That legend that we did not see at all in the first best of 5 being brought out in the first game.
All right, and we've seen this before. I feel like Multimum just kind of oftentimes bans the left 4 stages. He really likes leaving open Mammoth, Great Hall, and Shipwreck.
Essentially, any map that's got some weird hole in the center, he doesn't want to deal with at all. Like, he's just kind of like, let's go to a place where center stage exists. But no, Aram indeed is actually the one that has to ban. So, actually, I feel like banning is just a little confused in general. Oh, that's right. So Foda clarifying in the chat. Well, so for anybody who's just joining in from this tournament, because I think I heard from Foda that we're actually on the front page of Twitch right now. So a lot of players are being able to come in to be able to see this for the first time, or maybe are fans of Brawlhalla but haven't watched the competitive scene. We are in grand finals. That means Multimum is coming from winner's bracket and Aram is coming from loser's bracket. So what that means is that, seating aside, the person who is on the winner's side has the advantage in a sense, right? And if they lose this best of 5 that's coming up, they get another best of 5 to play, because they've never technically been sent to losers bracket. So it's going to be very hard for Aram to be able to take this grand finals, but it's still possible. And Multimum is going to be trying his best to prevent that reset from happening.
Yeah, so Aram's the first one to arm up with a bow. He's kind of weapon starving Multimum right now, which I definitely agree with. Kind of trying to focus on that, because Multimum does very well with the Katars, he does very well with the hammer, but the unarmed, you know, it left a little bit to be desired.
Absolutely. Now Aram opening up with his Katars, goes for that D-like combo, finds a nice down air. He's finding the damage on Multimum without taking himself, but we can't let that fool us. Irem is on Ember. 3 defense. Multum just got to place one nice side sig to be able to kill him in light orange, and that's going to be it for him. So we have to be careful. Irem's got a very delicate game that he has to play, and Multum has got a little bit more room to breathe.
Yeah, I mean, Irem's not giving him a lot of room to breathe, but he does manage to punish one signature with his own, and that's exactly the start that he needs. He manages even to punish the dodge with the recovery, so he's poised to take this first stock, but we saw that didn't really matter much as Irem takes the stock similar to what he was doing in Losers Finals against Lands.
And that side sig confirms that Multum finds a nice neutral light, but other than that, no stomp follow-up. Can't get that. What am I talking about?
Gosh.
Side sig as Irem tries to sidelight out of the way, ends up finding himself flying to his death. Even game already. Game 1, 2-2. Both players, white stock, second stock. Irem's on the side of the stage, holds on to the bow, gets a nice snare as Multum tries to punish his jump and gets a little bit more damage with that neutral light. Wow! Downsig, he just casually downsinks him on the middle of the stage with Ember bow, no less.
I know, we see a lot of these relatively unused options coming out from Irem. You know, they're not really too popular in the meta picks right now, like the bow ground pound that we see a lot of people kind of not use in favor of its other faster attacks, and then that Ember down bow signature. I don't really see many people use it.
No, not at all. And the fact that he was able to use that and so well, the fact that it hit, it wasn't like an off-stage read, right? A lot of Ember players like to use that down sig for an edge guard. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. The side sig of Multum cuts Irem's life out of his hands. He is gone. 2 stocks to 1. Multum barely even in the kill percent.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of like the bread and butter of Sentinel, I feel. He's got these really strong side signatures, and even like the down signature on Hammer, that can kill very early.
And that might be why Multum likes it so much, because Queen Nai is very similar in a sense.
Oh, yeah. Queen Nai, another very strong legend, fantastic set of signatures, shares the Qatar weapon that Sentinel has been using, and I mean, even Ember here has the Qatars. But strong signatures for early kills. That seems to be what fits Multum's style.
But even as we're talking about that, every kill in this game so far has been side sigs. Irem's gotten 2 side sig kills, Multum 2 side sig kills. They're just kind of like, all right, you're in kill percent, I've got it. Here comes the signature, you're out of here. And now, both players, last stock once again, Irem trying to even up the damage, looking for multiple down airs, voids that side sig. Oh, he goes with a hard dodge in read with that down air, doesn't get it, but that down air does connect. Multiple sidelights, both players just exchanging moves with guitars, and Multum says, enough of this. I'm losing on the trades. It's time for you to die. I have the hammer. The side sig's ready to go. Misses that one, but he's got more side sigs to throw out as he did not get punished for it.
And here we see Multum kind of playing a little bit towards the edge. He's trying to keep this like safe pressure onto Irem because he wants to be in range to kind of snipe for that kill without leaving himself out of position too much, because he wants to keep this lead. You know, he doesn't want to throw it away. He's seen Irem just snatch a victory from the jaws of defeat before, and he does not want to have that happen.
Oh, Multum went for the end sig read and he hit it. Irem just barely surviving. Oh no, he ground pounds almost to his death. Has the jump, has the dodge, makes it back. Multum does not like to go for those offstage gimps like other players, even though he had the opportunity to win the game all out there. And now both players at kill percent. Wait, as I'm talking about that ground pound was so risky. He gets the save. Ooh.
Okay, I really like that. Just kind of waiting for Irem to use that down air to dive around the corner, and then just the quick hop off the wall into the side air. We've talked about it before. Multum doesn't really use the Qatar side airs until it's for a sure kill. So it keeps it kind of fresh out of the opponent's mind, so they're not even really waiting for it or ready for it.
Right, and that's a great example of that there. When he's on stage, it's mostly downlights, down airs, neutral airs, and then off stage, he's kind of like, will this kill? It will. Hits him with it, and that's it. And Irem switches to the Azoth, which we have not seen him use against Multum all tournament. He's down a game, 2 more games if he loses them in this set, and it's over for him. So he wants to try his best to be able to force Multum at least onto a different character.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Azoth, it is the character that kind of led him to turn the set around against Lands, so we'll see if he'll be able to work that to the same effect against Multum here. I mean, it's very different matchup. You know, Lands was playing the Lance, Multum not at all. So this is going to be an interesting experiment.
And already unarmed combos being opened up between both players here as they exchange. Even the Irem picks up the first weapon, however, and finds a down air snare into weapon toss. Continues to deny Multum, and now Malt is waiting for something to spawn in his favor. Nice D-Light recovery, no nair follow-up. He's just trying to hit him with his fist, and he picks up that hammer, looks for a jumping stair, doesn't find it. Recovery, Nares, they're coming out. He's trying to find some kind of hammer hit to be able to put Irem into the orange, but so far it's even. There's the dare. No Nair follow-up.
Wow, so both of them just kind of fighting back and forth, pushing the damage evenly on both. But it's really just who manages to get some significant string first.
Falls down with that neutral air. Nice down air into silent
Wow.
double down air. Puts him into the orange. Aram, oh, that mine was so close for Multum to land on. He was able to react to it. And now Aram's looking for that neutral air at the bomb. Neutral air once again. Both players playing around it. It diffuses. But Aram, if anybody has more successfully used bomb combos in this tournament, it is Aram. And he always follows it up with a salute taunt when it finishes. It's like, you saw he was going for that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, he hit so many of them against Multimum in the winners finals earlier. So I was really curious to see if Multima has finally learned that lesson. He managed to avoid it this time, but I don't know if he was actively, like, watching for it.
And now both players are in kill percent. The downer comes out. This first stock is probably going to be huge. And Aram, oh, he misses that side air, but then Multima punishes with a delayed side sig, so it doesn't even connect. Aram calling in that weapon, picks up the axe. Will he go for the recovery here? Multima misses the side sig, more stairs being whipped. There's the down air. Multima finally gets the first stock. Both players are incredibly nervous, I feel like. We're seeing a lot of moves whiffed or just delayed in regards to their punishes, and now the recovery comes out from Aram that barely misses out on the kill.
Well, I mean, you know, Iram, he's no stranger to grand finals, but that winners finals was so incredibly close, and then he had to fight his way through lands, which required more than a few character switches from him, and wow. Finds the kill with that mine, and you know, we've said it before, he's amazing with those explosives. But you know, Multimum, just to touch on that earlier point, I haven't really seen him in too many grand finals from what I've been able to watch.
Right, I've only seen him myself in about 2. Actually, there was a tournament where him and Logic met in grand finals 2 weeks in a row. But other than that, it's been rare for Multum to be able to get in. There's no, the offstage edgeguard option. So many ground pounds are coming out, and Aram finds his own ground pound. Oh no,
2 in a row. Can he get the third? Not quite. Multimum gets back on stage, arms up with the hammer. I mean, he's looking to take this stock and get a pretty healthy lead.
There comes off stage. He looks for that reverse recovery, but Aram does not jump into it. And now on the side of the stage, dodges through the side stick. Ultimate looking for these stairs. So many moves.
Oh my gosh.
Both players were like dodging on top of each other, attacking, and the attack was out of range. And Multum with a pickup side stick sends Aram flying, and now is in the lead in the orange. This could be a 2-0 lead for Mult.
Yeah, I mean, if they were both kind of hovering around each other, staying just out of range, those Sentinel side sticks, particularly that hammer one, has a ton of range and a ton of force.
Now jumping there as Multum's looking to finish this quickly as he takes Aram off stage, but never mind.
No.
What am I
Another
talking
ground
about?
pound.
Oh, ground pounds. Does not KO, but he's getting the side airs. Oh, Aram doesn't jump. He doesn't get the ground pound, and Multum stabilizes, and now he's getting a guitar string.
Wow, this is looking really good for Multimum, showing why he's coming from the winner's side in this grand finals. Is that enough? Just not enough. Can he secure this edge guard with the guitars?
Ooh, the bow recovery ends up sending him into the stage and flying off to the side. Oh, Multimum looking for that ground pound. Aram goes for a double recovery, triple recovery, quadruple recovery. Nothing hits. Multimum does not care about his recovery angst and hits him with the side stick.
Wow. Yeah, again, you know, Iram, he wants to hover just outside the range, and guitars, they are kind of a, you know, low-range weapon. They're very close to the chest, but they're very quick. Sentinel's signatures, a little bit more delay, but tons of range that you do not expect.
Yeah, and Aram just could not dodge out of the way of that side stick again, ends up getting KO'd, and this is looking bad. Aram is now on a Surrey, which is the legend that he took the most games off of Multimum so far. But you have to imagine at this point that Aram is fatigued, right? Multimum has been able to take a break. He's sat through winner's bracket for quite some time now, waiting for Aram to be able to finish his games with lands. Aram has had to play best of fives back to back to back, and now is trying his hardest to win against Multimum, who is incredibly consistent on the Sentinel, and he is on tournament game. He cannot lose another game, otherwise Multimum wins 3-0 and gets the plane ticket to BCX.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just that constant wear on the mental fortitude. And I mean, Iram, he's been switching legends. I would have liked to see this Asuri pick coming out a little bit sooner. I don't know if the Ember was exactly well placed where we wanted it to be, but hopefully he'll be able to turn something around here, because as you said, this is tournament point for Multimum.
And Multimum falling down with that Nair. Neutralite recovery. A great start for him if he's looking to get this 3-0 and stop Irem in his tracks. Irem on the side of the stage. Finds the mine, sends it right onto the edge, and Multimum nearly touches it. Irem's looking for those cheeky mine combos. He's looking for these downlights, but Multimum says, nope, I have neutralites, I've got recoveries, I'm going to send you towards the orange with this down air. Now Multimum is just running away with this first stock.
Yeah, I mean, the damage difference between the two, even now, is absolutely absurd. Multimum showing that he's got the strength to just power through this set. Irem wearing down a little bit.
Ooh, Horn comes in, sends Irem flying. He doesn't dodge out of the way of that. And now Irem, ooh, gets hit by that stop neutral.
Wow.
That's it. This is looking one-sided. We're not seeing some sudden surge of confidence come out from Irem here. No, it's just Multimum getting better and better as he plays more matches against his opponent. Now Irem, opting to go off stage against Guitars, is still getting his weapons denied. He can't even find the explosive. Multimum's got complete control over this game number 3.
Wow, I mean, Irem finally managed to get something. He's got some Guitars on him, but I don't know. He hasn't been able to get those dodge reads that he's usually known for against Multimum. Finally gets one, not able to convert it for anything more. There we go. This is what we like to see. This is the Irem we know.
And just as I was talking about how he didn't have the energy, we have just seen no moves answered from Multimum there. Irem has brought Multimum almost into kill percent from just sidelights, nairs, downlights alone. Irem is just comboing Multimum to death. He wants to even this up. A nice Sarah read. What is going on? Irem has turned something on here. No, he gets up in that recovery, or the ground pound, but no, he makes it back. Stomp comes out. No follow from Multimum. He's looking for the KO here. No neutralites, no Sares. Multimum is trying to stabilize. Downlight recovery does not connect, but Irem, with the sword, is looking for these Sares now. He's got an opportunity to take this game. Ground pound punish.
Ooh.
Excellent punish from Irem here. It's essentially even.
Yeah, that was a really nice turnaround. We'll see if it's as significant as the one that he had in Losers Finals, but he still has such a long way to go. He's got a mine on the field. We've seen him use those to great effect before. Can he do the same here?
Ooh, down air into nair. Irem playing off stage against the hammer, not falling into hammer recovery like he was doing against Lance. Multimum is not quite as prominent debating out that recovery as Lance is, and Multimum hitting him with that sidelight. Irem goes in for that downlight, but he gets down, aired into sidelight from Multimum, and now he's at kill percent. The bomb, so scary in this situation. But Irem's starting the guitar strings once again.
Wow, all Multimum needs is one solid hit. He's trying to find it with that signature there. Not quite enough. Switches over to the Guitars, again going for these side signatures. I think Irem's got that beat on him. He knows he's going to kind of focus on those. Maybe a little bit too much tunnel vision. And I'm expecting some significant punishes coming out from Irem.
Ooh, Irem waiting for that landing. Goes for that down air, avoids the hammer Sares. Stops the side sync, but no, the stop side sync comes out. Multimum takes Irem out, but he's not as big of a lead as it was in the first stock, but this is tournament stock for Irem. Irem needs to end this stock, not take damage, and then carry Multimum to his death, because at this point, he's going to lose his grand finals. Bomb goes down, he's low on jumps. Multimum ground pounds off the stage, tries to bait Irem towards him. Irem picks up the sword, but that's not the weapon that he's had any success with. He can't even find Sares on Multimum. No nairs, nothing. There's a neutralite, puts him in the kill percent, jumping Sare. No chase dodge weapon toss. Ground pound does not connect either, and Multimum has got that hammer. Irem's yet to take damage. Side sync connects.
Wow, finally takes something. I mean, these signatures have been working out so well for Multimum. I think he's landed them time and time again. You see another one there. There's the hammer recovery. Is that enough? Can he get this ground pound? There it is. Not quite enough. Irem just coming back again and again.
Irem took so much damage on that edge guard. He doesn't even get the kill with that Sarah. Multimum has his dodge. Irem gets the recovery, but the stage saves him. Now, Multimum gets back onto the stage, punishes Irem for picking up that horn. Nice neutralite comes off. Irem gets the Sarah. All right, he has a chance. He needs to deny all weapons and hold on to Guitars. He just survived the most devastating edge guard from Multimum. There's the down air into sidelight. Multimum on the center of the stage is looking for that downlight. Side sync is thrown out. Irem gets carried away by the sidelight.
Oh no, the down signature! It finally hits this time around the corner. He gets the throw into the ground pound, and that's it! Multimum wins the plane ticket and hotel to BCX.
The first down sync Multimum hit all day is the final down sync that he needs to hit, because that sends Irem flying to his death. He tries to recover, can't stop the weapon toss ground pound. Multimum takes it 3-0 in grand finals. After such a clutch and close winners finals, that's it. Multimum is our EU regional qualifier champion.
Absolutely, incredibly well played by him. I don't know. I loved watching his performance today, just burning his way through the winners bracket. Fantastic. I'm excited to see him at BCX this fall, you know, where he's going to join the likes of Kyler Alice, Tiger, and Kreutzberg coming up from all their different regions. We're going to see who wins the last 2 remaining regional qualifiers, but we've got Multimum extremely well played by Eram. We see him just becoming more and more consistent, reaching grand finals, but that down signature, I want to talk about that for just a brief moment. We saw Multimum go for it several times before. He liked using it in edgeguard situations, kind of having it try and bleed around that corner just a little bit. It never really paid off. He usually got punished for it, and then he kind of abandoned it. He made it so that way Eram wasn't thinking about it because he didn't use it again for so many games.
Yeah.
And then just right at the right time, bringing it out.
And then it forced Aram to have to use everything that he had to make it back to the stage, and there's just no way he could avoid the ground pound. It confirmed it. Incredibly smart play coming up from Ultimum. Very excited to see him playing at the World Championship because he's probably going to be one of, if not the only Sentinel that is expected to make top 8 or top 16. And the fact that Sentinel is what carried him through this tournament as well. I have called him a Queen Nai main for the longest time, but honestly, at this point, it might as well be Sentinel because his Queen Nai did not even come close to the amount of performance that he was able to bring out with that character. Kudos to Multimum for being able to bring out some very unique and impressive play to the EU tournament scene.
Yeah, and I mean, that does it for the tournament here. I think that might do it for us. I have been TWK Smash, along with...
My name's Tazza. I am the shoutcaster from another tournament series, Gravy Cancel, and I'm here for PCS, and I'm excited to be here because this qualifier is exciting. Look forward to the US West qualifier, which I believe is happening next Saturday.
Ooh, man, that's going to be ridiculous. We've got a ton of great players, LDZ, Arkosh, Jellyfish, you know them all. You'll see them there this next Saturday, I believe, for that regional qualifier. Keep an eye on this channel, follow, so that way you see when this is going down. We've got them every Saturday up until BCX this November.
That's very exciting. Once again, my name is Tazza.
I'm TWK Smash.
And we are out. Thanks, everybody, for showing up for today's BCS tournament. We'll see you guys next week.